Welcome in my exhausted little party animals. I'm sure you need this magic to fall asleep. So let's snuggle up, and let me tell you a story here tonight. We'll travel back 66 million years to witness not a sudden catastrophe, but the gradual dimming of an age. A time when the world's most magnificent creatures faced changes they couldn't outpace. So if you are new to the channel, or, more importantly, returning, liking the video and commenting significantly helps us out. Now settle in on that purple mattress if you have one, turn on that fan for some noise, and let's explore how the reign of the dinosaurs slowly faded and what rose from the ashes of their world. You're standing in a forest that would make any modern jungle seem almost barren by comparison. The air around you hangs thick and warm, carrying the scent of wet bark and decomposing vegetation. That rich, earthy smell intensified 100-fold. Above your head, the canopy stretches so high that the individual leaves blur into a green haze, and shafts of golden light pierce through like spotlights on a stage. This is the late Cretaceous period, about 70 million years ago, and you're witnessing an ecosystem functioning at the peak of its complexity. A herd of Edmontosaurus moves through the undergrowth to your left, their duckbills methodically stripping leaves from low-hanging branches. They move with surprising grace for animals the size of large trucks, their footfalls creating a gentle rhythm against the forest floor. One of them pauses to scratch its flank against a tree trunk, sending a shower of bark fragments tumbling down. The temperature hovers around 85 degrees Fahrenheit, consistent and stable year-round. There's no winter here, no autumn chill to prepare for. The seasons exist, but they're measured in subtle shifts of rainfall rather than dramatic temperature swings. During the wetter months, shallow seas creep inland, creating vast coastal wetlands where different communities of dinosaurs gather. In the drier times, these areas contract, but they never truly disappear. You notice a Triceratops family browsing nearby, their massive frill shields catching the dappled sunlight. The youngest one, still small enough that its horns are mere bumps, stays close to its mother's flank. They're eating cycads, those palm-like plants with thick trunks and stiff, waxy fronds. The sound of their chewing is surprisingly loud, a constant crunch and tear that forms the background music of this world. Overhead, a Quetzalcoatlus glides past, its wingspan wider than a small airplane's. It's not flapping, doesn't need to. The warm air rising from the sun-heated earth provides all the lift it requires. You watch its shadow slide across the forest floor, momentarily darkening the Edmontosaurus herd, which doesn't even bother to look up. They've seen this shadow 1,000 times before. The balance here isn't peaceful in any sentimental sense. A pack of smaller theropods, Dromaeosaurus, each about the size of a wolf, work together to separate a juvenile hadrosaur from its group. It's calculated, efficient, and over quickly. Nature's accounting system, keeping populations in check. Within an hour, a swarm of beetles and other insects will have started their work on the remains. By tomorrow, only scattered bones will mark where it happened. But here's what strikes you most: the sheer abundance. Everywhere you look, something is eating, growing, reproducing, or decomposing. The biomass of this world exceeds anything you've ever experienced. A single acre of this forest contains more animal life than 10 acres of modern rainforest. The flowering plants, relatively new arrivals on the evolutionary scene, have exploded into countless varieties, and with them have come new species of insects, which in turn support new species of small mammals and lizards. You walk to the edge of a river, its waters murky with sediment from recent rains upstream. A group of Parasaurolophus stands belly deep in the water, their distinctive curved crests creating haunting calls that echo across the landscape. They're communicating, but not in any way that suggests alarm. Just the ordinary conversation of a species comfortable in its environment. The water teems with life too. Turtles the size of coffee tables bask on half-submerged logs. Fish you can't identify from any modern species dart between the dinosaurs' legs, feeding on particles stirred up from the riverbed. A crocodilian relative, longer than your car, watches from the shallows with eyes that break the water's surface like periscopes. It's patient. It's been patient for millions of years. This ecosystem has been refining itself for longer than you can properly imagine. The ancestors of these creatures emerged in the Triassic period, more than 200 million years ago. Since then, they've survived planetary upheavals, sea level changes, and the breakup of supercontinents. They've adapted to ice ages and global hothouse conditions. They've evolved into forms that fly, swim, and dominate every terrestrial niche from pole to pole. As evening approaches, the light takes on a honey-coloured quality. The sounds shift too. Daytime species settle into roosting spots while nocturnal creatures begin their preparations. You hear the distant call of a tyrannosaur, not the Hollywood roar, but something deeper, more resonant, like an enormous drum being struck underwater. It's not hunting yet, just announcing its presence, marking territory in a language older than mountains. The stars begin to emerge, and they're different from the ones you know. Constellations that won't exist for millions of years, arrangements of light that will shift as continents drift, and the Earth continues its patient rotation. But tonight, in this moment, everything seems eternal. This world feels like it could last forever, balanced and perfect in its ancient complexity. You're back in the same forest, but something has shifted. At first, you can't quite identify what's different. The Edmontosaurus are still here. The Triceratops still browse the cycads. The temperature feels the same against your skin, that familiar 85-degree embrace. But then you notice, the wet season lasted 3 weeks longer this year, and the dry season that followed wasn't quite as dry as it should have been. This is 10,000 years after your first visit. A blink in geological time, barely a footnote in the grand story of Earth. Yet for the creatures living through it, these 10,000 years represent 400 generations of adaptation, of slight adjustments to changing conditions. The forest looks the same, but if you examined it closely, you'd find subtle differences in which plants thrive and which struggle. The rainfall patterns are becoming less predictable. Some years dump twice the expected amount of water, flooding lowland nesting sites and drowning eggs that were laid in traditionally safe locations. Other years bring drought that lasts just long enough to stress the vegetation, making certain plants flower at the wrong time or not at all. The dinosaurs adjust, of course. They're remarkably adaptable. But adjustment requires energy, and energy that goes toward coping with change is energy that doesn't go toward growth, reproduction, or storing fat reserves. You watch a herd of hadrosaurs migrating earlier than they would have a few thousand years ago. They're following the rain now rather than the calendar. Their internal clocks, set by millions of years of consistent seasonal patterns, are beginning to conflict with external reality. Some individuals migrated in the old time, some in the new. The herd fractures, becoming less cohesive. Smaller groups are more vulnerable to predators. The ocean temperatures are rising too, though the change is measured in fractions of a degree per millennium. The warm water holds less oxygen, and the great marine reptiles, mosasaurs and plesiosaurs, find themselves swimming deeper, working harder to catch fish that have also moved to cooler depths. The coral reefs that line the shallow seas begin to show signs of stress, their colours slightly less vibrant. Fast forward another 20,000 years. You're standing in what feels like the same spot, but the cycads that dominated the understory have thinned noticeably. Flowering plants have moved into the gaps, but they're different species than before, ones that tolerate more variable moisture conditions. The triceratops are still here, still eating, but you notice they're spending more time selecting their food, passing over plants they would have eagerly consumed before. The volcanic activity has increased. Not dramatically, there's no single catastrophic eruption to point to, but across the globe, the number of active volcanoes has slowly multiplied. In what will one day be India, massive lava flows are beginning to build what geologists will call the Deccan Traps. Each eruption adds another layer of basalt, and each eruption releases gases into the atmosphere. Carbon dioxide levels are creeping upward. The greenhouse effect intensifies slightly, holding more heat close to the Earth's surface. The polar regions, which maintained ice caps for millions of years, see those ice sheets retreat. Sea levels rise incrementally, redrawing coastlines, turning peninsulas into islands, and flooding the shallow inland seas even further. You notice something odd about the light. On some days there's a haziness to the air that wasn't there before. Volcanic aerosols, tiny particles of sulfur and ash, scatter sunlight differently, creating spectacular sunsets, but also reducing the overall clarity of midday illumination. Plants photosynthesize slightly less efficiently. The difference is small, maybe 5%, but across an entire global ecosystem, 5% compounds into something significant. The large herbivores begin showing subtle changes in their behaviour. They feed longer each day to compensate for the decreased nutritional value in their food. This means less time for social bonding, less time for careful selection of mates, and less time for the elaborate courtship displays that some species developed over millions of years. Evolution starts favouring efficiency over complexity. Another 50,000 years pass. You're now about 1 million years before the end of the Cretaceous period. The changes are no longer subtle. The forest around you has a different character, more open, with larger gaps in the canopy where old giants have fallen and younger trees haven't quite filled the space. The variety of plant species has decreased noticeably. Where there might have been 30 different types of ferns in a given area, now there are 20. The Edmontosaurus herds have grown smaller, not because of predation, but because the carrying capacity of the land has diminished. There's still plenty of food, but it's not quite as nutritious, not quite as abundant in the specific nutrients that massive bodies require. The juveniles take longer to reach adult size. Sexual maturity comes later. Fewer eggs are laid each season, and fewer of those eggs hatch successfully. The temperature swings have become more pronounced. What used to be a stable 85 degrees now fluctuates between 75 and 95 depending on the season. 10 degrees might not sound like much, but for creatures that evolved in stability, whose metabolisms are tuned to narrow ranges, it represents a constant stress. The cold-blooded reptiles struggle most, but even the dinosaurs, whose metabolism fell somewhere between modern reptiles and mammals, feel the strain. You notice that the Quetzalcoatlus you see now are slightly smaller than their ancestors. Not dramatically, but measurably. Large body size becomes a liability when food is less reliable. Evolution begins favouring individuals who can make do with less, who mature faster, and who reproduce younger. The magnificent giants who took decades to reach full size find themselves at a disadvantage. The ocean currents are shifting as the continents continue their slow dance. Cold water that used to well up along certain coasts, bringing nutrients that fed vast schools of fish, now follows different paths. The marine food chains reorganize. Some species of ammonites, those spiral-shelled swimmers that had flourished for hundreds of millions of years, begin to decline. Not disappear, not yet, but their numbers thin. Standing here in this changing world, you can see that it's still beautiful, still functional, still teeming with life. The dinosaurs still dominate, the great herds still migrate, predators still hunt, but the margin for error has shrunk. The buffer that allowed species to weather bad years, to survive local catastrophes and population crashes, has grown thinner. The ecosystem isn't collapsing, but it's becoming less resilient, less able to absorb shocks, and the shocks you sense are coming. You're standing at the edge of a marsh that didn't exist during your first visit. The land here has subsided slightly, not from any sudden earthquake, but from the gradual settling that comes with changing sea levels and shifting sediment. What was once solid forest floor now squelches beneath your feet, and the trees that grew here have given way to reeds and water-loving plants. This is 100,000 years before the end. The ecosystem hasn't collapsed, but it has fundamentally reorganized itself. The food webs you observed in your first visit has been rewired, with new connections forming and old ones severing. The consequences ripple through every level of life. The flowering plants have taken over. Where ferns and cycads once dominated, now magnolia-like trees and primitive relatives of modern roses and lilies create the canopy. This shift happened gradually enough that herbivorous dinosaurs adapted their diets, but not all species adapted equally well. The ceratopsians, the family that includes triceratops, handle the change better than most. Their beaks and dental batteries evolved to process tough plant material, and flowers and seeds fit nicely into their dietary repertoire. But the long-necked sauropods are struggling. Their massive bodies were optimized for processing huge quantities of relatively low nutrition ferns and conifers. The new plants are more nutritious per bite, but they require different feeding strategies. A creature with a neck 40 feet long can't easily browse the low-growing flowering plants. You see fewer sauropods now, and the ones you do see are smaller species, more adaptable in their feeding habits. This creates a cascade. The largest sauropods were ecosystem engineers. Their feeding habits shaped the structure of forests. Their migrations created pathways that other species used, and their dung fertilized vast areas and dispersed seeds across hundreds of miles. As their numbers decline, the forests change again. Areas that were kept clear by their browsing fill in with dense undergrowth. Species that depended on open woodland find their habitat shrinking. The insect populations have exploded. The flowering plants and insects evolved together in a feedback loop of mutual dependence. Plants offering nectar and pollen, insects providing pollination. But with more insects come more insect eaters. Small mammals, which spent most of the Mesozoic era as mouse-sized nocturnal creatures, are diversifying into new forms. You spot one now, about the size of a modern raccoon, digging for beetle larvae in rotting wood. Its ancestors would have been terrified of even the smallest dinosaurs. This one barely glances at the Edmontosaurus walking past. The predator-prey dynamics are shifting too. The great tyrannosaurs are still apex predators, but their hunting strategies have to adapt to changing prey distributions. Herds that once congregated in predictable locations now scatter across wider territories, following unpredictable rainfall and plant growth. Hunting success rates decline. More energy must be expended per kill. This affects their breeding success. Tyrannosaurs, like many large predators, have relatively few offspring. Each egg represents a significant investment of energy, and raising juveniles to independence takes years. When food becomes less reliable, the mathematics of reproduction shift. Fewer eggs are laid. More juveniles starve during their first year. The population doesn't crash. These are resilient animals, but it contracts slowly and steadily. You walk along the new marsh's edge and notice something else. The diversity has decreased, but the remaining species exist in greater numbers. This is a pattern you'll see throughout the ecosystem. Where there might have been 10 species of small theropods, now there are 6, but those 6 are more abundant. Evolution favours generalists who can adapt to changing conditions over specialists who excel in stable ones. The pterosaurs are perhaps the most visibly affected. Their mastery of the skies is being challenged by the earliest true birds, which evolved from small theropod dinosaurs millions of years earlier. Birds, with their more efficient respiratory systems and more advanced flight capabilities, compete increasingly successfully for the same ecological niches. The largest pterosaurs remain unchallenged. No bird can match a Quetzalcoatlus for sheer size, but the medium-sized species find themselves squeezed between birds above them on the evolutionary ladder and below them in efficiency. In the oceans, the changes are even more dramatic. The shallow inland seas are retreating as sea levels fall. These seas were incredibly productive ecosystems, nurseries for countless species of fish, ammonites, and marine reptiles. As they shrink, they fragment into isolated bodies of water. Populations that could once interbreed find themselves separated. Genetic diversity decreases. Species that depended on the vast extent of these seas find their habitat literally disappearing beneath them. The coral reefs are bleaching more frequently. They recover, but each recovery takes longer and is less complete than the last. The fish populations that depend on the reefs decline. The mosasaurs that hunt those fish must range further to find prey. Energy expenditure increases while food intake decreases. Never a sustainable equation. You notice the sounds have changed. The chorus of calls that filled the Cretaceous forest has grown thinner. There are fewer voices and less variety. The Parasaurolophus still make their haunting calls, but you hear them less frequently. Communication between distant herds has become more difficult as populations fragment, and individuals spread out in search of adequate food. The nesting colonies have shrunk too. Many dinosaur species were communal nesters, gathering in traditional sites that might have been used for thousands of years. But those sites depended on stable conditions, specific soil temperatures, reliable food sources nearby, and protection from flooding. As conditions become less predictable, the communal nesting tradition breaks down. More dinosaurs nest in isolation, and isolated nests are more vulnerable to predators and weather. Standing here, watching a smaller herd of hadrosaurs pick their way through the marsh, you realize you're witnessing something profound. The ecosystem isn't dying. That word's too dramatic, too sudden. It's transforming, but the transformation is taking it towards simplification rather than complexity. The intricate web of relationships that took millions of years to develop is unraveling, thread by thread. The individual animals seem healthy enough. That Triceratops drinking from the marsh shows no obvious signs of distress, but the population as a whole is shrinking, fragmenting, and losing the genetic diversity that allows species to adapt to future changes. They're using up their evolutionary savings account, drawing down reserves that won't be replenished. And you sense, standing here in this quieter world, that the ecosystem has lost its resilience. It's become brittle. A healthy ecosystem can absorb shocks, droughts, floods, volcanic eruptions, and bounce back. This one has used up its capacity to absorb shocks. It's like a person who's been sick for months. They look okay, they're still going to work, still functioning, but they're one bad flu season away from serious trouble. The bad flu season, is coming. You've arrived at a moment 66,100,000 years ago. The sky above you has taken on a peculiar quality. Not dark exactly, but muted, as if you're viewing the world through tinted glass. The sun still rises and sets, but its light seems filtered, diffused, and less vital than before. The volcanic activity has intensified. Across the globe, but especially in the massive province that will become the Deccan region of India, volcanoes are erupting with increasing frequency. These aren't the explosive, mountain-shattering eruptions that will one day destroy Pompeii. They're effusive eruptions where lava flows steadily from fissures in the Earth's crust, spreading across the landscape like slow-moving floods of molten rock. Each eruption releases more than just lava. Sulfur dioxide rises in tremendous quantities, reaching the stratosphere, where it combines with water vapor to form aerosols, tiny droplets of sulfuric acid suspended in the upper atmosphere. These aerosols reflect sunlight back into space, creating a gradual dimming effect. The temperature drops slightly, maybe 2 or 3 degrees on average, but the reduction in direct sunlight affects plants immediately. You're standing in a forest that feels subdued. The plants are still photosynthesizing and still growing, but more slowly. Leaves are slightly smaller, and colours are slightly less vibrant. The flowering plants that revolutionize the ecosystem are producing fewer blooms. The insects that depend on those flowers are declining. The cascade continues upward through every layer of the food web. The hadrosaurs you observe are feeding almost constantly now, trying to compensate for the reduced nutritional content of their food. A plant grown under optimal sunlight packs more energy into its tissues than one grown under dim conditions. The difference might be 10 or 15%, but over months and years that deficit accumulates. The dinosaurs are slowly starving on full stomachs. You notice the younger individuals most acutely. A juvenile Edmontosaurus that should be half-grown after 2 years is noticeably smaller, its growth stunted by inadequate nutrition. It's not sick. There's no disease to point to, but it's not thriving either. And not thriving in nature's ruthless accounting is often functionally equivalent to dying. The seasons have become more extreme. The dim sunlight affects different latitudes differently, disrupting the atmospheric circulation patterns that drive weather. Some regions experience unprecedented droughts while others flood. The dinosaurs, who evolved their migration patterns over millions of years to follow predictable seasonal changes, find themselves arriving at traditional feeding grounds to discover the food isn't there, or it's already been consumed by herds that arrived early due to their own climate-driven desperation. The acid rain has begun. Those sulfur aerosols eventually fall back to Earth, carried down by precipitation. The rain itself becomes slightly acidic, not battery acid caustic, but enough to affect sensitive species. Amphibians and freshwater fish suffer first. The insects that spend part of their life cycle in water decline. Again, the cascade ripples upward. You watch a triceratops herd bunched together beneath a rocky overhang, waiting out a rainstorm. Their behaviour seems normal enough, but if you could measure the pH of that rain, you'd find it's more acidic than any rainfall their ancestors experienced. The water running off the rocks carries dissolved minerals at concentrations that will, over time, alter the soil chemistry of the entire region. The forest floor is changing. The layer of organic matter, fallen leaves, dead wood and decomposing plants, seems thinner than before. The decomposers, the beetles and fungi and bacteria that break down dead material and return nutrients to the soil, are stressed by the changing chemistry. Nutrients cycle more slowly. The soil becomes less fertile. Plants grow even more poorly, and the spiral tightens. 50,000 years pass. You're now just 16,000 years before the end, though you don't know that yet. The skies have darkened further. Some days the sun appears as a pale disk, behind a veil of atmospheric haze. The temperature fluctuates wildly. Cold snaps that would have been unthinkable a million years ago, followed by brief periods of intense heat, as the greenhouse gases continue to accumulate despite the cooling effect of the aerosols. The dinosaur populations have contracted significantly. You're seeing perhaps a tenth of the individuals you observed during your first visit. The great herds have fragmented into small scattered groups. The Edmontosaurus family you're watching now numbers only 12 individuals, what would once have been a herd of hundreds. They're the survivors, the lucky ones whose genetics or circumstances allowed them to cope better than others, but even the survivors are struggling. You notice signs of malnutrition, prominent ribs on the herbivores and a certain lethargy in their movements. The Triceratops you observe has an infection in one of its horns, probably from a fight over increasingly scarce resources. In better times, its immune system would have fought off the infection easily. Now, compromised by chronic stress and poor nutrition, the infection is winning. The predators are desperately hungry. A pack of Dromaeosaurus takes down a young hadrosaur, and instead of the efficient kill you witnessed during your first visit, it's a prolonged, messy affair. The predators are weak too, their reaction slower, their coordination imperfect. After the kill, they defend the carcass more aggressively than necessary, fighting among themselves over scraps. Scarcity breeds desperation. The smaller animals, the mammals, the birds and the lizards, are faring somewhat better. Their lower energy requirements and faster reproductive cycles allow them to adapt more quickly to changing conditions. You spot more mammals now than you've seen before, foraging in broad daylight, no longer restricting themselves to nocturnal activity. The dinosaurs, weakened and distracted by their own survival struggles, pose less threat. The pterosaurs are nearly gone. You haven't seen one in hours. The larger species, which required vast quantities of food to maintain their enormous bodies and power their flight, couldn't sustain themselves as food chains collapsed. The medium-sized species lost their competitive edge to birds. Only a few species persist, and those in dwindling numbers. In the oceans, the situation is even more dire. The marine reptiles, those magnificent mosasaurs and plesiosaurs that ruled the seas for millions of years, are starving. The fish populations they depended on have crashed as the base of the marine food web. Plankton and algae struggled under dimmed sunlight and changing ocean chemistry. The ammonites, those graceful spiral-shelled cephalopods, are disappearing. Species that numbered in the billions just 100,000 years ago are now rare finds. You stand on a beach, or what used to be a beach. The ocean has retreated, leaving behind exposed mudflats studded with the shells of dead mollusks. The smell of decay hangs heavy in the air. Small scavengers pick through the remains, but there's a furtiveness to their movements, an urgency born of uncertainty about where the next meal will come from. The light has a strange quality at sunset. The volcanic aerosols scatter light in unusual ways, painting the sky in shades of red and purple, that would be beautiful if they didn't signify such devastation. You watch as a lone Quetzal cutlass glides past, silhouetted against the crimson clouds. It might be one of the last of its kind, though neither you nor it knows that. The world hasn't ended. Life continues. The fundamental processes, photosynthesis, predation and decomposition, still function. But the abundance, the exuberance, and the overwhelming vitality you witnessed during your first visit have drained away. What remains feels like an ecosystem running on fumes, drawing down the last of its reserves with no prospect of replenishment. The dinosaurs themselves seem almost ghostly now, shadows of their former glory, persisting through momentum and evolutionary inertia in a world that has fundamentally changed around them. They're not fighting extinction. That would imply a battle, an active resistance. They're simply trying to survive one more day, one more season, in an environment that grows more hostile with each passing year. And then, on an ordinary morning 66 million years ago, the sky catches fire. You're standing in Mexico, on what will one day be called the Yucatan Peninsula. The date is precise in a way that geological time rarely allows. 66 million years ago, give or take a few thousand years. It's a morning like many others in this stressed but still functioning ecosystem. The sky is overcast with volcanic haze, the temperature cool for this latitude. A small herd of hadrosaurs feeds on the beach vegetation, their duck bills methodically stripping seeds from low shrubs. Then you see it. The asteroid is visible for perhaps 30 seconds before impact, a point of light in the southern sky that brightens impossibly fast, growing from a star-like speck to a blazing sphere that hurts to look at. It's travelling at 45,000 miles per hour, a rock 6 miles in diameter that left the asteroid belt millions of years ago, and has now, through the blind mathematics of orbital mechanics, intersected with Earth's path around the Sun. The hadrosaurs notice the brightening sky. Some of them look up, a gesture that will be their last. Others continue feeding, unaware that the world they know has 30 seconds left to exist. The impact occurs offshore in the shallow sea. You don't see the moment of contact, your eyes couldn't process it even if you tried. What you experience is a flash of light brighter than 1,000 suns, and then, actually there is no "and then" for anything within 1,000 miles. The energy released exceeds all of humanity's nuclear weapons detonated simultaneously by a factor of 1,000. The asteroid vaporizes instantly, along with millions of tons of rock from the Earth's crust. A crater 12 miles deep and 100 miles wide excavates itself in less time than it takes to read this sentence. The hadrosaurs on the beach cease to exist. Not killed, existence simply revoked. The thermal pulse incinerates them before their nervous systems can register heat. The shockwave that follows, travelling faster than sound, pulverizes what's left. Within seconds, nothing remains of them, or of any living thing within 500 miles of the impact site, but you're observing from a safe distance, 1,000 miles away in what will become Texas. Even here the effects are immediate and devastating. The sky lights up as if someone turned on a cosmic floodlight. The horizon glows orange-red. The temperature spikes 20 degrees in less than a minute. Then the shockwave arrives. It's not the crushing, building-flattening blast you might imagine from a bomb. This is a planetary-scale phenomenon, an atmospheric wave that encircles the globe. Trees bend horizontally, their trunks flexing to impossible angles before snapping. A triceratops herd are knocked off their feet like bowling pins. They try to stand, confused and terrified, as debris begins to rain from the sky. The debris is unlike anything in your experience. Molten rock, vaporized by the impact and flung into the upper atmosphere, begins to fall back to Earth. These spherules of once molten material glow cherry red, setting fires wherever they land. The forest around you ignites in hundreds of places simultaneously. Within an hour, the fires have merged into a conflagration that will eventually consume millions of square miles of forest. The Triceratops herd, those that survived the initial shockwave, stampede in panic. There's nowhere to run that isn't burning or about to burn. Some plunge into a nearby river, which offers temporary refuge. Others simply flee until exhaustion or smoke inhalation drops them. The scene is replicated across continents. Animals that survived hundreds of millions of years of evolution, undone in hours. The sky darkens as dust and soot rise into the atmosphere. Not the gradual dimming of volcanic aerosols, but a swift occlusion of sunlight. By nightfall, the darkness is absolute. No stars, no moon, just the orange glow of continent-spanning wildfires reflecting off the dust-choked clouds. Days pass. You're somewhere in North America, watching what survives. Small mammals emerge from underground burrows, confused by the extended darkness. Some dinosaurs have made it through the initial impact, those that were in the right places, in valleys protected from the thermal pulse, near water sources, or simply lucky. A group of Edmontosaurus huddles in a ravine, their bodies pressed together for warmth as the temperature plummets. With no sunlight penetrating the dust cloud, photosynthesis has stopped. Not slowed, stopped. Plants begin to die within weeks. The herbivorous dinosaurs, already stressed by years of difficult conditions, have nothing to eat. They wander through the darkened landscape, stripping bark from trees, digging for roots, and consuming anything remotely edible. You watch an adult Edmontosaurus die. It's not dramatic. The animal simply lies down one afternoon and doesn't get up again. Starvation, hypothermia, or possibly both. Its herd mates investigate the body briefly, then move on. They're focused entirely on their own survival now, and the social bonds that once held herds together have frayed under the pressure of catastrophe. The predators fare even worse. A Tyrannosaurus, apex predator of its ecosystem, reduced to scavenging. It feeds on a dead Triceratops, probably killed by the impact's aftermath. But dead prey doesn't run away, and in this new world, prey that doesn't run away is also prey that won't be replaced. Each carcass consumed brings the predator one meal closer to starvation. Months pass. The darkness persists. Some sunlight begins filtering through the upper atmosphere, but it's diffuse, weak, and unable to support the kind of photosynthesis that fuels complex food webs. The temperature has stabilized, but at a much lower level than before. Water sources freeze at night, even at equatorial latitudes. The large dinosaurs are dying, not all at once, but steadily, inexorably. You find their bodies scattered across the landscape: Triceratops, hadrosaurs, ankylosaurs, and all the magnificent megafauna that defined the Mesozoic. Some died of starvation, others froze. Some probably died of injuries sustained during the chaos following the impact or infections that their weakened bodies couldn't fight off. The smaller species persist longer. Size, which was an advantage for millions of years, has become a liability. Large bodies need large amounts of food, and there isn't any. But small mammals, eating insects and seeds and carrion, can get by on scraps. The early birds, with their high metabolisms but small size, find enough to survive. Lizards and snakes, able to enter torpor and reduce their energy needs, wait out the darkness. A year after the impact, you're standing in a landscape that would be unrecognizable to someone from the previous age. The forests are gone, replaced by a wasteland of dead trees and ash. The air smells of smoke and decay. The rivers run thick with sediment from erosion. Without living plants to hold the soil, every rainfall washes more earth into the streams. You haven't seen a living dinosaur in weeks. A few must still exist, scattered individuals in isolated pockets of marginally better conditions. But as a dominant life form, as the architect of Earth's terrestrial ecosystems, they're gone. 60 million years of evolutionary success ended not by a single blow, but by that blow's cascading consequences. The impact killed millions immediately. The darkness killed billions over months. But it's the long-term effects that truly seal the dinosaurs' fate. The acid rain persisted for years, poisoning water sources and further damaging the already devastated plant life. The greenhouse warming that followed the initial impact winter, as the dust settled but the carbon dioxide released by the impact and by burning forests remained. The ecosystem collapsed that left even the survivors with nothing to eat. Standing here in this broken world, you realize you're witnessing the border between two ages of Earth's history. Behind you lies the Mesozoic era, the age of reptiles, a time when dinosaurs shaped every terrestrial ecosystem from pole to pole. Ahead lies something different, something that will belong to other creatures, to the small mammals sheltering in their burrows and the birds roosting in the dead trees. The transition isn't clean. It's messy, tragic, and desperately unfair to the creatures who did nothing to deserve their fate, except have the misfortune of existing at the wrong moment in cosmic history. But it's also complete. The world that emerges from this darkness will be fundamentally different, and that difference will make possible forms of life, including eventually a species capable of understanding what happened here that could never have evolved in the dinosaur's shadow. You're standing in the same location, but 5,000 years have passed since the impact. The sky's visible again, not the brilliant blue of the Cretaceous, but a washed-out grey blue, hazy with dust that's still settling. The sun provides light and some warmth, though not yet enough to restore the climate to its pre-impact state. The temperature hovers around 50 degrees Fahrenheit, cool but no longer life-threateningly cold. The landscape around you looks like something from an alien planet. Where there used to be dense forest, you see open terrain covered in low-growing plants. Ferns dominate. They're among the first plants to recolonize disturbed areas, their spores surviving conditions that killed seed plants. The ground is carpeted in green, but it's a monotonous green, lacking the diversity you observed before. Small mammals are everywhere. They emerge from burrows and from beneath fallen logs in numbers that would have been impossible when dinosaurs controlled the ecosystem. A creature about the size of a modern possum picks its way through the fern fronds, digging for insects. Another, slightly larger and more robust, investigates a puddle left by recent rain. These mammals aren't dramatically different from their pre-impact ancestors. Evolution doesn't work that quickly, but they're behaving differently, occupying ecological niches that were, until very recently, the exclusive domain of dinosaurs. That possum-sized animal is browsing on ferns in broad daylight, behaviour that would have been suicidally risky 5,000 years ago. Now, with no large predators, it's perfectly safe. Birds are abundant too. You hear their calls, simpler than the complex vocalizations of modern songbirds, but recognisably bird-like. A group of them works over a dead log, extracting beetle larvae with their beaks. Another species, larger and heavier bodied, walks along the shore of what was once an inland sea but is now a shallow lake. It's probing the mud for small animals, filling the ecological role that shorebirds will perfect over the coming millions of years. You notice something moving in the ferns and freeze, some instinctive part of you expecting a dinosaur. But it's just a large lizard, probably 3 feet long, hunting the same insects the birds are after. It's not a dinosaur, not even close. But in this emptied world, it looks imposing. Give it a few million years, and its descendants might evolve to fill some of the niches the dinosaurs left vacant. The water bodies are recovering faster than the land. Algae bloomed within months of the impact winter ending, and with algae came zooplankton, and with zooplankton came small fish. The ecosystem is rebuilding from the bottom up, starting with the simplest organisms and gradually adding complexity. You spot a turtle, one of the few reptiles to survive the catastrophe largely intact. Turtles, with their ability to survive months without food, were well suited to endure the impact winter. A crocodilian surfaces in the lake, its eyes above water, watching you with ancient patience. Crocodilians made it through as well, their semi-aquatic lifestyle and low metabolism carrying them across the boundary between the Cretaceous and Paleocene periods. They're living fossils even now, barely changed from their pre-impact forms. But the dinosaurs, the non-avian dinosaurs, the ones that dominated the terrestrial landscape, are gone. You've searched, walked miles through this recovering ecosystem, and found nothing. No triceratops browsing the ferns, no hadrosaurs in the distance, no tyrannosaurs, no sauropods, no ankylosaurs. The largest land animal you've seen is a mammal the size of a raccoon. The fossil record tells the story clearly. In rock layers deposited before the impact, dinosaur fossils are abundant. In layers deposited after, they simply disappear. There's no gradual decline, no slow fade out. The line is sharp, absolute. Below it, dinosaurs. Above it, their absence. Tens of thousands of years pass. You're now 50,000 years after the impact, and the recovery is more evident. The fern prairies have given way to more diverse plant communities. Early flowering plants have recolonized from refugia, isolated pockets where they survived the impact winter. The forests are returning, though they look different from their Cretaceous predecessors. More open, less dense, and dominated by fast-growing species that can take advantage of disturbed conditions. The mammals are diversifying rapidly. In the absence of large dinosaurian predators, they're exploring ecological space that was closed to them for over 100 million years. You spot a creature about the size of a German shepherd, one of the largest land mammals to exist so far in the Paleocene. It's browsing on low vegetation, filling a role that would have belonged to a small dinosaur before the impact. The pace of evolution has accelerated. When dinosaurs controlled the ecosystems, they were so successful and so well adapted that they limited opportunities for other groups to diversify. Their extinction opened up those opportunities. Mammals, birds, and even some fish and reptile groups are radiating into new forms at an unprecedented rate. You find a fossil from before the impact, a triceratops frill partially weathered but still recognizable. It's embedded in a rock layer that's now at the surface, erosion having removed the sediments deposited on top of it. You run your hand over the bone, feeling the texture of something that was alive just 50,000 years ago. A blink in geological time. Near the fossil, ferns wave in the breeze. A small mammal burrows beneath them, building a nest. An early songbird calls from a nearby shrub. Life has moved on. The world doesn't mourn the dinosaurs, doesn't mourn anything. It simply fills the empty spaces they left behind. 100,000 years after the impact, you're standing in an early Paleocene forest. The trees are taller now, 30 or 40 feet, creating a closed canopy in places. The plant diversity has increased dramatically. Dozens of flowering plant species and various ferns and horsetails growing near water sources. The ecosystem looks functional, productive and alive, but it's different in character from the Cretaceous forests. Quieter somehow. The largest herbivores are mammals weighing maybe 50 pounds. The predators are proportionally small. The overall biomass, the total weight of all living things in a given area, is perhaps a tenth of what it was before the impact. The world is healing, but it's healing into something new. The age of reptiles is over. The age of mammals is beginning, though it will take millions of years to fully develop. Birds, the only dinosaurs to survive, are carving out their own evolutionary trajectory. One that will eventually produce the incredible diversity of modern avian life. You watch a group of small mammals feeding together in a clearing. They're cautious, constantly alert for danger, but there's also a sense of opportunity in their movements. This is their world now. The mammals inherited the earth not through superiority or better design, but through luck and circumstance, because they happened to have characteristics, small size, burrowing behavior, omnivorous diets, that allowed them to survive when larger, more specialized creatures couldn't. As night falls, you hear sounds that would never have existed in the Cretaceous. Early primates calling from the trees, small predatory mammals stalking through the undergrowth. The world is being rebuilt by creatures that spent the Mesozoic era in the dinosaurs' shadow, and they're building something different, something that will eventually lead to grasslands and coral reefs and rainforests, to whales and elephants and eagles, and, in a humid African forest about 65 million years from now, to a species of primate that will develop the capacity to look back at this moment, to understand what happened, and to mourn creatures they never met and can only know through the fragmentary record of fossilized bones. You're now 1 million years after the impact. The transformation of Earth's ecosystems has progressed remarkably. Standing in what will one day be Wyoming, you're surrounded by a dense subtropical forest. The climate has warmed considerably from the impact winter. In fact, it's warmer than it was even in the late Cretaceous. The carbon dioxide released by the impact and its aftermath has created a greenhouse effect that will persist for millions of years. The trees around you include early relatives of modern oaks, walnuts and palms. They're not identical to their modern descendants, but recognizably related. A canopy stretches overhead, creating layers of habitat. Epiphytes, plants that grow on other plants, drape from branches. The forest has regained its three-dimensional complexity. You hear something moving in the canopy and look up to see a mammal about the size of a house cat leaping between branches. It's an early primate ancestor, though it would look strange to modern eyes. More like a lemur than a monkey, with large eyes adapted for nocturnal activity and a long tail for balance. Its descendants will diversify into the entire primate lineage, but right now it's just one of many small mammals exploiting the resources of the recovering forest. On the ground, larger mammals are beginning to appear. You spot a creature about the size of a sheep, one of the early ungulates, ancestors to the hoofed mammals that will eventually dominate grasslands that don't yet exist. It's browsing on low vegetation, its teeth showing adaptations for processing plant material that are more advanced than those of its immediate ancestors. The forest floor is alive with insects. Ants march in columns along fallen logs. Butterflies and moths visit flowers, continuing the co-evolutionary dance between insects and flowering plants, that survived the impact. Beetles of astonishing variety crawl through the leaf litter. The insect diversity has recovered to or perhaps exceeded its pre-impact levels. Birds are everywhere, and they're diversifying rapidly. You see early representatives of modern bird groups, something that might be an ancestor to modern parrots, and another that resembles a primitive woodpecker. They're filling niches that flying pterosaurs once occupied, but they're doing it in their own way, with their own unique evolutionary solutions to the challenges of aerial life. The rivers and lakes teem with life. Fish populations have not only recovered but also diversified. Turtles sun themselves on logs. Crocodilians lurk in the deeper pools, unchanged by the passage of 1,000,000 years. The aquatic ecosystems bounce back faster than the terrestrial ones, and they show it in their abundance and variety. You find another fossil, this one a hadrosaur bone, mineralized and weathered, protruding from a riverbank. The river has cut through millions of years of sediment, exposing layers that tell the story of the impact and its aftermath. Below the hadrosaur bone, layers filled with dinosaur fossils. Above it, layers containing mammal fossils. And at the boundary between them, a thin layer of clay enriched with iridium, a rare element more common in asteroids than on Earth's surface. Physical evidence of the impact that changed everything. 5,000,000 years after the impact, you're in what will become Germany. The climate has cooled slightly from the post-impact peak, settling into a warm, wet regime that supports vast rainforests. The forests stretch from horizon to horizon, unbroken except by rivers and lakes. The diversity of life is staggering. You estimate hundreds of species of plants within a square mile, countless insects, and dozens of mammal species. The mammals have grown larger. You observe a creature the size of a modern tapir, a browser that feeds on leaves and shoots. Another mammal, built more like a modern cat, stalks through the undergrowth, an early predator, experimenting with the hunting strategies that will eventually produce everything from weasels to lions. The ecological roles are being filled, but by different actors than in the Cretaceous. Birds have achieved remarkable diversity. Early representatives of most modern bird orders now exist. You spot something that might be an ancestor to modern ducks paddling in a lake. In the trees, early relatives of owls and hawks are developing the predatory skills that will make birds so successful. The songbirds are beginning to appear, their vocalization still simple, but showing the potential for the complex songs that will evolve later. The plant communities have developed sophisticated structure. There are emergent trees that tower over the main canopy, creating a tier system that maximizes light capture. Vines and lianas connect trees, creating aerial highways for climbing mammals and insects. The forest floor supports shade-tolerant plants that can survive on the dim light that filters through the canopy. You notice that certain plant families have come to dominate. The legumes, the palms, and early grasses in open areas. These are the groups that recovered fastest from the impact, and that had characteristics allowing them to colonize disturbed habitats and thrive in changing conditions. The forests of the Paleocene aren't random assemblages, but communities shaped by the selection pressure of the extinction event and the recovery that followed. 10,000,000 years after the impact, you're observing the transition from the Paleocene to the Eocene epoch. The climate is warm, warmer than any time in the past 10,000,000 years. Crocodilians live in what is now the Arctic. Palms grow in Alaska. The Earth has entered a hothouse phase, possibly the warmest climate of the past 100,000,000 years. The mammals have exploded in diversity and size. You see creatures that resemble modern horses, though they're much smaller and have multiple toes instead of hooves. Early whales, still retaining vestigial legs, hunt in shallow coastal seas, showing how some mammal lineages are returning to the water that their distant ancestors left hundreds of millions of years ago. Bats, the only mammals to achieve powered flight, swoop through the evening air, using echolocation to hunt insects. The first grass-dominated ecosystems are beginning to appear in drier regions. Grasses, which existed before the impact but were never dominant, are expanding their range. With them come new types of herbivores, mammals developing teeth that can handle the tough, silica-laden grass blades. The stage is being set for the savanna ecosystems that will characterize much of the later Cenozoic. You stand on a hilltop at sunset, watching the landscape spread before you. The forests, the rivers, the diversity of life, it's all magnificent. Perhaps as magnificent as the Cretaceous ecosystems you observed at the beginning of this journey, but it's different. The dominant players have changed. The evolutionary strategies have shifted. This is Earth renewed, but not Earth restored. The dinosaurs won't come back. Their ecological roles have been filled by other creatures, and those creatures are now established, evolving, adapting, and creating their own evolutionary trajectories. The window during which dinosaurs could re-evolve has closed. The Earth has moved on. But looking at this thriving, complex ecosystem, you realize something important. The planet itself is resilient in a way that individual species and lineages are not. The impact killed the dinosaurs and countless other species, fundamentally restructured ecosystems, and altered the course of evolutionary history. But it didn't kill life itself. It didn't prevent the rebuilding of complex, diverse ecosystems. It changed what existed, but not the existence of life itself. In 56 million years, descendants of the small mammals you see here will have diversified into creatures ranging from blue whales to shrews, from giraffes to bats, and from humans to elephants. The birds will have produced penguins and peacocks, hummingbirds and eagles. The plants will have created everything from giant sequoias to tiny orchids. The impact was a tragedy for the dinosaurs and a catastrophe for the ecosystems they inhabited. But for Earth as a whole, it was a transition, a reshuffling of the deck that opened up possibilities that wouldn't have existed otherwise. Standing here, watching the sun set over this renewed world, you can appreciate both the loss and the emergence, both the ending of one age and the beginning of another. You're no longer in deep time. You're standing in a museum in the present day, looking at a fossilized triceratops skull. The bone is mineralized, turned to stone over 66 million years, but it retains the shape and texture that it had in life. The eye sockets stare at nothing. The beak, which once stripped vegetation from plants that no longer exist, is frozen in permanent stillness. Behind you, a group of children clusters around a full T-Rex skeleton. Their excitement is palpable. They've grown up with dinosaurs in their imaginations, these creatures from deep time made familiar through books and movies and museum visits. But the skeleton before them represents something more than entertainment. It represents one of the greatest detective stories in scientific history. The understanding of what happened to the dinosaurs came slowly, built from countless observations and measurements, from decades of painstaking work by geologists, paleontologists, physicists and chemists. For over a century after the first dinosaur fossils were recognized and described, scientists knew that dinosaurs had gone extinct, but they didn't know why. Some proposed that the dinosaurs had simply grown too large, too specialized, and too slow to adapt to changing conditions. Others suggested disease, or climate change, or competition from mammals. Each theory had problems. The dinosaurs had survived climate changes before. They weren't all large. Many species were small and agile. Disease doesn't typically cause worldwide extinction of multiple unrelated groups. The breakthrough came in 1980, when physicist Luis Alvarez and his son Walter, a geologist, published a paper proposing that an asteroid impact had caused the extinction. Their evidence was a thin layer of clay found at the boundary between the Cretaceous and Paleocene periods, the KPG boundary, that contained unusually high concentrations of iridium, an element rare on Earth but common in asteroids. The scientific community was skeptical. Catastrophic events weren't popular in geology at the time, which favoured gradual processes operating over long timescales. But the evidence accumulated. The iridium layer was found at sites around the world. Shocked quartz crystals fractured by immense pressure, appeared at the boundary. Soot from continent-spanning wildfires. Tiny glass spherules formed from vaporized rock. The final piece of evidence came in 1991 with the identification of the impact crater itself, the Chicxulub crater, buried beneath the Yucatan Peninsula. Precisely the right age, the right size, and in exactly the kind of coastal location that would maximize the destructive effects of an ocean impact. You walk through the museum, passing displays that illustrate this scientific journey. Here's a map showing iridium concentrations around the world. There's a sample of shocked quartz, its crystal structure deformed by pressures that only asteroid impacts or nuclear explosions can generate. In another case, you see computer simulations of the impact and its immediate aftermath. But understanding that an impact occurred doesn't fully explain why the dinosaurs died while other groups survived. You pause at a display that addresses this question. The key factors scientists now understand were size, diet, and habitat. Large animals require more food. When the impact shut down photosynthesis and collapsed food chains, large herbivores starved first, followed quickly by the large predators that depended on them. Smaller animals with lower caloric needs could survive on the scraps, seeds, insects, and carrion that persisted through the impact winter. Diet mattered too. Specialists, creatures that depended on specific food sources, fared worse than generalists, who could eat whatever was available. The hadrosaurs you watched, with their specialized teeth for processing particular types of vegetation, couldn't switch to a different diet when their preferred plants died. The small mammals you saw surviving, omnivorous and flexible, could and did. Habitat provided protection. Burrowing animals could escape the thermal pulse and find shelter from the cold. Aquatic animals were buffered from temperature extremes. Flying animals could migrate in search of food. The large terrestrial dinosaurs, built for life on land and unable to escape underground or underwater, were maximally exposed to the catastrophe. You reach a display about the survivors, the birds of course, technically dinosaurs themselves, though small enough and adaptable enough to make it through. The mammals, sheltering underground and eating whatever they could find. The crocodilians and turtles, their low metabolisms allowing them to survive months without food. The fish and insects and plants with seed banks or spores that could wait out the darkness. The extinction wasn't random, the display explains, it was selective. The survivors shared characteristics that happened to be advantageous during a short-lived but extreme environmental catastrophe. Those characteristics had nothing to do with being better or more advanced in any general sense. In normal times, being large, specialized, and living exclusively on land were perfectly good strategies. They'd worked for millions of years. But when the asteroid hit, those strategies became liabilities. You move to a section on the aftermath. Scientists now understand that the recovery took much longer than the extinction itself. The impact killed the dinosaurs in decades to centuries, but rebuilding complex ecosystems took millions of years. The fossil record shows a slow progression from simple communities dominated by ferns and other disaster species to more diverse forests, to the complex ecosystems of the Eocene and later epochs. There's a display about impact winter, illustrating how the dust and soot blocked sunlight. Another was about the greenhouse warming that followed once the particulates settled, but the carbon dioxide remained. A third is about ocean acidification from sulfur aerosols. The extinction wasn't a single event, but a cascade of environmental catastrophes, each one weeding out species until only the most resilient or lucky remained. You find yourself in front of a timeline showing extinction events throughout Earth's history. The KPG extinction, the one that killed the dinosaurs, is marked clearly, but it's not the largest. That distinction belongs to the Permian-Triassic extinction 250 million years ago, which killed over 90% of marine species and 70% of terrestrial vertebrates. The dinosaurs themselves rose to dominance in the aftermath of that earlier catastrophe. The timeline illustrates a humbling truth. Extinction is normal. The vast majority of species that ever existed are extinct. The average species lifetime is measured in millions of years, long by human standards, but brief in geological time. What's unusual about the KP extinction isn't that it happened, but that it happened so quickly, and was caused by an external extraterrestrial event rather than by Earth-based processes like volcanism or climate change. You pause at a display about modern extinction rates. Scientists estimate that species are currently going extinct at rates 100 to 1,000 times higher than the background rate, not because of asteroids, but because of human activity. Habitat destruction, climate change, pollution, overhunting. The causes are different, but the results may be comparable. Some scientists call it the sixth extinction, placing it in the same category as the event that killed the dinosaurs. The comparison makes you uncomfortable, as it should. The dinosaurs couldn't prevent their extinction. They had no agency, no ability to change course or mitigate the impact's effects. They were victims of cosmic bad luck. Humans, in contrast, understand what's happening and have the capacity to change it. The knowledge gained from studying the dinosaurs' extinction isn't just historical curiosity, it's a warning. You finish your museum visit in a hall displaying living reptiles and birds. There's a parrot, its intelligence and social complexity rivaling many mammals, a crocodile, outwardly unchanged from its Cretaceous ancestors, a turtle, carrying a body plan that has worked for over 200 million years, and prominently, a display about bird evolution, showing how the small theropods that survived the impact diversified into the 10,000 species of birds alive today. Looking at that parrot, descendant of dinosaurs, inheritor of their genetic legacy, proof that not all the dinosaurs died, you realize that the story of dinosaur extinction is more nuanced than simple death and disappearance. The non-avian dinosaurs are gone, yes. The massive sauropods, the horned ceratopsians, and the tyrannosaurs, all extinct. But the dinosaur lineage persists in birds, still successful, still evolving, still filling ecological niches around the world. The scientific understanding of dinosaur extinction is one of humanity's great intellectual achievements. It required insights from multiple disciplines, observations from around the world, sophisticated analytical techniques, and decades of dedicated work. It revealed both the fragility and the resilience of life, the power of catastrophic events to reshape evolutionary history, and the importance of understanding our planet's past to navigate its future. As you leave the museum, you carry with you not just knowledge about what happened 66 million years ago, but perspective about where we are now, what we're doing to the planet, and what we might need to do differently if we want to avoid becoming the next Triceratops, the next T-Rex, successful for millions of years until we weren't, leaving only fossils for some future intelligence to puzzle over. You're standing in a forest in Papua New Guinea, watching a cassowary pick its way through the undergrowth. The bird stands nearly 6 feet tall, its body covered in black feathers, its head sporting a bony casque that looks almost helmet-like. Its legs are powerful, equipped with claws that could easily disembowel a predator. Looking at it, you can't help but see the dinosaur heritage. This is what survived. Not the giants, not the terrible lizards of popular imagination, but this, a lineage of small theropods that happen to have feathers, happen to be small enough to survive the impact winter, and happen to be adaptable enough to thrive in the aftermath. The cassowary's ancestors walked among T-Rex and Triceratops, and they're still here. The cassowary moves with a distinctive gait, head bobbing with each step. The same basic movement pattern you'd see in any ground bird, from chickens to ostriches. It's a locomotion style inherited from bipedal theropod dinosaurs, modified over millions of years but fundamentally unchanged. The bird's eyes, positioned on the sides of its head, provide nearly 360-degree vision, a trait shared with its dinosaurian ancestors, useful for detecting both predators and prey. You notice the bird's feet, 3 toes pointing forward, 1 pointing back, arranged in the same pattern as theropod trackways found in rock formations around the world. Paleontologists recognized this connection long before the broader scientific community accepted that birds are dinosaurs. The anatomical evidence was always there, in the bones and the footprints, waiting to be properly interpreted. Moving to a different location, you're now in the Amazon rainforest, observing a hoatzin, a bizarre bird that retains juvenile claws on its wings, which the chicks use to climb through vegetation. It's one of the most primitive birds, showing characteristics that hint at its dinosaurian origins more clearly than most modern species. Watching it clamber awkwardly through the branches, you can imagine the transitional forms, the creatures that were neither fully dinosaurs nor fully birds but something in between. The fossil record has provided spectacular examples of these transitional forms. Archaeopteryx, discovered in 1861, showed a mixture of reptilian and avian features so perfect that it could have been manufactured to prove evolutionary theory. More recently, discoveries in China have revealed dozens of feathered dinosaurs, showing that feathers evolved long before flight, probably for insulation or display, and were later co-opted for aerial locomotion. You're holding a hummingbird in your hand, not literally, but watching one hover at a flower, its wings beating too fast to see clearly. This tiny creature, weighing less than a nickel, is as much a dinosaur as T-Rex. Its high metabolism, its hollow bones, and its 4-chambered heart, all inherited from theropod ancestors. The hummingbird represents an extreme elaboration of the basic dinosaur body plan, optimized for a lifestyle that requires hovering in mid-air and feeding on nectar. The evolutionary path from T-Rex to hummingbird seems almost absurdly improbable, but it's documented in the fossil record and confirmed by genetic analysis. Birds and crocodilians are each other's closest living relatives, a fact that would surprise most people, but makes perfect sense when you understand that they're both archosaurs, members of the group that dominated the Mesozoic. Crocodilians represent one line of archosaur evolution. Dinosaurs, including birds, represent another. You're now in Antarctica, watching penguins dive into the frigid ocean. These birds have evolved to a lifestyle so different from their flying ancestors that they seem almost alien. Their wings have become flippers, optimized for swimming rather than flight. They can dive hundreds of feet deep and stay underwater for 20 minutes. Yet they're still dinosaurs, still carrying the genetic legacy of creatures that walked on land 66 million years ago. The adaptability that allowed birds to survive the KPG extinction has served them well in the subsequent millions of years. They've diversified to fill ecological niches on every continent and in every habitat type. Seabirds like albatrosses spend years at sea, almost never touching land. Forest birds like woodpeckers have evolved specialized skulls that allow them to hammer on trees without getting concussions. Owls hunt silently in the darkness, their feathers modified to eliminate flight noise. Walking through a city park, you're surrounded by pigeons, descendants of rock doves that humans domesticated thousands of years ago. These birds have adapted to urban environments so successfully that they thrive in cities worldwide. They nest on buildings instead of cliffs, eat food scraps instead of seeds, and navigate around traffic with ease. Their success in human-dominated landscapes is testament to the evolutionary flexibility inherited from their dinosaurian ancestors. You notice a crow investigating a puzzle box using tools to extract food. Corvids, the family that includes crows, ravens, and jays, display intelligence that rivals great apes. They can recognize individual human faces, hold grudges, plan for the future, and even understand concepts like zero. This cognitive sophistication evolved independently from mammalian intelligence, showing that the dinosaur lineage was capable of producing complex brains and behaviors. In a laboratory, you're watching a chicken embryo develop. In the early stages, it has teeth and a long bony tail, characteristics its ancestors lost millions of years ago, but which are still encoded in its DNA. Scientists can reactivate these dormant genes, creating chickens with dinosaur-like features. The experiment demonstrates that evolution doesn't create new features from nothing, but modifies and recombines existing genetic material, and that modern birds retain, in their genomes, the instructions for building features their ancestors possessed. The genetic studies have revealed fascinating details about bird evolution. The high metabolic rate, the efficient respiratory system with air sacs extending into hollow bones, and the sophisticated colour vision. All of these appear to have been present in at least some theropod dinosaurs before the KPG extinction. Birds didn't invent these features, they inherited them and then refined them over millions of years. You're in Madagascar, observing elephant birds, or rather, looking at their bones in a museum since they went extinct only a few hundred years ago, hunted to extinction by humans. These flightless giants stood 10 feet tall and weighed half a ton, the largest birds ever to exist. Their extinction illustrates that dinosaurs, avian dinosaurs, are still vulnerable to environmental catastrophes, especially those caused by a species capable of rapidly transforming ecosystems. In New Zealand, the story is similar. Moas, giant flightless birds that evolved in the absence of mammalian predators, thrived for millions of years until humans arrived. Within a few centuries, all moa species were extinct. The parallel to the non-avian dinosaurs is sobering. Evolutionary success measured in millions of years offers no protection against rapid environmental change. But most bird species are still thriving, at least for now. You're in a tropical rainforest at dawn, experiencing what biologists call the dawn chorus. Dozens of bird species calling simultaneously, creating a wall of sound that's almost overwhelming. Each species has its own song, its own acoustic niche. Songbirds evolved their sophisticated vocalizations about 50 million years ago, and they've been refining them ever since. The ability to produce complex sounds required specialized anatomy, a syrinx, the avian vocal organ, which allows some species to produce two different notes simultaneously. Lyrebirds can mimic almost any sound they hear, including chainsaws and car alarms. This vocal flexibility may have evolved from the same neurological substrate that allows for complex communication in many dinosaurs. We know from fossilized skulls that some hadrosaurs had elaborate nasal passages likely used for vocalization. You finish your journey in a backyard watching common birds at a feeder. Sparrows, finches and cardinals. These unremarkable birds, so familiar they're almost invisible, represent one of evolution's greatest success stories. They're dinosaurs, refined by 66 million years of natural selection, adapted to thrive in a world utterly different from the one their ancestors knew. They survived the asteroid, the impact winter, and the millions of years of ecosystem reorganization that followed. Looking at them, you realize that the question isn't just what killed the dinosaurs, but what allowed some dinosaurs to survive. The answer lies in the characteristics birds inherited and refined: small size, high metabolism, adaptable diet, and the ability to move quickly across changing landscapes. These traits served their ancestors well in the Cretaceous, but they became absolutely crucial when the world ended and had to be remade. The dinosaurs didn't disappear. They transformed. They adapted. They persisted through the worst catastrophe to hit Earth in hundreds of millions of years, and they're still here, still evolving, still successful. Every bird you see is a living dinosaur, carrying genetic information that traces back through an unbroken chain to the Triassic period, more than 200 million years ago. That's not extinction. That's survival. You're standing in the Badlands of Montana as evening settles across the landscape. The eroded hills glow pink and orange in the fading light. Layers of sedimentary rock exposed like pages in a book. Each layer represents a slice of time, and somewhere in these rocks lies the thin dark line that marks the KPG boundary. The moment everything changed. A paleontologist works carefully at an excavation site, brushes and small tools revealing bone fragments from the late Cretaceous. Each fossil tells a story, but it's a story that ends abruptly. Above the boundary layer, no more triceratops, no more hadrosaurs, no more tyrannosaurs. Just the quiet testimony of absence. The legacy of the dinosaurs isn't loud or dramatic. It's subtle, woven into the fabric of the modern world in ways that aren't immediately obvious. The birds in the trees are the most direct legacy, but there's more. The flowering plants that the dinosaurs helped spread through their feeding and migration now dominate terrestrial ecosystems. The small mammals that survived in the dinosaurs' shadow have inherited the earth and diversified into forms the dinosaurs could never have imagined. You think about the lessons embedded in this story. The first is humility. The dinosaurs were successful beyond measure. They dominated terrestrial ecosystems for over 160 million years. Humans, in our current form, have existed for perhaps 300,000 years. Our civilizations are younger still. measured in mere thousands of years. By any objective measure, the dinosaurs were more successful than we've been so far. Yet success over millions of years didn't protect them when circumstances changed catastrophically. The second lesson is about the nature of extinction. It's not always dramatic. Yes, the asteroid impact was violent and sudden, but what killed most dinosaurs wasn't the impact itself. It was the slow starvation, the gradual cold, and the accumulating stresses of an ecosystem that had stopped functioning. Most species die not with a bang but with a whimper, populations dwindling over generations until the last individual dies somewhere, unnoticed and unremembered except as a gap in the fossil record. The third lesson is about resilience and adaptation. The dinosaurs that survived, the birds, weren't necessarily superior to those that died. They were lucky in their characteristics, fortunate that the traits they happened to possess aligned with what was needed to survive the catastrophe. Evolution doesn't produce better creatures in any absolute sense. It produces creatures well suited to their current environment. When that environment changes radically, the well-adapted can become the extinct. You're walking now through a modern forest. Oak trees, maple trees, songbirds calling, and a deer in the distance. This ecosystem has no direct connection to the Cretaceous forest you visited at the journey's beginning, and yet it's built on the same fundamental principles. Sunlight converted to chemical energy through photosynthesis, herbivores eating plants, carnivores eating herbivores, and decomposers recycling nutrients. The players have changed, but the play continues. Somewhere in this forest, a fossil lies buried. Perhaps a tooth from a Cretaceous mammal, perhaps a fragment of petrified wood from a tree that grew in the dinosaur's shadow. The rock will erode eventually, exposing the fossil to weather and chance. Maybe someone will find it, recognize it for what it is, and add it to the accumulated knowledge of deep time. Or maybe it will crumble to dust, its story untold. The dinosaurs left behind more than fossils. They left behind ecological space that other creatures filled. They left behind evolutionary experiments, feathers, hollow bones, efficient respiratory systems that birds refined and carried forward. They left behind lessons about the fragility of dominance and the arbitrary nature of survival. Standing here, you realize that humans are writing our own chapter in Earth's history. We're altering climate, driving species extinct and transforming landscapes on a global scale. We're conducting an experiment whose outcome is uncertain. The dinosaurs didn't choose their fate. They were victims of a cosmic accident. We're different. We see what we're doing. We understand the consequences. We have the knowledge and potentially the ability to choose a different path. The question is whether we will. The night has fully fallen now. Above you, stars appear. Different stars than the dinosaurs saw. Constellations that have shifted over 66 million years as Earth orbits the Sun and the solar system moves through the galaxy. But they're fundamentally the same stars, burning the same nuclear fires, following the same physical laws. You think about time, about the vast stretches of it that separate you from the Triceratops you watched browsing cycads, from the Edmontosaurus herds, and from the Quetzalcoatlus gliding on warm Cretaceous air. 66 million years, a number so large it defeats comprehension. Yet in Earth's 4.5 billion year history, it's just a brief moment, less than 1.5% of the planet's total age. The dinosaurs rose, dominated, and fell within a portion of that history. They didn't fail. Failure implies they were trying to achieve something and didn't succeed. They simply existed, evolved, adapted, and eventually encountered circumstances they couldn't adapt to quickly enough. Their ending was neither tragic nor triumphant. It was simply what happened. And now, in this quiet evening, their legacy surrounds you, in the birds roosting in the trees, in the fossil fuels we burn, created from organisms that lived in the dinosaurs' world, in the limestone buildings of cities made from the shells of marine creatures that lived and died while dinosaurs walked the earth, in the scientific knowledge accumulated from decades of studying their remains, in the wonder they inspire in children and adults alike, bridging millions of years to create connections between modern minds and ancient lives. The gentle disappearance of the dinosaurs, gradual at first, then catastrophically accelerated, then slowly fading from memory except for the clues they left behind, speaks to the impermanence of all things. Species arise and vanish. Continents drift. Mountains erode. Even the stars eventually burn out. Nothing lasts forever, no matter how successful, how well adapted, or how dominant. But while things last, they matter. The dinosaurs mattered to the ecosystems they inhabited, to the evolution of countless other species, and to the shape of the world they left behind. They matter now to the scientists who study them, to the people who marvel at their reconstructed skeletons, and to the writers and artists and filmmakers who bring them back to life in imagination. You're heading back now, leaving the Badlands behind. The fossils remain, locked in stone, waiting. Some will be found and studied, others will erode away, their stories permanently lost. And in the fullness of time, even the fossils that are found and carefully preserved in museums will eventually return to dust, as everything does. But for now, they endure. The bones remember, even if the creatures are gone. They speak of a world fundamentally different from ours, yet governed by the same principles. They remind us that Earth's history is long, that our tenure here is brief, and that the planet existed for billions of years before us, and will likely exist for billions more after us. The dinosaurs slowly disappeared, but they left behind more than absence. They left behind a record of what's possible, of how life can diversify and adapt and fill every available niche. They left behind warnings about what can happen when conditions change faster than evolution can respond. And they left behind inspiration, the sheer wonder of creatures so different from anything alive today, yet so magnificently suited to their time. As you settle in for sleep, the day's journey through deep time fading into dream, you carry with you an understanding. The dinosaur's story isn't separate from our own. We're all part of the same grand narrative, the story of life on Earth, unfolding across billions of years. The dinosaurs had their chapter. We're writing ours now. How it ends is still up to us. Sleep well. The stars that watched over the dinosaurs are watching still, patient and unchanging, as Earth continues its ancient rotation through the vast darkness of space. Your eyes open slowly, and the first thing you notice that is wrong is the light. It's not the clean, bright morning you're used to. Instead, a murky yellowish glow filters through a window that seems smaller than it should be. The glass is thick and slightly wavy, and condensation has gathered in the corners like tiny pools waiting to spill. You're lying on something that feels like a mattress but isn't quite right. It's firmer than you expect, and you can feel the individual ridges beneath the fabric, horsehair stuffing, though you don't know that yet. The sheets are rough against your skin, not the smooth cotton you remember going to sleep in. They're linen, and they've been washed so many times they've achieved a texture somewhere between sandpaper and burlap. Though they're surprisingly warm, the air tastes different. That's the strangest part, actually. You can taste the air. It has a thickness to it, like breathing in soup, There's coal smoke, obviously, but also something organic and vaguely unpleasant that you'll later realise is the Thames at low tide mixed with a few 100,000 coal fires burning simultaneously. Victorian London doesn't just smell, it announces itself with every breath. As you sit up, your body feels the same, but the room is entirely foreign. The ceiling is high, much higher than modern rooms, but the space somehow feels cramped anyway. Dark wallpaper with an intricate pattern of flowers or vines covers the walls, and you realise with a start that there's no light switch. In fact, there are no electrical outlets at all. The room is lit by that strange window, and by the remnants of whatever coal fire burned in the small fireplace last night. You're wearing a nightshirt that feels like it's been cut from sail canvas. It's long, reaching past your knees, and there's absolutely nothing underneath it. The Victorians had very different ideas about sleepwear, and comfort wasn't high on their priority list. Modesty and practicality won that battle decisively. Standing up requires more effort than you expect. The floor is cold, proper cold that seeps through your bare feet like you're standing on a block of ice. The floorboards are bare wood, and you can feel every splinter and groove. There's a thin rug beside the bed, but it does little to combat the chill that seems to radiate from the very foundation of the building. The fog outside isn't like fog you've experienced before. This is the famous London pea super, a combination of natural mist and coal smoke that creates something almost supernatural. It presses against the windows like something alive, turning the street below into a series of shadows and suggestions rather than actual shapes. You can hear the city though, the clatter of horse hooves on cobblestones, the cry of a street vendor somewhere in the murk, and the perpetual background hum of a million people going about their morning routines. Your modern instincts kick in, and you look for your phone. Of course, there isn't one. No phone, no laptop, no tablet, no screen of any kind. The silence in the room is complete except for the sounds drifting up from the street and the occasional creak of the building settling. It's the kind of quiet that makes you realise how much ambient noise you're used to. No refrigerator hum, no HVAC system, no electronics of any kind emitting their barely perceptible frequencies. There's a washstand in the corner with a ceramic pitcher and basin. The water in the pitcher has a thin skin of ice on it. This is how you'll wash your face this morning, by breaking ice with your fingers and splashing freezing water on your skin. The Victorians were apparently made of sterner stuff than modern humans, or perhaps they just didn't have a choice in the matter. A looking glass hangs above the washstand, and when you peer into it you see yourself but different. Your face is the same, but there's something in your expression. Perhaps it's the early morning confusion, or maybe it's the dawning realisation that you're about to spend an entire day without any of the conveniences you've taken for granted your whole life. The room tells stories if you know how to read them. There's a chamber pot tucked discreetly under the bed, because bathrooms in the modern sense don't exist in most Victorian homes. There's a small coal scuttle by the fireplace with a few lumps of coal still in it. Your clothes for the day are laid out on a wooden chair that looks hand-carved and probably older than some modern countries. Getting dressed in Victorian clothing is going to be an adventure unto itself, but first you need to face that icy water and prepare yourself for a day in a world where everything familiar has been replaced with historical authenticity. The fog continues to press against the windows, and somewhere in the distance you hear a church bell marking the hour. It's 7 in the morning, and London is already awake. Stepping out onto a Victorian London street is like walking onto a stage where every person is an actor, and the set design is both magnificent and slightly horrifying. The fog has lifted somewhat, revealing a world that's simultaneously more impressive and more disturbing than you imagined. The cobblestones beneath your feet are uneven, worn smooth in some places and jagged in others. You're wearing boots now, proper Victorian boots that button up the side and take approximately 10 minutes to put on correctly. They're stiff, uncomfortable, and will probably give you blisters by noon, but they're better than the alternative. The streets here collect things you don't want touching your bare feet. The buildings loom above you in a way that modern architecture rarely manages. Victorian London was built upward out of necessity, and the result is streets that feel like canyons with ornate facades. Every building is different, each one competing to be more elaborate than its neighbours. There's carved stonework, decorative brickwork, and architectural flourishes that serve no practical purpose except to demonstrate that the owner had money to spend on looking prosperous. But the real star of the show is the sensory overload that hits you from every direction. Let's start with the horses, because Victorian London ran on horsepower in the most literal sense possible. Everywhere you look, there are horses, pulling hansom cabs, hauling delivery wagons, carrying individual riders, and standing patiently while their owners conduct business. And horses, as you're rapidly discovering, produce waste at an impressive rate. The streets are covered in it. Not completely, because there's an entire economy built around collecting horse manure, but enough that watching your step becomes second nature within minutes. Crossing sweepers, usually children, wait at intersections with their brooms, ready to clear a path through the muck for a penny. It's clever, entrepreneurial, and deeply depressing all at once. The smell is democratic. It affects everyone equally, from the finest gentleman in his tailcoat to the poorest street vendor. Coal smoke, horse manure, unwashed humanity, rotting vegetables from the markets, and the peculiar tang of industrial chemicals all combine into a scent that you'll eventually stop noticing simply because your nose will give up in self-defense. The noise is extraordinary. Without modern sound insulation or noise pollution laws, Victorian London operates at a volume that would violate every noise ordinance in a contemporary city. Iron-shod wheels on cobblestones create a constant rumble like perpetual thunder. Street vendors call out their wares in practiced rhythms that cut through the other noise. Horses whinny, dogs bark, children shout, and everywhere there's the background percussion of a city made of metal and stone banging against itself. The people are the most fascinating part. Everyone is wearing layers upon layers of clothing because central heating doesn't exist, and Victorian morality demands that every inch of skin be covered. The men are in suits or work clothes, all of them wearing hats of some description. Top hats for the wealthy, cloth caps for workers, and bowlers for the middle class. Removing your hat indoors or when greeting a lady is mandatory. Social signalling was practically an Olympic sport in Victorian times. The women are engineering marvels, those dresses you've seen in movies. They're actually understating the complexity. Under those beautiful fabrics is a construction project involving corsets, petticoats, bustles, and enough fabric to upholster a small sofa. Women's fashion in the 1880s was designed to create a specific silhouette that required substantial architecture to achieve. The result is that women move differently, smaller steps, careful postures, and an awareness of their clothing that modern fashion rarely demands. Social class is visible at a glance. The wealthy glide by in private carriages, their clothing pristine and elaborate. The middle class walks or takes omnibuses, their clothes respectable but practical. The working poor wear whatever holds together, often visibly patched and worn thin from years of use. Children from poor families often go barefoot even in cold weather, their faces smudged with the ever-present coal dust that settles on everything. The street vendors add a carnival atmosphere to the urban landscape. Pie sellers carry their wares in wooden trays hung from their necks, calling out, "Hot pies," "meat pies," in voices trained to carry half a block. Flower girls offer posies from baskets that look bigger than they are. Men sell everything from matches to bootlaces to mysterious items you can't quite identify. Each one has their own pitch, their own territory, and their own regular customers who they know by sight. The omnibuses, horse-drawn precursors to public buses, lumber through the streets like mobile chaos. They're painted in bright colours advertising their routes, and they're always full. The driver sits up top, exposed to the weather, while passengers cram inside or climb the stairs to the open-air upper deck. It costs a few pence to ride, and the conductor moves through the crowd collecting fares with practised efficiency. Hansom cabs zip through the traffic with the agility of sports cars, their drivers shouting warnings to pedestrians who don't move fast enough. These are the taxis of Victorian London, and their drivers are legendary for knowing every street and shortcut in the city. They're also legendary for their colourful language when other traffic gets in their way, though you're not supposed to acknowledge hearing it. The architecture tells you where you are in London's complex social geography. The grand buildings of Westminster and the West End advertise imperial power and wealth. The commercial chaos of the city, London's financial district, bustles with clerks and businessmen. The residential squares of Bloomsbury and Belgravia hide elegant homes behind iron railings and private gardens. And everywhere else is the vast middle and working class London that houses the millions who make the city function. You notice the air quality improving as you walk. Well, improving is relative. It's still terrible by modern standards, but you've moved away from a particularly smoky area. The fog has reduced to a light haze, and you can actually see the sky, though it's a grey that suggests the sun is more theoretical than actual today. Public buildings provide punctuation in the urban landscape. Churches tower above surrounding structures, their spires reaching toward heaven in defiance of the earthly muck below. The new post offices, Victorian Britain was modernising its communications infrastructure, stand proud with their official architecture and busy traffic of people sending letters and telegrams. Banks look like temples, which is probably intentional, given that money was its own kind of religion in Victorian society. The parks are sanctuaries from the urban intensity. Even small squares of green space offer relief from the stone and brick that dominates everywhere else. The grass is real, the trees are mature, and for a few moments you can breathe air that hasn't been processed through coal fires and horse lungs. By mid-morning, Victorian London has fully awakened, and the city operates with a complexity that rivals any modern metropolis. The difference is that everything requires doing by hand, with animals, or through mechanical contraptions that would look steampunk if they weren't completely authentic. The shops are opening, and shopping in Victorian London is nothing like pushing a cart through a supermarket. Most shops are small, specialised affairs where the shopkeeper knows their inventory personally and keeps it behind the counter. You don't browse, you ask for what you want, and they fetch it. The relationship between customer and shopkeeper is formal and ritualised, with proper greetings and polite inquiries about health and weather before anyone mentions what you're actually there to purchase. The baker's shop smells of yeast and coal smoke. The bread is baked in coal-fired ovens, and the result is delicious but distinctly flavoured by its cooking method. The loaves are crusty, dense, and absolutely nothing like modern sliced bread. They're sold by weight, and the baker's apprentice wraps your purchase in paper that will disintegrate if it gets damp. The butcher's shop is an experience that requires a strong stomach. Whole animals hang in the window, and the butcher prepares your order while you wait, cutting and wrapping with practiced efficiency. Refrigeration doesn't exist, so meat is sold fresh and meant to be cooked soon. The smell is strong, and you try not to think too hard about hygiene standards that won't be formalised for another several decades. The greengrocer offers produce that's seasonal, local and muddy. No plastic wrap, no refrigeration, no produce that's travelled thousands of miles to reach London. What's available depends entirely on what's growing in England right now or what's just arrived from Europe. The variety is limited compared to modern supermarkets, but the flavour is often stronger. Vegetables that haven't been bred for transportability taste like themselves in ways that modern produce sometimes doesn't. The working day for most Londoners started at dawn and will continue until dusk or later. Factory workers have been at their machines for hours already, operating equipment that's dangerous, noisy and exhausting. Office workers, a growing class in Victorian London, are bent over desks, copying documents by hand or operating the new typewriters that are revolutionising paperwork. Shop assistants stand behind their counters for 12 or 14-hour stretches because sitting down while working is considered lazy. The pace of life is simultaneously slower and more exhausting than modern work. Everything takes longer. There are no computers, no phones, and no quick communication of any kind beyond sending a messenger boy. But the physical demands are relentless. Even supposedly genteel office work involves writing by hand for hours, which is more tiring than it sounds. Street life provides constant entertainment if you're observing rather than participating. The urchins running errands, the ladies doing their morning shopping with servants carrying their purchases, the businessmen hurrying to appointments, the police constables walking their beats in their distinctive uniforms and tall helmets. Everyone is part of an intricate social choreography that operates on rules you're only beginning to understand. The postal system is remarkably efficient. Letters posted in the morning will be delivered that same day in London, carried by postmen who walk their routes multiple times daily. The telegraph, Victorian London's fastest communication technology, can send messages across the country in minutes, though it's expensive and used primarily for important business or emergencies. The class system is visible in every interaction. The wealthy don't acknowledge the poor unless they're servants or tradespeople providing services. The middle class imitates the wealthy while trying to distance themselves from the workers. The poor navigate a world where their existence is often treated as a necessary evil or an unfortunate reality to be ignored. It's uncomfortable to watch, even more uncomfortable to participate in, and completely normal to everyone around you. The afternoon in Victorian London operates on different rhythms than the morning. By 2 o'clock, the city has shifted gears. The frantic morning energy has settled into something more sustained and purposeful, though no less busy. Lunch is a concept that varies wildly by class. The wealthy are sitting down to elaborate multi-course affairs in their dining rooms, served by staff who appear and disappear silently. The middle class might have a simple meal at home or in one of the new restaurants that are becoming fashionable. Workers grab whatever they can afford from street vendors, a pie, some bread and cheese, perhaps a cup of tea from a vendor with a portable urn. The tea itself deserves attention, because Victorian Britain ran on tea the way modern society runs on coffee. Strong, black and sweetened with sugar that's still enough of a luxury that people measure it carefully. Milk is added if you can afford it, and the result is a drink that's more fortification than refreshment. Tea breaks punctuate the working day like markers on a timeline. Brief respites from labour that's often monotonous and always demanding. The streets have changed character since morning. The commercial deliveries that dominated early hours have given way to personal traffic. Ladies visiting for afternoon calls, gentlemen conducting business, and servants running errands for their employers. The traffic is still intense, but it's more varied, more social, and less about getting goods from one place to another. The public houses, pubs, are open, and they serve as social centres for working-class London. These aren't the charming establishments you might imagine from period dramas. They're often crowded, smoky, and filled with people seeking temporary escape from lives that are physically exhausting and financially precarious. The beer is warm, flat by modern standards, and considerably stronger than contemporary brews. For the middle and upper classes, afternoon visiting is serious business. Ladies call on each other's homes according to elaborate social protocols. You leave cards, and you sit in parlours drinking tea and engaging in conversation that's simultaneously gossip and intelligence gathering. Who's engaged, who's in financial trouble, who's been seen with whom. Information flows through these afternoon calls like data through modern social networks. The Victorian parlour is a stage set designed to display wealth and good taste. Every surface is covered with something. Doilies, decorative objects, photographs in elaborate frames, and books carefully chosen to suggest intellectual interests. The furniture is heavy, dark and arranged to encourage formal conversation rather than relaxation. Comfort is less important than propriety. Children from wealthy families are supervised by nannies and governesses, learning the skills and knowledge appropriate to their class. Boys will eventually go to schools that prepare them for universities or business. Girls learn accomplishments like music, drawing, and languages that will make them attractive marriage prospects. Working-class children are often working themselves, in factories, as servants, or helping their families with piecework done at home. The afternoon also brings educational and cultural opportunities for those with time and money. Museums are open, though many charge admission fees that limit access to the middle and upper classes. Libraries exist, but are primarily subscription services. You pay an annual fee for borrowing privileges. Public education is expanding but still limited, and literacy rates reflect this reality. Hyde Park and other green spaces fill with afternoon strollers, the wealthy parade in their finest clothing seeing and being seen. The middle class takes more modest walks, enjoying fresh air that's marginally less polluted than the streets. The very poor might pass through on their way to other destinations, because leisure time is a luxury they can't afford. The light begins to change as afternoon progresses toward evening. The sun, which has been filtering weakly through cloud and smoke all day, starts its decline. The shadows lengthen, and there's a subtle shift in the city's energy. The afternoon's purposeful activity begins transitioning toward the evening's different rhythms. Street vendors change their offerings. Fewer vegetables and flowers, more hot food and small comforts for people heading home from work. The pie sellers do brisk business, as do the chestnut roasters who appear with their portable braziers, filling corners with the smell of roasting nuts that provides temporary relief from less pleasant urban odours. Traffic intensifies as businesses begin closing and workers head home. The omnibuses become even more crowded, packed with people who can afford the fare. Those who can't walk, often considerable distances, to reach homes in neighbourhoods that are cheaper because they're farther from employment centres. The Thames, which has been a presence all day, you can smell it even when you can't see it, becomes more prominent as you move toward the river. The docks are busy with ships from around the world, loading and unloading cargo that will be distributed throughout Britain. The river itself is working infrastructure, crowded with boats of every size, all of them contributing to London's position as the world's largest port. Watching the Thames, you're reminded that Victorian London was the centre of a global empire. The goods moving through those docks come from India, Australia, Africa, and the Caribbean, everywhere that British power and trade have reached. It's impressive and troubling simultaneously. The foundation of prosperity built on colonialism that won't be questioned for decades yet. As twilight approaches, Victorian London transforms into something that's simultaneously magical and ominous. The lamplighters begin their rounds, men with long poles who walk through the streets igniting the gas lamps that provide nighttime illumination. It's a job that exists only in the brief window between the introduction of gaslighting and the arrival of electricity, and watching them work feels like observing a ritual from another world. The gas lamps create pools of yellowish light that push back the darkness without quite conquering it. The spaces between lamps remain murky, and the overall effect is less like illumination and more like punctuation marks of brightness in an otherwise dark text. The light itself is different from electric lighting, softer, warmer, and somehow less reliable, as if it might go out at any moment. The quality of the evening depends entirely on where you are in London's complex social geography. In the West End, theatres are preparing for their evening performances. The theatres themselves are architectural gems, built to impress audiences even before the curtain rises. Gaslighting illuminates elaborate interiors decorated with plush and gilt, creating an atmosphere of grandeur that's designed to make attendees feel special just for being there. The shows are varied. Shakespeare performed by celebrated actors, musical entertainments, melodramas that allow audiences to boo villains and cheer heroes, and pantomimes that combine fairy tales with contemporary satire. The theatres are social spaces where different classes mix but remain separate. The wealthy in their private boxes and premium seats, the middle class in the stalls, and the working class in the gallery, where tickets are cheap and behaviour is rowdy. Music halls offer different entertainment, variety shows featuring singers, dancers, comedians, and specialty acts. These are less respectable than theatres, and more working class in their audience and content. The atmosphere is raucous, the humour is broad, and drinking is encouraged. The music hall is where you go to forget your troubles rather than be elevated by art, though the distinction between the two is often less clear than Victorian moral guardians would prefer. In residential areas, evening routines vary by class but share common rhythms. Families gather for dinner, the main meal of the day for those who can afford it. The wealthy eat elaborate affairs served in formal dining rooms. The middle class has simpler fare but still maintains proper table manners and conversation. The working class makes do with whatever they can afford, often eating in kitchens that also serve as living rooms because their homes are too small for separate spaces. After dinner, the evening stretches ahead with far fewer entertainment options than modern life provides. Without televisions, computers or phones, people read, engage in hobbies, or simply talk. Letter writing is a common evening activity. Maintaining correspondence with family and friends requires regular attention, and the well-educated are expected to be articulate writers. For the working class, evening might mean a few hours at the pub before exhausted sleep, or working on piecework projects at home to supplement inadequate wages. Children are put to bed early, partly because childhood is shorter in practical terms. They'll be working soon enough, so rest now is pragmatic rather than coddling. The streets take on a different character after dark. Respectable people don't linger outside once night falls, because Victorian London has a well-deserved reputation for crime that's not entirely exaggerated. The police, a relatively new institution still finding its footing, patrol in pairs, their presence designed to reassure law-abiding citizens and deter criminals. But the city doesn't sleep. Night workers are everywhere. Bakers starting their work for tomorrow's bread, night soil men collecting waste from cesspits and privies, and market workers preparing for the next day's business. London operates on overlapping schedules, with some people ending their day as others begin theirs. The fog, which cleared somewhat during the day, often returns at night, thicker and more oppressive. Combined with the darkness and the limited lighting, navigating Victorian London after dark requires local knowledge or considerable courage. Streets that were merely crowded during the day become maze-like and vaguely threatening. There's a romance to the evening gaslight that photographers and artists have captured, but the lived reality is less picturesque. The light is dim enough that reading strains your eyes, and many Victorians suffer from vision problems, partly because they spend their lives squinting at things in inadequate illumination. The gas flames consume oxygen, making rooms stuffy, and they produce their own smell that adds to the complex olfactory symphony of Victorian urban life. For those with evening social engagements, dinner parties, card games, social calls, elaborate preparations are required. Evening dress is formal and highly specific and takes substantial time to put on correctly. Women's evening gowns are even more complex than their day wear, with lower necklines that scandalise foreign visitors but are perfectly acceptable within the confines of private entertainment. The dinner party is a performance where multiple courses are served. Conversation follows strict guidelines about appropriate topics, and every gesture and word is evaluated according to social rules that have been refined over generations. Getting through an evening without committing some faux pas requires constant attention to etiquette that modern people would find exhausting. Deep night in Victorian London is when the city reveals its most honest face. The social pretences of daylight fade, and what remains is a complex ecosystem of people surviving, thriving, working, and sleeping in a metropolis that never completely stops moving. The darkness is profound in ways that modern urban dwellers rarely experience. Even with gas lamps, large portions of London remain pitch black after midnight. The moon and stars, when visible through the perpetual haze of coal smoke, provide supplemental light, but it's not enough to eliminate the shadows that dominate the urban landscape. In wealthier neighbourhoods, the houses are mostly dark by 11 or midnight, their inhabitants asleep behind heavy curtains that block both light and cold. The streets are quiet except for the occasional late cab returning someone from an evening engagement, the horses' hooves echoing off the buildings like a heartbeat in the darkness. But in working-class areas, night is when the city shows its desperation. Homeless people, and Victorian London has thousands of them, seek shelter in doorways, under bridges, and anywhere that provides minimal protection from the elements. The workhouses offer beds for those desperate enough to accept them, but they're so grim that many prefer the streets. The night soil men make their rounds, collecting human waste from cesspits and outdoor privies. It's disgusting work, but it pays relatively well because few people will do it. They work in the dark hours partly for practical reasons. Waste is easier to transport when the streets are empty, and partly to spare Victorian sensibilities from confronting too directly where all that waste goes. The Thames at night is busy with different traffic. Coal barges move under cover of darkness, docking at industrial sites along the river. Passenger ferries continue operating until late, carrying people across and along the river because bridges are still limited and often congested. The water itself is largely invisible in the darkness, marked more by sound and smell than sight. Criminal activity, which exists at all hours, becomes more brazen after dark. Pickpockets work the theatre crowds and pub districts. Burglars prefer homes where the inhabitants are asleep. The police patrol with increased vigilance, but they're vastly outnumbered, and Victorian London has plenty of dark corners where criminal enterprise can operate relatively undisturbed. The sounds of night are different from day. Without the constant rumble of commercial traffic, individual sounds become more distinct. You can hear voices from open windows, the cry of babies, the arguments of couples who think the darkness provides privacy, the barking of dogs, the yowling of cats, and the scurrying of rats that are as much a part of Victorian London as the human inhabitants. Speaking of rats, Victorian London has millions of them. They live in the sewers, in the walls of buildings, and in warehouses and shops, feeding on the endless supply of waste and garbage that a city of several million people produces. At night, when humans are less active, rats become bold, venturing into streets and alleys in numbers that would horrify modern city dwellers. The night markets operate in certain areas, selling goods that might not stand up to daylight scrutiny. Used clothing, questionable food, items that might have fallen off the back of a cart. The informal economy thrives in the hours when official commerce is closed. These markets serve people who work odd hours, or who can only afford the cheapest possible goods regardless of their origin. Factory workers on night shifts experience a different London entirely. They enter their workplaces in darkness and emerge in darkness, seeing their homes and families primarily on their one day off per week. The factories themselves are lit by gas lamps that create their own hazards. The combination of open flames and industrial machinery has predictable results, and factory fires are a regular occurrence. The bakers start their work around 3 a.m, firing up ovens and beginning the process of producing the bread that will be sold throughout the coming day. Walking past a bakery in the early morning darkness, the smell of baking bread provides a moment of pure sensory pleasure that cuts through the usual urban odours. The new technology of the telegraph operates 24 hours, with operators sitting in offices sending and receiving messages through the night. It's the beginning of the modern expectation that information should be available instantly rather than waiting for the next day's mail delivery. Some public houses stay open late, operating in a grey area of legal and illegal depending on their location and their relationship with local police. These late-night establishments serve people who work odd hours, people with nowhere else to go, and people who prefer the company of the pub to their own lodgings. The atmosphere is different from daytime drinking, quieter, more desperate, less social, and more about numbing whatever makes sleep difficult. Hospital wards operate through the night, staffed by overworked nurses who care for patients in conditions that are gradually improving but still shockingly inadequate by modern standards. Medical understanding is advancing rapidly in Victorian England, but practical application lags behind theoretical knowledge, and hospitals remain places where the poor go because they have no other option. The churches stand dark and locked, except for the very largest, which maintains small chapels open for prayer. Victorian religion is both intensely private and intensely public, and the after-hours availability of religious spaces reflects this complexity. Around 4 a.m, London begins its transition back toward day. The earliest workers start appearing on the streets, servants beginning their daily routines, delivery drivers preparing their wagons, and market vendors heading to wholesale markets to purchase their stock for the day. The darkness starts to feel temporary rather than permanent, and the city prepares for another cycle of its endless routine. As dawn approaches and the sky begins its slow transition from black to grey, you find yourself in a quiet square, sitting on a damp bench, watching Victorian London wake up for another day. The experience of the past 24 hours has been overwhelming, exhausting, fascinating, and occasionally disturbing. Everything that reality should be when you strip away the comfortable filtering that historical distance provides. The fog is returning, or perhaps it never really left. The coal fires are being lit in thousands of homes, and the smoke is already beginning to accumulate in the morning air. Soon the streets will fill again with horses, people, and the complex machinery of urban life that somehow functions despite operating on principles that seem impossibly antiquated from a modern perspective. You've learned things that no book or documentary could have taught you. You now know what coal smoke tastes like when it's everywhere, what genuine cold feels like without central heating, and what urban noise sounds like without sound insulation. You understand in your body, not just your mind, what it means to live without electricity, without instant communication, without any of the technologies that define modern existence. The social observations have been equally educational. You've seen how visible inequality is when everyone shares the same public spaces, but clearly belongs to different worlds. You've noticed how much energy Victorian society spent on maintaining social distinctions, on performing class identity, and on signalling status through clothes, speech and behaviour. You've been struck by the physicality of Victorian life. Everything requires more effort. Getting dressed, staying warm, getting from place to place, obtaining food and staying clean. The simple acts of daily existence that modern people accomplish without thought required sustained attention and considerable labour in the Victorian era. But you've also noticed things that modern life has lost. The bread tastes better because it's made daily from flour that hasn't been processed into nutritional emptiness. The clothes, despite being uncomfortable, are made to last and often contain better craftsmanship than anything you own. The social interactions, while formal, involve actually looking at people and talking to them rather than staring at screens. The pace of life is paradoxical. Everything takes longer, yet people seem to accomplish enormous amounts. The Victorian era was one of incredible productivity, innovation, and expansion, all achieved without computers, without modern transportation, and without instant communication. It suggests that maybe modern efficiency isn't quite as efficient as we like to think, or perhaps that efficiency isn't the only measure of a society's success. The dangers of Victorian London have been real and present throughout your journey. Disease, accident, crime, and poverty. All of them are closer to the surface than in modern developed societies. The social safety net that modern people take for granted doesn't exist. If you're poor, sick or unlucky, your options range from limited to non-existent. The environmental conditions have been a revelation. Modern people think they understand historical pollution because they've seen photographs of smoggy cities. But photographs don't convey the taste of the air, the way smoke irritates your throat, the omnipresent coal dust that settles on everything, the smell of the Thames, or the sound of thousands of horses producing waste faster than it can be collected. Yet there's beauty here too. The architecture is genuinely impressive, built by craftsmen who took pride in their work. The gaslighting, however inadequate, creates atmospheric effects that electric lights can't match. The sense of community in working-class neighbourhoods, born of shared hardship and mutual dependence, represents something that modern suburban isolation often lacks. The people you've observed have been the most interesting part. They're not the simplified historical figures from textbooks, or the romantic characters from period dramas. They're complex human beings dealing with the specific challenges of their time while experiencing the universal aspects of human existence. Love, ambition, fear, hope, boredom, and joy. The children you've seen will grow up to be Edwardians, to experience the First World War, and perhaps to live into the 1950s and wonder at television and jets. The young adults you've watched rushing to work will be the elderly of the 1920s and 30s, living bridges between the Victorian world and modernity. History isn't separate eras, it's continuous human experience flowing from one generation to the next. You realise that Victorian London isn't past, it's the foundation. These sewers being built right now will still be functioning in the 21st century. The buildings you've walked past will survive wars and urban renewal. The institutions being established, public libraries, museums, schools, hospitals, will evolve but persist. You're not visiting a dead world, you're observing the roots of the world you know. The experience has given you a different perspective on progress. Yes, modern life is more comfortable, safer, and healthier, and offers opportunities that Victorians couldn't imagine. But progress isn't linear improvement in every aspect. The Victorians built things to last, invested in beauty even in utilitarian projects, and maintained social connections that modern efficiency has sometimes eroded. The moral complexity is impossible to ignore. Victorian Britain ruled an empire that brought prosperity to some and exploitation to many. The wealth visible in London's grand buildings came partly from colonial extraction. The cheap goods in London shops were often produced by colonial labour under conditions that would be recognised as exploitative even by Victorian standards. There's no way to separate Victorian achievement from Victorian imperialism. Similarly, the period's social progress coexisted with shocking inequality. The same society that was expanding education and improving public health also allowed children to work in factories and mines. The era that produced great literature and scientific advances also maintained rigid class barriers and severely limited women's opportunities. These contradictions don't resolve neatly. The Victorians weren't villains or heroes. They were people working within their society's assumptions while gradually questioning and changing those assumptions. Progress happened because some Victorians recognised problems and worked to address them, not because history automatically moves toward justice. The gender dynamics have been particularly striking throughout your day. Women are everywhere, but their possibilities are constrained in ways that would be intolerable to modern women. Working-class women labour in factories, shops and homes. Middle-class women manage households and raise children within narrow social confines. Upper-class women perform elaborate social rituals that constitute their primary occupation. The legal status of women is somewhere between persons and property, depending on their marital status. Yet Victorian women are also pushing boundaries. Women writers are achieving success. Women activists are campaigning for education and suffrage, and women workers are organising for better conditions. The changes that will transform women's lives in the 20th century are beginning here, in small acts of resistance and assertion that will eventually remake society. The religious atmosphere has permeated everything you've experienced. Victorian Christianity isn't just Sunday worship, it's a framework that shapes social policy, personal behaviour and public discourse. Churches are everywhere. Religious language infuses ordinary conversation, and Christian morality, at least its public performance, is expected of everyone regardless of actual belief. But religious doubt is also present, growing among intellectuals and workers alike. Darwin's theories are being discussed and debated. Scientific thinking is challenging traditional religious explanations. The tension between faith and reason that characterises Victorian culture isn't resolved. It's actively being worked through by thoughtful people on all sides. As you sit in the gradually brightening square, the full cycle of the Victorian day becomes clear. It's not so different in structure from modern days. People wake, work, eat, rest, and sleep. The surface details have changed dramatically, but the underlying human rhythms remain constant. People in 1880 had the same basic needs and desires as people in the 21st century. They just fulfilled them with different technologies and within different social structures. The experience has also highlighted how recent modernity really is. Electric lights, automobiles, phones, computers, the internet. All of these arrived within roughly a century, a tiny sliver of human history. The Victorian world of gas lamps and horse transport is separated from the digital age by just 3 or 4 generations. Your own grandparents or great-grandparents might have been born into a world that more closely resembled Victorian London than contemporary life. This proximity is both comforting and unsettling. Comforting because it suggests humans are remarkably adaptable. Victorians coped with their challenges as effectively as moderns cope with theirs. Unsettling because it raises questions about what aspects of modern life will seem as antiquated to future generations as gaslighting seems to you. The technological changes are the most visible differences, but the social changes might be more profound. The rigid Victorian class system has softened in developed countries, though it has not disappeared. Gender roles have been dramatically reimagined. Racial attitudes have evolved, though imperfectly. Democratic participation has expanded. Individual freedom has increased in most areas, though surveillance capabilities have also grown. The Victorian world believed in hierarchy and tradition. The modern world celebrates equality and innovation, though both eras often fail to live up to their stated values. As the morning strengthens and the city fully awakens around you, you find yourself thinking about what this imaginary journey has offered beyond mere historical curiosity. What gifts does Victorian London give to a modern person willing to spend a day in its crowded, smoky, uncomfortable reality? First, there's the gift of proportion. Your own daily complaints. The Wi-Fi is slow, the coffee isn't quite right, the commute took an extra 10 minutes. Shrink when compared to Victorian challenges. This isn't to say modern problems aren't real, but perspective is valuable. The Victorians dealt with genuine hardship and found reasons to laugh, love, create, and persevere. Your own resilience is probably greater than you think. Second, there's appreciation for invisible infrastructure. You'll never take clean water, effective sewage, reliable electricity or modern medicine for granted again after experiencing their absence. The complex systems that support modern life are easy to ignore until you imagine life without them. Thousands of people work to build these systems, often in difficult conditions, and their legacy is the comfort you experience daily. Third, there's understanding of historical change. Victorian London seemed permanent to its inhabitants. The way things were seemed like the way things would always be. Yet within decades, much of that world had transformed. This suggests that your own world, which seems stable and permanent, is actually in constant flux. The changes might be gradual enough that you don't notice them day to day, but the cumulative effect over time can be revolutionary. Fourth, there's recognition of human constants. Despite all the differences, Victorians worried about their children's futures, worked to improve their circumstances, fell in love, experienced loss, found joy in small things, and struggled with meaning and purpose. The external circumstances change, but the internal human experience remains remarkably consistent across time and place. The Victorian emphasis on craftsmanship offers another lesson. In a world of mass-produced disposable goods, there's something appealing about objects made by skilled hands to last generations. The Victorian building you've been observing, with its careful stonework and decorative details, represents an investment of time and skill that modern construction often skips. Perhaps there's value in slowing down and doing some things well rather than doing everything quickly. The social interactions you've observed, while often rigid and formal, involve genuine attention to the people physically present. No one is checking their phone during conversations because phones don't exist. People look at each other, listen to each other, and engage directly. The Victorian social world, for all its flaws, required presence in ways that modern life sometimes doesn't. The experience has also highlighted the value of struggle in ways that comfortable modern life sometimes obscures. The Victorians who improved their circumstances, learned new skills, or contributed to social progress often did so against significant obstacles. Their achievements meant something, partly because they were difficult. Modern life's convenience is wonderful, but perhaps something is lost when everything becomes easy. There's also a lesson in Victorian London's combination of grandeur and squalor. The same society that built magnificent public buildings and expanded museums and libraries also tolerated horrific slums and child labour. This suggests that material progress doesn't automatically produce moral progress. Societies must consciously choose to extend opportunities and protections broadly, not just to privileged groups. The Victorian relationship with nature, which you've observed in the carefully maintained parks and the disregard for air and water quality, reveals a society still figuring out how to balance industrial progress with environmental health. They hadn't yet recognised that natural systems have limits. Modern society knows this, but struggles to act on that knowledge. The Victorian mistakes offer warnings, but modern people can't claim moral superiority while making similar mistakes with greater knowledge. The diversity of Victorian London, immigrants from across the empire, visitors from around the world, and people from every British region, reminds you that cities have always been meeting places of different cultures. The Victorian response was often to maintain strict social hierarchies, but the mere presence of diversity was slowly undermining those hierarchies. Cities change people by exposing them to difference, and Victorian London was doing this work even when Victorian ideology resisted it. The evening entertainment options you observed, theatres, music halls, pubs, social visits, suggest that humans need more than work and survival. Even in difficult circumstances, people sought beauty, laughter, connection and meaning. The Victorian investment in public culture, museums, libraries, parks, performance spaces, reflected a belief that culture matters, that people deserve access to beauty and knowledge regardless of their economic status. Victorian earnestness, which modern people often mock, actually reflects an admirable quality. The belief that individual actions matter, that moral behaviour makes a difference, and that trying to be better is worthwhile. The specific moral codes were flawed, but the underlying commitment to ethical living and social responsibility offers something valuable. The square where you've been sitting is now fully awake. The vendors have set up, the traffic is building, and the working day has begun. And somewhere in this moment, you feel the gentle pull backward, toward your own time, your own world, and your own comfortable bed with its modern mattress and central heating. The transition happens gradually, like waking from a particularly vivid dream. The sounds of Victorian London, the horses, the street vendors, the peculiar accent of Victorian speech begin to fade. The smells diminish. The taste of coal smoke leaves your mouth. The physical sensations of Victorian clothing, Victorian cold, and diminish, and Victorian stone beneath your feet all gently recede. You're aware of your body in your own bed, in your own time. The sheets are soft, the temperature is comfortable, and the air is clean. You can hear modern sounds, perhaps traffic that's motorised rather than horse-drawn, the hum of electronics, sounds that wouldn't make sense to a Victorian. But you bring something back with you from your Victorian day. Not physical objects, you can't bring Victorian coins or newspapers into your modern world. What you bring is understanding, the kind that only comes from imagined experience rather than abstract knowledge. You understand now why your great-grandparents or great-great-grandparents might have had certain habits that seemed odd to their grandchildren, why they saved string and washed plastic bags and treated bread with reverence. They grew up in or closer to a world where such things had real value, where wastefulness wasn't just inefficient but genuinely harmful to survival. You understand why Victorian literature often focuses on social class and reputation. When your social position determined your opportunities so completely, and when reputation was the primary form of social capital, of course people obsessed over these things. The Victorian emphasis on propriety wasn't just prudishness, it was a survival strategy. You understand why the transition to modern life was both eagerly embraced and sometimes mourned. The Victorians who lived into the 20th century experienced changes that must have felt like moving to another planet. Indoor plumbing, electricity, automobiles, movies and radio, each one represented a fundamental shift in how daily life functioned. The experience has made history feel more real. less like a series of dates and events, and more like the lived experience of actual humans dealing with their specific challenges. The Victorian era wasn't a unified period moving inexorably toward modernity. It was thousands of days like the one you just experienced, filled with ordinary people making ordinary decisions that cumulatively created change. You also understand better why certain problems persist. Inequality, environmental damage, exploitation, and discrimination. These existed in Victorian London and exist now. The specific manifestations change, but the underlying human tendencies towards selfishness, short-sightedness, and tribalism remain constant. Progress requires conscious effort, not just the passage of time. The technological optimism you might have felt before this journey is now tempered by recognition that technology solves some problems while creating others. The Victorians thought railways and telegraphs would revolutionise society and bring universal peace. They were partly right about the revolution, but completely wrong about the peace. Modern faith in technological solutions might be similarly naive. Yet there's also hope in the Victorian example. They made genuine progress on many fronts: public health, education, scientific understanding, and social reform. The changes were often gradual and incomplete, but they were real. If Victorians could improve their society despite greater obstacles, perhaps modern people can address their challenges too. As you lie in your comfortable bed, fully returned to your own time, the contrast between Victorian London and modern life feels almost absurd. You can reach over and turn on a light without leaving bed. You can adjust the temperature with a thermostat. You can check the weather, the news, and messages from friends using a device that would have seemed like magic to Victorians. The bathroom attached to your bedroom would have been a luxury beyond imagining for most Victorians. Hot water from a tap, a flush toilet, a shower, towels that you don't have to wash by hand. Each element represents decades of engineering innovation and infrastructure investment. The simple act of taking a morning shower involves systems that Victorians would have considered science fiction. Your breakfast options would amaze a Victorian. Fresh fruit from other hemispheres, coffee from distant continents, bread that stays fresh for days, refrigerated dairy products, and cereals invented after the Victorian era ended. The Victorian breakfast was porridge, bread, perhaps eggs if you could afford them. Foods that were locally produced because long-distance food transport was limited. Getting dressed takes minutes instead of the extended process Victorian clothing required. No corsets, no button hooks, no layers of undergarments. Modern clothing prioritises comfort and convenience over the elaborate social signalling that Victorian fashion performed. You can dress yourself without assistance, which was a privilege reserved for lower classes in Victorian times. The wealthy needed servants to manage their complex wardrobes. Your commute, however frustrating it might sometimes feel, would seem miraculous to Victorians. Whether you drive, take public transit, or work from home, you're covering distances that would have required hours of travel in Victorian times. The modern city is physically larger than Victorian London because transportation technology allows people to live farther from their workplaces. Your workplace itself reflects changes the Victorians initiated but couldn't complete. The office workers you observed in Victorian London were pioneering a new kind of work, clerical labour that required literacy and numeracy but not physical strength. Modern knowledge work extends that Victorian innovation, though it's now mediated through computers rather than paper ledgers. The safety standards you take for granted would astound Victorians. Workplace regulations, food safety, building codes, traffic laws, all of these represent hard-won victories by reformers who recognised that industrialisation without regulation was killing people. Every modern safety feature exists because someone suffered its absence. Your access to information would seem godlike to Victorians. The accumulated knowledge of humanity is available instantly through your devices. The Victorian scholar who spent hours in libraries researching basic facts would be astonished that you can access the same information in seconds while lying in bed. Your medical care represents advances that would seem miraculous in Victorian times. Antibiotics alone have saved more lives than any other single invention. Add modern surgery, diagnostic imaging, vaccines, dental care, and treatments for conditions that were death sentences in Victorian times, and the improvement is staggering. The Victorian infant mortality rate was roughly 150 per 1,000 births. In developed countries today, it's under 5 per 1,000. Your life expectancy is dramatically longer than the Victorian average. A baby born in Victorian Britain could expect to live about 45 years. A baby born in a developed country today can expect to live past 80. Those additional decades represent millions of person-years of additional human experience, of knowledge gained, of relationships developed, and of contributions made. Yet with all these advantages, modern life brings challenges that Victorians never faced. The constant connectivity that puts the world at your fingertips also means you're never truly unreachable. The abundance of choices can become overwhelming rather than liberating. The rapid pace of change can create anxiety about keeping up. The decline of traditional communities can lead to isolation despite unprecedented communication capabilities. The environmental costs of modern life are also becoming unavoidable. The Victorians damaged their local environments. The Thames was essentially a toxic waste dump. But modern industrial society has scaled up those impacts to a global level. Climate change, biodiversity loss, and ocean acidification. These problems didn't exist in Victorian times because human industrial capacity was more limited. Progress in material comfort has come with ecological costs that future generations will bear. The social fragmentation that characterises modern life would puzzle Victorians. Their society was rigid and often cruel, but it was also coherent in ways modern society isn't. Most Victorians shared basic assumptions about religion, morality, and social organisation. Modern pluralism brings freedom but also uncertainty about shared values and common purpose. The comparison isn't meant to suggest Victorian life was better. It clearly wasn't by almost any measure. Rather, it's to recognise that progress in one dimension doesn't automatically mean progress in all dimensions. Modern life is more comfortable, safer, healthier, and offers more individual freedom than Victorian life. But it's also more complex, more fast-paced, and in some ways more isolating. As you start your modern day, going about routines that would seem fantastical to Victorians, you carry something valuable from your imaginary journey. It's not nostalgia for a past that was genuinely harder and often cruel. It's perspective, the ability to see your own life with fresh eyes by comparing it to a different way of living. The Victorian emphasis on craftsmanship might inspire you to value quality over convenience sometimes. Their investment in public institutions might encourage you to support libraries, museums and parks. Their social connections, however formal, might remind you to occasionally put down your devices and actually talk to the people physically present. The Victorian struggles for reform, better working conditions, expanded education, improved public health, remind you that progress requires effort. The improvements you enjoy weren't inevitable. They were achieved by people who recognise problems and work to solve them. Your generation faces different challenges, but the principle remains the same. Change requires intentional effort, not just complaints about current conditions. The Victorian mistakes, their environmental damage, their imperialism, their rigid social hierarchies, their limited opportunities for women and minorities serve as warnings. Having more knowledge than the Victorians doesn't make modern people morally superior unless that knowledge produces better actions. The test isn't what you know, but what you do with that knowledge. The sheer human resilience you observed throughout your Victorian day offers encouragement for handling modern challenges. If people could maintain hope, find joy, create beauty, and work for better futures while dealing with Victorian hardships, perhaps modern problems are also manageable despite their complexity. The Victorian day you've imagined has given you a gift that history always offers when approached with openness: context. Your own life exists within a specific historical moment, shaped by decisions made by previous generations and shaping the options available to future generations. Understanding this continuity can be both humbling and empowering. As you move through your modern day, driving cars that Victorians couldn't imagine, using technology that would seem like magic, solving problems that didn't exist in Victorian times, you might occasionally think about the Victorian day you experienced. Not to wish you were there, but to appreciate where you are. And maybe, just maybe, you'll wonder what someone from 2150 would think about your life in the early 21st century. What aspects of your daily routine would seem charmingly antiquated? What problems would they be amazed you tolerated? What technologies would they find amusingly primitive? What aspects of your life would they envy or want to preserve? History isn't just about the past. It's about understanding that the present is temporary, that change is constant, and that every generation faces its own challenges while benefiting from and dealing with the consequences of previous generations' choices. Victorian London is gone, transformed by more than a century of change. But it's not lost. It lives in the infrastructure it built, in the institutions it established, in the ideas it developed, in the problems it created, and in the solutions it pioneered. You walk on Victorian foundations every day, whether you realise it or not. And perhaps that's the most important lesson from your imaginary Victorian day. You too are building foundations for futures you'll never see. Your choices, your actions, and your society's decisions, all of these will influence the world that people experience generations from now. The Victorians couldn't have imagined your life, but they shaped it nonetheless. You can't imagine the world of 2150, but you're helping to create it with every choice you make. Sleep well tonight in your comfortable bed with its modern mattress and climate control. Dream perhaps of gas-lit streets and horse-drawn carriages, of a world that managed to function without any of the technologies you consider essential, and wake tomorrow with fresh appreciation for the complex, imperfect, remarkable world you inhabit. A world that's different from Victorian London, but connected to it by the continuous thread of human experience reaching back through centuries and forward into futures yet to be imagined. Imagine you're standing at the edge of a vast tropical forest that stretches from horizon to horizon like a green ocean frozen in time. This is the Maya world, a realm that encompasses what we now call southern Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and parts of Honduras and El Salvador. But forget your modern maps for a moment and see this land as the Maya did. Not as separate countries, but as one living, breathing ecosystem where every mountain, river and cenote held sacred meaning. The landscape here reads like poetry written by ancient gods. In the north, the Yucatan Peninsula spreads like a limestone platform, its surface so flat you might think giants used it as their dining table. Beneath this seemingly solid ground lies a hidden world of underground rivers and caverns, occasionally opening into cenotes, those magical circular pools of crystal clear water that look like doorways to the underworld. And in Maya belief, that's exactly what they were. Travel south, and the land begins to rumple and fold like a blanket pulled from sleep. Mountains rise in green waves, their peaks disappearing into clouds that seem perpetually caught in the act of kissing the earth. Rivers wind through valleys like silver ribbons, carrying stories from highland to lowland, from the cool mists of Guatemala's volcanic peaks to the humid embrace of Caribbean shores. The climate here doesn't follow the neat four-season schedule you might be used to. Instead, it dances to an older rhythm, the ancient waltz of wet and dry that has shaped life in the tropics for millions of years. From May through October, the sky opens like a vast reservoir, sending down rains that turn the world into a verdant paradise, where everything grows with almost embarrassing enthusiasm. Plants reach toward the sky with the urgency of children stretching for cookies on a high shelf, and the very air seems to pulse with life. Then comes the dry season, when the rains retreat and the sun rules unchallenged. The landscape doesn't exactly sleep during these months, but it does pause, conserve and prepare. Trees shed their leaves not from cold but from thrift, saving water like careful housekeepers storing supplies for lean times. It was during these dry months that the Maya traditionally did much of their building. When limestone could be quarried, and mortar could dry properly under the patient sun. This alternating rhythm of abundance and restraint shaped Maya civilization in profound ways. They learned to work with water like master craftsmen, capturing rain in sophisticated reservoir systems, reading the subtle signs that predicted the arrival of storms, and treating water with the reverence it deserved in a land where it could mean the difference between feast and famine. The forests that covered this landscape were nothing like the orderly woodlands you might stroll through on a weekend hike. These were jungles with personality, dense, layered, and filled with more species than a medieval bestiary. Cecropia trees spread their umbrella leaves like giant parasols, while mahogany and cedar grew straight and proud, their trunks so vast that 20 people holding hands might not encircle them. Vines draped from tree to tree like nature's own suspension bridges, and somewhere in the canopy above, howler monkeys announced the dawn with calls that could be heard for miles. At ground level, the forest floor was a carpet of fallen leaves slowly returning to soil, punctuated by the occasional splash of colour from flowering plants that seemed to glow in the filtered sunlight. Orchids clung to tree trunks like jewelled brooches, while smaller trees and shrubs created a maze that only the most experienced travellers could navigate. This wasn't wilderness in the way we usually think of it. It was more like a vast three-dimensional garden that had been growing and changing for thousands of years. And threading through this green tapestry were the Maya themselves, who understood their environment with the intimacy of partners in a very long marriage. They knew which trees produced the best timber for construction, and which bark could be pounded into paper. They could read the forest like a library, identifying hundreds of plants that provided food, medicine, dyes, and tools. They understood that the jaguar's roar meant different things depending on the season, and they could predict weather patterns by watching the behaviour of butterflies. This deep environmental knowledge wasn't just practical, it was spiritual. The Maya saw their landscape not as a collection of resources to be exploited, but as a living community of which they were just one part. Every hill was a potential dwelling place for gods, every cave a portal to other worlds, every tree a potential ancestor. The very ground beneath their feet was sacred, formed from the bones and flesh of previous creations that had been swept away when the gods decided to try again. Understanding this worldview is crucial to understanding Maya civilization. These weren't people who saw themselves as separate from or superior to their environment. They were participants in an ongoing conversation between human intelligence and natural wisdom, between the needs of growing communities and the rhythms of seasons and centuries. Their cities weren't imposed upon the landscape. They grew from it, like particularly magnificent flowers in an already extraordinary garden. As you drift deeper into sleep tonight, picture this world. Vast forests breathing with the patient rhythm of geological time, limestone platforms honeycomb with hidden rivers, mountains wearing crowns of clouds, and scattered throughout this paradise, the first stirrings of one of humanity's most remarkable civilizations. The Maya were about to teach the world new ways of thinking about time, space, mathematics, and the delicate dance between human ambition and environmental wisdom. Let yourself float back through time, past the Spanish conquest, past the great classic Maya cities, past centuries and millennia, until you reach a moment roughly 4,000 years ago, when the first Maya-speaking people began to settle in this green paradise. Picture them arriving not as conquerors or colonists, but more like gardeners discovering the perfect plot for the most ambitious landscaping project in human history. These early Maya weren't the sophisticated astronomers and mathematicians they would eventually become. They were farmers and foragers, people whose greatest technologies were sharp obsidian blades and the patient knowledge of when and where to plant corn. But they carried within their communities something precious, a way of looking at the world that would eventually flower into one of humanity's most remarkable civilizations. The transformation from nomadic bands to settled villages happened gradually, like watching a slow-motion dance between human ingenuity and natural abundance. Somewhere around 2000 BCE, these early Maya made a discovery that would reshape their world. They figured out how to domesticate teosinte, a wild grass that looked nothing like modern corn but contained within its genetic code the potential to become humanity's most important crop. Imagine the patience this required. Teosinte produced tiny seeds, barely larger than rice grains, protected by cases so hard they could crack teeth. Most people would have dismissed it as a poor food source and moved on to easier pickings. But the Maya saw potential where others saw problems. Generation after generation, they selected plants with slightly larger seeds, slightly softer cases, slightly more convenient growth patterns. They were essentially having a conversation with corn itself, each growing season another exchange and a dialogue that would continue for thousands of years. This agricultural revolution wasn't just about food, it was about time. Once the Maya could count on corn harvest to feed their communities, they could afford to have some people do things other than search for daily sustenance. Some could specialize in making better tools, others could experiment with new building techniques, and a few could spend their time watching the sky and wondering about the patterns they saw there. The earliest Maya villages were modest affairs that would look almost cozy by modern standards. Houses were built from local materials with the kind of practical wisdom that comes from intimate knowledge of local conditions. Walls were made from wooden poles chinked with mud and stone, while roofs were thatched with palm leaves or grass in overlapping patterns that could shed even the most determined tropical downpour. These weren't architectural masterpieces, but they were perfectly adapted to their environment, cool in the heat, dry in the rain, and easy to repair when the occasional hurricane reminded everyone who was really in charge. What made these early settlements special wasn't their buildings, but their social organisation. Unlike many ancient societies that were strictly hierarchical from the beginning, early Maya communities seem to have been remarkably egalitarian. Archaeological evidence suggests that most families lived in similar houses, ate similar food, and had access to similar tools and luxuries. It was a society where leadership was probably based more on knowledge and consensus than on inherited power or accumulated wealth. But even in these early centuries, hints of the Maya genius were beginning to appear. They were experimenting with techniques for shaping stone, learning to read the subtle signs that predicted good farming weather, and developing increasingly sophisticated ways of organising their communities. Most importantly, they were beginning to develop the intellectual frameworks that would eventually support their incredible achievements in mathematics, astronomy, and architecture. The Maya creation story, which wouldn't be written down until much later, probably has roots in these early centuries. According to their mythology, the gods tried several times to create beings worthy of worship, first making humans from mud, who dissolved in the rain, then from wood, who lacked souls and were destroyed by a great flood. Finally, they created humans from corn dough, and these proved both durable and properly grateful to their creators. This story isn't just charming mythology, it reflects the Maya's deep understanding of their relationship with corn and, by extension, with the natural world that supported them. They saw themselves not as masters of their environment, but as participants in an ongoing creation story where humans, plants, animals, and gods were all connected in an intricate web of mutual dependence. As centuries passed, these early Maya communities began to develop some of the cultural characteristics that would define their civilization. They started creating more elaborate pottery, decorated with designs that would evolve into the complex iconography of later Maya art. They began building their first ceremonial structures, modest platforms and plazas where communities could gather for religious ceremonies and social events. Most significantly, they began to develop their understanding of time as something cyclical rather than linear. While many cultures see time as an arrow flying toward an unknown destination, the Maya began to conceive of time as a series of interlocking wheels, where patterns repeated but never exactly replicated themselves. This insight would eventually lead them to create some of the most sophisticated calendars in human history. By around 1000 BCE, Maya society was beginning to show signs of the complexity that would characterize its later development. Some communities were growing larger and more specialized, with clear evidence of social stratification and occupational diversity. Trade networks were developing that would eventually connect Maya cities across hundreds of miles of jungle and mountain. And most intriguingly, the Maya were beginning to experiment with their first attempts at monumental architecture. These early buildings weren't the towering pyramids that would later astound Spanish conquistadors, but they represented something revolutionary. The organized effort of entire communities working together to create something that served no immediate, practical purpose. These structures were built for ceremony, for worship, for the creation of sacred spaces where humans could interact with the divine. They represented the moment when Maya society had produced enough surplus food and social organization to support pure human ambition, the desire to create something beautiful and meaningful that would outlast its creators. As you settle deeper into sleep, imagine these early Maya communities, small clusters of thatched roof houses scattered throughout the endless green of the jungle, smoke rising from cooking fires at dusk, children playing games that would teach them the skills they'd need as adults, and everywhere the patient work of building a civilization from the ground up. One corn kernel, one stone block, one shared insight at a time. Picture yourself floating high above the Maya world sometime around 600 CE, and prepare to be astonished. What had once been an endless green carpet of forest is now dotted with cities that seem to have grown from the jungle itself. Pyramid temples rise above the canopy like stone mountains dreamed into existence by particularly ambitious gods, their limestone surfaces gleaming white in the tropical sun. Plazas spread between buildings like perfectly manicured clearings, and everywhere you look, there are signs of a civilization operating at the height of its powers. This is the classic period, when Maya civilization reached what archaeologists like to call its peak. Though that word hardly does justice to what the Maya achieved. It wasn't just that they built bigger buildings or supported larger populations, though they did both. It was that they had created something entirely unprecedented. A collection of city-states that combined urban sophistication with sustainable agriculture, monumental architecture with precise scientific observation, and political complexity with genuine artistic achievement. Tikal, rising from the rainforests of Guatemala, was perhaps the most magnificent of these urban centres. Imagine a city that housed somewhere between 50,000 and 100,000 people at its peak, all of them living in a carefully planned urban environment that worked in harmony with the surrounding forest. The city's central ceremonial complex featured pyramids that reached heights of over 200 feet, taller than a 20-story building and visible from miles away through the jungle canopy. But Tikal wasn't just impressive for its size, it was remarkable for its sophistication. The Maya had solved problems that would challenge urban planners today. How do you provide clean water for tens of thousands of people in a tropical environment? Tikal's engineers created an intricate system of reservoirs, channels, and settling pools that collected rainwater during the wet season and stored it through the dry months. The largest of these reservoirs could hold millions of gallons of water, and the entire system was designed with such precision that archaeologists are still discovering new components. How do you feed a large urban population without destroying the surrounding environment? The Maya developed what might have been the world's first sustainable agricultural system. Instead of clearing vast fields for monoculture farming, they created what archaeologists call forest gardens, carefully managed areas where useful trees, shrubs, and ground plants grew together in productive harmony. They raised the fields in swampy areas using a technique called raised field agriculture, creating elevated plots that provided excellent drainage while building incredibly fertile soil from composted aquatic plants. The city itself was a masterpiece of urban design that would make contemporary city planners weep with envy. Different neighbourhoods were connected by raised stone causeways that remained passable even during the wettest months of the rainy season. Public spaces were designed to accommodate both daily activities and massive ceremonial gatherings. Residential areas range from modest compounds for ordinary citizens to elaborate palace complexes for the ruling elite. But even the humblest homes had access to clean water and adequate drainage. And then there was Palenque, nestled against the foothills of the Chiapas highlands like a jewel set in green velvet. Where Tikal impressed through sheer scale, Palenque achieved greatness through elegance and artistic refinement. The famous Temple of the Inscriptions, built as a tomb for the ruler Kinich Jana Pakal, represents perhaps the pinnacle of Maya architectural achievement, a building that functions simultaneously as religious temple, royal mausoleum, and artistic masterpiece. Palenque's artists and architects had developed techniques for creating spaces that felt both monumentally impressive and intimately human. The palace complex, with its unique tower that may have served as an astronomical observatory, created courtyards and galleries that would have been perfect venues for the court ceremonies that were central to Maya political life. Light and shadow played across carved relief sculptures with a precision that suggests the builders understood exactly how their creations would look at different times of day and different seasons of the year. Copan, in what is now Honduras, represented yet another approach to Maya urbanism. This city became famous for its incredible artistic achievements, particularly in sculpture and hieroglyphic writing. The hieroglyphic stairway at Copan contains over 2,500 individual glyphs, making it the longest Maya inscription ever discovered. But beyond its role as an ancient library, Copan was notable for its integration with the surrounding landscape. The city's ball court, where Maya played their ritual ball game, was positioned with such precision that the sun's movement during the day created changing patterns of light and shadow that probably had ceremonial significance. Each Maya city-state was unique, but they all shared certain characteristics that set them apart from other ancient urban centres. They were remarkably green cities, where buildings and plazas were integrated with carefully maintained groves of trees and gardens. They were also incredibly clean. Maya cities had sophisticated waste management systems and maintained public spaces with a level of civic pride that would be admirable in any era. The cities were also centres of learning and artistic creation, on a scale that rivaled anywhere in the ancient world. Maya scribes and artists worked in palace scriptoriums, creating books from bark paper and decorating buildings with murals that combined religious symbolism with historical narrative and pure artistic expression. These weren't just functional urban centres, they were conscious attempts to create beautiful spaces where human beings could live, work, and worship in environments that inspired rather than oppressed. Perhaps most remarkably, these cities weren't created through slave labour or imperial conquest, in the way that many ancient urban centres were built. Archaeological evidence suggests that Maya cities grew through the voluntary association of farming communities, craft specialists, and ruling elites who found mutual benefit in urban cooperation. The magnificent buildings were constructed by communities working together during the agricultural off-season, when farming demands were lighter and people had time for monumental projects. By 600 CE, dozens of these remarkable cities dotted the Maya landscape, each one a unique experiment in how human beings might live together in large, complex societies. They were connected by trade routes that carried not just goods, but ideas, artistic styles, and technological innovations across hundreds of miles of jungle and mountain. A merchant travelling from Palenque to Copan would have found familiar architectural styles, similar religious practices, and inscriptions written in the same hieroglyphic system, but also distinctive local variations that made each city a unique cultural centre. These weren't just cities, they were dreams made manifest in stone and mortar, testimony to what human beings can achieve when they combine practical intelligence with spiritual vision and artistic ambition. As you drift towards sleep, imagine yourself walking through one of these ancient urban centres at dusk, when cooking fires began to twinkle in residential compounds, and the last light of day painted the limestone pyramids in shades of gold and rose. Imagine you're sitting with a Maya astronomer on the top of a pyramid temple sometime around 700 CE, watching the sunset while she explains her latest calculations about Venus cycles. The sky above you is beginning to fill with stars that seem close enough to touch in the clear tropical air, and in her hands are bark paper books filled with numbers and glyphs that record centuries of careful observation. This Maya scholar can tell you precisely when Venus will next appear as the morning star, when the next solar eclipse will occur, and how many days have passed since the current world began. She can calculate these things more accurately than any astronomer in Europe will be able to do for another 500 years, and she'll explain all of this not as abstract mathematics, but as part of a grand cosmic story where numbers and narratives, science and spirituality are all aspects of the same profound truth about how the universe works. The Maya approached knowledge differently than we often do today, where we tend to separate science from religion, mathematics from storytelling, and practical skills from spiritual practices. The Maya saw all knowledge as interconnected aspects of understanding creation itself. Their numbers were sacred, their stories were scientifically precise, and their practical achievements grew from spiritual insights about the nature of reality. Consider their mathematics, which was arguably more sophisticated than anything being done in Europe at the same time. The Maya were among the first peoples in the world to develop a true concept of zero, not just as the absence of something, but as a number in its own right that could be used in calculations. Their number system was vigesimal, based on 20s rather than our familiar base 10 system, which actually made certain types of calculations easier and more elegant. But Maya mathematics wasn't developed primarily for trade or engineering, though it certainly served those purposes. It was created to understand time itself. The Maya were obsessed with temporal patterns in the way that some people today are obsessed with sports statistics or stock market fluctuations. They tracked cycles within cycles within cycles, creating calendars that could predict events not just years, but thousands of years into the future. Their most famous calendar, often called the Long Count, measured time from a creation date in 3114 BCE and could track individual days across spans of over 5,000 years. But that was just one of several interlocking calendar systems they used simultaneously. The sacred calendar, or Zolkin, was a 260-day cycle that combined 20-day names with 13 numbers in combinations that were used for divination and ceremony. The solar calendar, or Hab, tracked a 365-day year with 18 months of 20 days each, plus 5 extra days that were considered especially dangerous. These calendars worked together like gears in an incredibly complex celestial machine. Every day had multiple names and numbers depending on which calendar you consulted, and the combinations created patterns that repeated on different scales. Some every 52 years, others every 18,980 years. A Maya calendar priest could tell you not just what day it was, but where that day fit into cosmic cycles that connected the present moment to the very creation of the universe. This mathematical precision served a practical purpose. Maya farmers needed to know exactly when to plant their crops, when to expect rains, and when to prepare for dry seasons. Maya rulers needed to schedule ceremonies at astrologically auspicious times, and Maya traders needed to coordinate their activities across hundreds of miles of jungle. But beyond these practical applications, Maya calendars were expressions of a worldview that saw time not as an arrow flying toward an unknown destination, but as a spiral staircase where similar events occurred at higher and higher levels of complexity. Their astronomical observations were equally sophisticated. Maya astronomers tracked not just the obvious cycles of the sun and moon, but the more subtle movements of Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and other celestial bodies. They knew that Venus takes exactly 584 days to complete its cycle from morning star to evening star and back again, and they had calculated this more accurately than European astronomers would manage until the age of telescopes. They also understood eclipse cycles and could predict both solar and lunar eclipses years in advance. This wasn't just academic curiosity. Eclipses were considered potentially dangerous events that required proper ceremonies to ensure that the sun or moon would return safely. Maya rulers often scheduled major military campaigns to coincide with astronomical events, believing that cosmic conditions could influence the outcomes of earthly conflicts. But perhaps most remarkably, the Maya understood that their astronomical observations were imperfect and needed constant correction. They knew that their 365-day solar year was slightly too short, and had developed methods for adjusting their calendars to account for the accumulation of small errors over long periods. European calendars of the same period were less accurate and required frequent arbitrary adjustments that the Maya system handled automatically. Maya writing was equally sophisticated, representing one of only 4 or 5 writing systems that were independently invented in human history. Maya glyphs combined logographic symbols, representing whole words or concepts, with phonetic symbols, representing sounds, creating a flexible system that could express everything from mundane administrative records to complex philosophical and astronomical concepts. Maya books, written on bark paper and coated with lime plaster, covered subjects ranging from historical chronicles to astronomical tables to medical prescriptions. Sadly, Spanish conquistadors and missionaries destroyed most Maya books, considering them works of the devil. Only 4 complete Maya codices survive today, but these give us glimpses of a literature that was probably as rich and varied as that of any ancient civilization. The Maya conception of the universe was both scientifically sophisticated and deeply spiritual. They envisioned creation as a series of interconnected layers, with the earth floating like a turtle shell on a primordial sea, surrounded by a multi-layered heaven where various gods resided. Time moved in cycles, with each major cycle ending in destruction and renewal, as the gods experimented with new forms of creation. Humans, made from corn dough in the current creation, had a responsibility to maintain the universe through proper ceremony and ritual. Maya rulers weren't just political leaders, they were intermediaries between human and divine realms, responsible for ensuring that cosmic order was maintained through their actions and ceremonies. This worldview produced a unique approach to knowledge that modern scholars are still trying to fully understand. Maya scribes and priests were simultaneously scientists, historians, mathematicians, astronomers, and theologians. They saw no contradiction between precise observation and mythological narrative, between practical calculation and spiritual insight. As you settle into sleep, imagine yourself in a Maya scriptorium, surrounded by scholars working by the light of pine torches, carefully drawing glyphs that encode centuries of accumulated wisdom about astronomy, mathematics, history, and the fundamental nature of reality itself. Picture books filled with numbers that track the movements of planets, and stories that explain why those movements matter, all preserved in a writing system that was among humanity's greatest intellectual achievements. Let the morning mist in your mind's eye part to reveal a typical day in a classic Maya city, perhaps sometime around 750 CE. The sun is just beginning to filter through the forest canopy, and you can hear the daily symphony beginning. Howler monkeys announcing the dawn from the treetops, the soft slap-slap of women shaping corn tortillas, the scrape of obsidian blades, against stone as craftsmen prepare for their day's work and the gentle murmur of early market conversations. You're standing in a residential compound that houses an extended Maya family, perhaps 20 or 30 people spread across 3 generations, all living in interconnected buildings arranged around a central courtyard. The architecture here tells a story of practical wisdom accumulated over centuries. The houses are raised on low stone platforms that keep floors dry during the rainy season, with walls of stone and mortar supporting roofs thatched with palm fronds laid in overlapping patterns that can shed the heaviest tropical downpour. The day begins, as it has for countless generations, with the preparation of corn. This isn't just breakfast. It's a sacred act that connects the family to the gods who created humans from corn dough. The woman of the house rises before dawn to begin the process of making masa, the corn dough that forms the basis of almost every Maya meal. First, she boils dried corn kernels with lime, a technique that not only softens the corn but makes its nutrients more accessible to human digestion. The Maya discovered this process independently, and it's still used today in traditional Mexican cooking. While the corn boils, she tends to the cooking fire, feeding it with carefully selected hardwoods that burn hot and clean. Maya cooking fires were marvels of efficiency, designed to provide maximum heat with minimum smoke, important in houses where the kitchen might be just steps away from the sleeping areas. The hearth itself is typically composed of 3 stones arranged in a triangle, a design so practical that it's still used in rural Guatemala and Mexico today. As the corn cooks, other family members begin their daily routines. The men might head to the family's agricultural plots, which could be anywhere from a few hundred yards to several miles from the residential compound. Maya farming was incredibly sophisticated, adapted to make the most of local conditions. In areas with good drainage, they used raised beds that could be intensively cultivated year after year. In swampy areas, they created raised fields that turned seasonal wetlands into some of the most productive agricultural land in the ancient world. But Maya men didn't just grow corn. A typical family plot might include dozens of different food plants, beans that climbed up corn stalks and fixed nitrogen in the soil, squash that spread along the ground and provided both food and storage containers, chili peppers that added flavour and helped preserve food, and fruit trees that provided everything from avocados to cacao beans. This polyculture approach wasn't just more sustainable than monoculture farming, it also provided better nutrition and greater food security. Maya women, meanwhile, were equally busy with activities that required just as much skill and knowledge. After grinding corn into mesa on stone metates, grinding stones that were often family heirlooms passed down through generations, they would shape the dough into tortillas or tamales, flavouring them with beans, meat, vegetables, or even chocolate for special occasions. But food preparation was just one aspect of women's work. Maya women were also responsible for textile production, which in the ancient Maya world was both a practical necessity and a high art form. Using backstrap looms that could be set up anywhere, Maya weavers created textiles so fine that Spanish conquistadors compared them favourably to the best European silks. The cotton or agave fibres were often dyed with colours extracted from local plants, insects, and minerals, creating textiles that served as markers of social status, regional identity, and artistic achievement. Children in Maya households learned through participation rather than formal instruction. A 5-year-old might help sort beans or feed chickens, while older children gradually took on more complex responsibilities. Boys learned farming techniques, construction skills, and perhaps specialised crafts from their fathers and uncles. Girls learned food preparation, textile production, and household management from their mothers and aunts. But both boys and girls learned the basics of Maya mathematics, astronomy, and calendar calculation, knowledge that was considered essential for proper participation in Maya society. Education also included learning to read at least some Maya glyphs, though full literacy was probably limited to scribes, priests, and nobles. Most Maya families would have known enough glyphs to read calendrical dates, recognise the names of gods and rulers, and understand basic religious and administrative texts. This level of literacy was actually quite remarkable for the ancient world, where reading and writing were often restricted to tiny educated elites. The Maya workday was structured around the natural rhythms of tropical life. People rose before dawn, when the air was cool and the forest was quiet. The most strenuous work was done in the morning and late afternoon, with a long rest period during the hottest part of the day. This wasn't laziness. It was intelligent adaptation to a climate where working through the midday heat could be genuinely dangerous. Markets were central to Maya daily life, serving not just as places to buy and sell goods, but as social centres where news was exchanged, marriages arranged, and community decisions discussed. A typical Maya market was a riot of colour, sound, and smell that would overwhelm most modern shoppers. Vendors displayed pyramids of chili peppers in every shade from deep red to bright yellow, baskets of cacao beans that served both as flavouring and currency, jade ornaments that caught the light like trapped sunbeams, and textiles whose intricate patterns told stories of gods, heroes, and cosmic events. The diversity of goods available in Maya markets testifies to the sophistication of their trade networks. Obsidian blades from Guatemala, jade from the mountains of Honduras, Quetzal feathers from highland cloud forests, salt from coastal lagoons, and seashells from both Pacific and Caribbean coasts all found their way to markets hundreds of miles from their sources. Maya merchants travelled on foot along jungle paths and stone causeways, carrying goods in large baskets supported by tumplines across their foreheads, a carrying technique that distributed weight so efficiently that a single porter could transport loads that would challenge a pack mule. Evenings in Maya communities were times for social activities that reinforced community bonds and transmitted cultural knowledge. Extended families gathered around cooking fires to share meals and stories, with older relatives recounting traditional tales that preserved historical memory and moral instruction. These weren't just entertainment. They were the primary means by which Maya communities maintained their cultural identity across generations. Religious observances were woven throughout daily life in ways that would seem natural to the Maya, but might surprise modern observers. Every significant activity began with small ceremonies acknowledging the gods and spirits who governed different aspects of life. Farmers offered prayers and small gifts to the rain god before planting. Craftsmen blessed their tools before beginning important projects, and families performed daily rituals to honour their ancestors and maintain spiritual protection for their homes. The Maya day ended as it began, with ceremony and gratitude. As cooking fires burned low and families prepared for sleep, they might offer thanks to the gods for the day's blessings and protection, burn incense to purify their living spaces, and recite prayers that connected their daily activities to the larger cosmic order that gave meaning to Maya life. As you drift towards sleep yourself, imagine the gentle sounds of a Maya evening, the soft conversations of families settling in for the night, the distant call of night birds in the forest, the whisper of wind through palm thatch roofs, and, underlying it all, the quiet confidence of a people who had learned to live in harmony with their environment and with each other. Picture yourself floating above the Maya world sometime around 900 CE, and notice that something has changed in the forest below. The great cities that once gleamed white through the canopy are beginning to show signs of abandonment. Some pyramids are already being reclaimed by vines and young trees. Plazas that once hosted thousands of people for religious ceremonies now stand empty except for the occasional deer or jaguar, picking its way carefully across ancient stone paving. This is one of archaeology's most fascinating mysteries, the so-called Maya collapse, though that word suggests something more dramatic and sudden than what actually occurred. The Maya didn't disappear overnight like characters in a fairy tale. Instead, their civilization underwent a gradual transformation that archaeologists are still trying to fully understand. The changes began subtly, like a symphony gradually shifting from major to minor key. In some cities, fewer new monuments were erected. In others, construction projects were left unfinished, as if the workers had simply put down their tools one day and walked away. Trade routes that had connected Maya cities for centuries began to show less traffic. The careful maintenance that had kept urban water systems functioning started to slack off. By around 900 CE, many of the great classic Maya cities had been largely abandoned, their populations scattered to smaller settlements or migrated to new regions entirely. It was as if the Maya had decided that urban life, which had served them so well for over 1,000 years, was no longer worth the effort it required. What caused this dramatic shift? Archaeologists have proposed numerous theories, and the truth probably involves a combination of factors rather than any single catastrophe. Climate data suggests that the Maya world experienced a series of severe droughts during the 8th and 9th centuries, some lasting for decades. For a civilization that depended on carefully managed water systems, these droughts would have posed enormous challenges. Imagine trying to maintain a city of 50,000 people when your reservoirs are running dry and the rains that usually refill them keep failing to arrive. Maya engineers had designed their urban water systems to handle normal variations in rainfall, but they hadn't planned for the kind of extended dry periods that apparently occurred during this time. As water became scarce, Urban populations would have been forced to disperse to areas where smaller-scale farming and water collection were more viable. But climate change alone probably wouldn't have caused such widespread urban abandonment. Maya cities had survived droughts before and had developed sophisticated methods for water conservation and management. Something else must have made their urban centres less resilient than they had been in earlier centuries. One possibility is that Maya cities had simply grown too large and complex for their own good. By the 8th century, some Maya urban centres supported populations that strained even their sophisticated agricultural and water management systems. When environmental stresses occurred, these large concentrations of people may have become unsustainable. There's also evidence for increasing warfare between Maya city-states during this period. Earlier Maya conflicts had been relatively limited affairs, more like elaborate tournaments than wars of conquest. But by the late Classic period, Maya warfare seems to have become more destructive, with cities being attacked not just for prestige or tribute, but for complete conquest and destruction. This escalation in violence may have been both a cause and a consequence of the other stresses affecting Maya society. As resources became scarcer due to drought and overpopulation, competition between cities intensified. As warfare became more destructive, it became harder for cities to maintain the cooperative relationships that had allowed Maya civilization to flourish. Political factors also played a role. The elaborate royal courts that had governed Maya cities required enormous resources to maintain. Kings and nobles needed magnificent palaces, elaborate ceremonies, and costly trade goods to demonstrate their divine authority and maintain political legitimacy. As economic stress increased, these costs may have become increasingly burdensome for ordinary Maya farmers and craftsmen. Archaeological evidence suggests that during this period, the gap between Maya elites and commoners was growing wider. While nobles continued to build elaborate palaces and fill their tombs with jade and gold, ordinary Maya households show signs of economic stress and reduced access to luxury goods. This growing inequality may have undermined the social cohesion that had made large Maya cities possible. But perhaps most importantly, the environmental knowledge that had allowed the Maya to create sustainable urban centres in tropical forests was being forgotten or ignored. As cities grew larger and more complex, their inhabitants may have become increasingly disconnected from the natural systems that supported them. The careful balance between human needs and environmental capacity that had characterized earlier Maya civilization seems to have been disrupted. However, it's crucial to understand that what archaeologists call the Maya collapse wasn't the end of Maya civilization, it was a transformation. While the great cities of the Classic period were being abandoned, Maya communities were adapting and evolving in new directions. Some moved to areas that were less affected by drought. Others developed new forms of political organization that were more resilient to environmental stress, and many simply returned to the smaller scale, more sustainable ways of life that had characterized earlier periods of Maya history. In the northern Yucatan, Maya civilization experienced what archaeologists call a renaissance during the post-Classic period. Cities like Chichen Itza and later Mayapan became major centers of trade, learning, and political power. These northern cities developed new architectural styles, new forms of political organization, and new relationships with other Mesoamerican civilizations. The Maya of the post-Classic period were different from their Classic predecessors, but they weren't lesser. They had learned from the experiences of the Classic cities and developed more flexible, adaptable approaches to urban life. Instead of the highly centralized city-states of the Classic period, post-Classic Maya society was organized around looser confederations of cities and towns that could better weather political and environmental crises. Trade became increasingly important during this period, with Maya merchants establishing commercial networks that extended from central Mexico to Panama. Maya traders, traveling in large ocean-going canoes, carried goods along the Caribbean and Pacific coasts, connecting Maya communities with other Mesoamerican civilizations and adapting to new technologies and ideas from across the region. The Maya also continued their scientific and intellectual achievements during the post-Classic period. Astronomers at Chichen Itza created new observatories and refined their understanding of celestial cycles. Scribes continued to develop Maya writing and created new types of books that preserved historical, astronomical, and religious knowledge. Artists developed new styles that combined traditional Maya themes with influences from central Mexico and other regions. Perhaps most importantly, Maya communities during this period developed a more decentralized, resilient approach to civilization that helped them survive challenges that might have destroyed more rigid societies. When Spanish conquistadors arrived in the 16th century, They found not a collapsed civilization but a diverse, adaptable collection of Maya communities that had been successfully managing the challenges of tropical life for over 3,000 years. The Spanish conquest was devastating for Maya communities, but it wasn't completely destructive. Many Maya communities retreated to remote areas where they maintained traditional ways of life, with minimal outside interference. Others adapted to colonial rule while preserving essential aspects of Maya culture, language and identity. In the dense forests of the Petén region of Guatemala, some Maya communities remained effectively independent until the late 19th century. These communities maintained traditional agricultural practices, continued to use Maya calendars and writing systems, and preserved religious practices that connected them to their ancient heritage. The transformation of Maya civilization during the late Classic and post-Classic periods offers important lessons about resilience and adaptation. The Maya response to environmental and social stress wasn't to desperately cling to unsustainable practices, but to thoughtfully adapt their society to changing conditions. They demonstrated that civilizations, like living organisms, can survive by changing rather than by remaining static. This ability to adapt while maintaining cultural continuity helps explain why Maya civilization has persisted for over 4,000 years. Today, millions of people in Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and Honduras continue to speak Maya languages, practice traditional agriculture, and maintain cultural practices that connect them to their ancient heritage. They are living proof that the Maya didn't disappear, they evolved. As you continue drifting towards sleep, imagine this great transformation. Cities gradually returning to forest, families making difficult decisions about where to build new lives, communities adapting their ancient wisdom to new circumstances, and, throughout it all, the patient work of cultural preservation that ensured Maya civilization would survive to inspire and inform future generations. In the gentle quiet of your bedtime contemplation, let yourself consider one of history's most remarkable phenomena: how a civilization that supposedly collapsed over 1,000 years ago continues to influence the world in ways both profound and, surprisingly, practical. The Maya legacy isn't something locked away in museums or buried under jungle vines. It's woven into the fabric of modern life in ways you encounter almost daily without realizing it. Every time you bite into a piece of chocolate, you're participating in a tradition that the Maya perfected over 2,000 years ago. The cacao tree, which the Maya called the food of the gods, was first domesticated in the Maya world. But the Maya didn't just discover chocolate, they elevated it to an art form. They created dozens of different ways to prepare cacao, from bitter ceremonial drinks reserved for nobles and priests to sweet treats that were probably not too different from modern hot chocolate. Maya chocolate preparation was so sophisticated that Spanish conquistadors initially couldn't figure out how to recreate it. The Maya had learned to ferment cacao beans to develop their full flavor, to roast them at precisely the right temperature, and to combine them with vanilla, chili peppers, and other flavorings in proportions that created complex, nuanced beverages that were both delicious and nutritionally rich. When you see single-origin chocolate in upscale stores today, you're seeing a return to Maya principles of chocolate making that emphasize the unique characteristics of cacao from specific regions. The mathematical concepts the Maya developed continue to influence how we think about numbers and time. Their invention of zero as a placeholder and mathematical concept was one of the most important intellectual achievements in human history. This innovation, developed independently from similar discoveries in India, made possible the kind of complex calculations that underlie everything from computer programming to space exploration. Maya calendar systems, with their precise tracking of multiple overlapping cycles, provided intellectual frameworks that still influence how anthropologists, historians, and even computer scientists think about time and periodicity. The Maya understanding that time moves in cycles rather than straight lines has become increasingly relevant in an era when we're beginning to recognize that human activities follow cyclical patterns that need to be understood and managed sustainably. Modern agricultural science has rediscovered many Maya farming techniques and found them remarkably sophisticated. The raised field agriculture that the Maya used to farm in wetlands is now being studied as a model for sustainable farming in areas threatened by climate change and rising sea levels. Maya polyculture techniques, growing multiple crops together in mutually beneficial combinations, are being adapted by organic farmers and permaculture practitioners around the world. The Maya understanding of forest management has also proven remarkably prescient. Modern ecologists studying the forests of Central America have discovered that many areas that appeared to be virgin wilderness are actually the result of thousands of years of careful Maya forest management. The Maya had learned to enhance natural forest productivity by selectively encouraging useful species, creating forest gardens that were more productive and diverse than unmanaged natural forests. This knowledge is now being applied in conservation projects throughout the tropics. Instead of trying to preserve forests by keeping people out of them, conservationists are learning to work with indigenous communities who have maintained traditional ecological knowledge that can inform sustainable forest management. The Maya approach to living within natural systems rather than trying to dominate them has become a model for sustainable development in tropical regions around the world. Maya architectural techniques continue to inspire modern builders and architects. The corbel arch technique that the Maya perfected, creating arches and vaults by gradually projecting stones inward until they meet at the top, is being studied by architects interested in creating earthquake-resistant buildings using local materials. Maya understanding of how to construct large buildings that could withstand both tropical storms and seismic activity has applications in modern earthquake and hurricane engineering. The Maya approach to urban planning, which integrated cities with natural water management systems and maintained green spaces throughout urban areas, has become a model for sustainable city design. Urban planners studying Maya cities have been impressed by their sophistication in managing stormwater, providing public spaces, and creating neighbourhoods that functioned as integrated communities rather than just collections of individual buildings. Maya astronomical knowledge continues to inform our understanding of ancient science and to provide alternative perspectives on humanity's relationship with the cosmos. Maya astronomers' precise observations of planetary cycles, their accurate predictions of eclipses, and their sophisticated understanding of calendar calculation demonstrate that scientific knowledge can develop along different paths than those followed by European traditions. This has implications beyond historical curiosity, as modern science increasingly recognizes the value of traditional ecological knowledge. Maya astronomical and mathematical traditions provide examples of how indigenous knowledge systems can complement and enhance Western scientific approaches. Maya calendar specialists working today in Guatemala and Mexico maintain knowledge that spans thousands of years and provides insights into long-term environmental and social cycles that short-term scientific observation might miss. The Maya writing system, once considered too complex to be fully deciphered, has become a model for understanding how human communication systems develop and change over time. Transmitting information, Maya literature, as we've come to understand it through deciphered texts, has enriched our understanding of ancient American intellectual traditions. Maya poetry, historical narratives, and scientific texts demonstrate levels of literary sophistication that rival anything produced in the ancient world. The Popol Vuh, the Maya creation story that was preserved through the colonial period, has become recognized as one of the world's great mythological texts, offering insights into Maya philosophy and cosmology that continue to influence writers, artists, and thinkers around the world. Perhaps most importantly, Maya civilization provides a powerful example of how human societies can develop along pathways different from those we're familiar with in European and Asian civilizations. The Maya created urban centers without wheeled vehicles or large domesticated animals, developed sophisticated mathematics without a base 10 number system, and maintained complex societies for thousands of years using sustainable agricultural practices in tropical environments. This alternative model of civilization has become increasingly relevant as modern societies grapple with questions about sustainability, environmental management, and social organization. The Maya example demonstrates that high levels of cultural achievement, sophisticated technology, and complex social organization don't require the exploitation of natural resources or the domination of natural systems that characterized many other ancient civilizations. Today, over 6 million people in Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and Honduras continue to speak Maya languages and maintain cultural practices that connect them directly to their ancient heritage. These modern Maya communities aren't living museums preserving ancient ways. They're dynamic cultures that continue to adapt traditional knowledge to contemporary circumstances. Maya communities today are leaders in sustainable agriculture, forest conservation, and cultural preservation. They maintain traditional calendar systems alongside modern timekeeping, practice traditional medicine alongside modern healthcare, and use traditional ecological knowledge to inform contemporary environmental management. They represent living proof that the Maya legacy isn't just historical, it's a continuing contribution to human knowledge and wisdom. As you settle into the final moments before sleep, consider that the Maya story isn't really finished. It's still being written by communities throughout Central America, who maintain ancient traditions while adapting to contemporary challenges, the pyramids rising from jungle canopies, the sophisticated mathematics encoded in ancient calendars, and the sustainable agricultural practices developed over millennia, all continue to offer insights and inspiration to anyone willing to listen to, the whispers of ancient wisdom that still echo through the forests of Maya country. In these quiet moments, before sleep carries you away from the Maya world and back to your own time, let yourself rest in the knowledge that you've just completed a journey through one of humanity's most remarkable experiments in living. The Maya weren't just another ancient civilization that rose and fell like so many others. They were pioneers in sustainable living, mathematical thinking, and the delicate art of creating complex societies that could thrive within rather than despite their natural environments. Tonight, as you've travelled through time and jungle, you've witnessed the birth of cities that grew like magnificent trees from tropical soil, seen mathematical concepts develop that still influence how we understand the universe, and watched agricultural techniques emerge that modern science is only now beginning to fully appreciate. You've walked through markets filled with goods carried hundreds of miles through jungle paths, listened to astronomical observations that were more accurate than anything Europe would achieve for centuries, and observed daily life in communities that had learned to balance individual ambition with collective wisdom. The Maya story is ultimately about adaptation and resilience. When their great classic cities could no longer be sustained, the Maya didn't simply disappear, they evolved. They created new forms of social organization, developed new relationships with their environment, and maintained the essential elements of their culture through changes that would have destroyed less flexible civilizations. This capacity for thoughtful adaptation has allowed Maya culture to survive for over 4,000 years, making it one of the longest continuing civilizations in human history. The same intellectual traditions that produced the mathematical concept of zero and calculated the movements of planets with extraordinary precision continue today in Maya communities that maintain traditional calendars, practice sustainable. Perhaps this is the most important lesson the Maya offer to our contemporary world, that sustainability isn't about returning to some imagined simpler past, but about developing the wisdom to create complex societies that work in harmony with nature, systems rather than in opposition to them. The Maya demonstrated that human beings can build cities, develop sophisticated technologies, and create great art without destroying the environments that sustain them. As you drift into dreams, you might find yourself walking through a Maya forest garden, where useful trees, food plants, and medicinal herbs grow together in productive harmony. Or perhaps you'll dream of astronomers on pyramid tops, calculating the precise moment when Venus will next appear as the morning star. Maybe you'll find yourself in a Maya scriptorium, watching scribes carefully draw glyphs that encode both practical information and sacred stories. These dreams connect you to a continuous human story, one that includes the Maya farmer who developed new varieties of corn, the Maya engineer who designed water systems that functioned for centuries, the Maya mathematician who first understood that zero could be a number, and the Maya artist who combined practical knowledge with spiritual vision to create beauty that still moves us today. The forest that covers much of the ancient Maya world continues to grow and change, but it still holds the echoes of their achievements. Pyramids rise through the canopy like stone mountains, their limestone blocks slowly returning to the earth from which they came. Raised agricultural fields, abandoned for centuries, have become unique ecosystems where ancient human wisdom continues to shape natural processes. And in communities throughout Central America, Maya languages continue to be spoken. Maya calendars continue to mark the passage of sacred time, and Maya knowledge continues to offer insights into sustainable ways of living. Tomorrow, when you wake and perhaps glance at your calendar to plan your day, remember that you're using a system refined by Maya mathematicians who understood that time moves in cycles rather than straight lines. When you enjoy chocolate with your breakfast, remember that you're participating in a tradition that the Maya elevated to high art. When you hear about sustainable agriculture or forest conservation, remember that you're encountering ideas that the Maya pioneered and perfected over thousands of years. The Maya legacy isn't something distant and historical. It's woven into the fabric of contemporary life in ways both obvious and subtle. Their mathematical innovations underlie computer systems, their agricultural techniques inform sustainable farming practices, their astronomical observations contribute to our understanding of ancient science, and their examples of sustainable urban design inspire modern city planners. Most importantly, Maya civilization demonstrates that there are many different ways to create complex, sophisticated societies. The paths they followed, emphasizing cyclical rather than linear thinking, developing technology that worked with rather than against natural systems, creating urban centres that enhanced rather than degraded their environments, offer alternative models for how human beings might organise themselves and their relationships with the natural world. Conversation between intelligence and environment, between individual ambition and collective wisdom, between the needs of the present and the requirements of a sustainable future. Rest well, knowing that the forests of Maya country continue to grow and change, that Maya communities continue to adapt ancient wisdom to contemporary challenges, and that the echoes of their achievements continue to whisper through time, offering guidance and inspiration to anyone thoughtful enough to listen. In the hushed darkness of a 13th century manor house, as the last embers in the central hearth faded to soft orange glows, the lord of the manor would not retire alone. Around him, in the enormous hall, lay his household staff, family members, and perhaps even trusted servants, all arranged in a careful choreography of medieval sleep. This collective slumber, so foreign to our modern sensibilities, represents one of history's most misunderstood phenomena, the medieval relationship with sleep. Contrary to popular assumptions about the discomforts of pre-industrial life, medieval Europeans may have enjoyed sleep patterns more aligned with human biology than our current regimens. The sleep of the Middle Ages wasn't merely a functional necessity squeezed between brutal days of toil. It was an elaborate practice infused with ritual, social significance, and a profound understanding of human needs that modern science is only now rediscovering. The medieval night began not with the flick of a light switch, but with the gradual recession of daylight. As twilight descended across Europe's countryside and bergs, a natural wind-down period commenced. Without the harsh blue light of electronic devices to disrupt melatonin production, medieval bodies responded naturally to environmental cues. The dimming of the day triggered sleep hormones in perfect synchronicity with the body's circadian rhythm. Evidence from medieval household accounts, monastic records, and medical manuscripts reveals that medieval people practiced what sleep researchers now call sleep hygiene, not through scientific understanding, but through customs evolved over centuries. Families would gather around fires in the hours before bed, engaging in what one 14th century English text called the gentle telling of tales. This storytelling tradition served multiple purposes, reinforcing community bonds, passing down cultural knowledge, and, crucially, allowing the brain to transition from the active demands of daytime to the receptive state conducive to sleep. Inventories from noble households across Europe list specialized items for sleep comfort that defy our image of medieval discomfort. While commoners might sleep on straw-filled mattresses, regularly refreshed with aromatic herbs like lavender and chamomile, natural sleep aids, the wealthy invested heavily in sleep quality. Featherbeds, documented in the 1380s household accounts of John of Gaunt, could contain up to 60 pounds of down. These were topped with linen sheets, woolen blankets in winter, and lightweight coverlets in summer, seasonal adaptations showing a sophisticated understanding of sleep temperature regulation. The medieval bed itself evolved into an architectural feature in its own right. Far from a simple platform, the bed became what historian Sasha Handley calls a micro-environment for sleep. High bedsteads kept sleepers above drafts, while bed curtains created microclimates that preserved body heat. Particularly in northern regions, these enclosed bed spaces maintained optimal sleeping temperatures through bitter winters without central heating. Perhaps most notably, medieval people organised their sleep around natural human ultradian rhythms. Medical texts from Salerno's famed medical school advised sleeping with the head slightly elevated, and on the right side initially for proper digestion. Then turning to the left side in deep sleep advice that echoes modern recommendations for optimizing airway positioning during sleep. Despite the absence of memory foam or adjustable bases, medieval sleepers customized their experience through ingenious means. Illuminated manuscripts show various pillow configurations, from cylindrical bolsters supporting the neck to smaller cushions tucked under elbows or knees. Personalized comfort adaptations we've rediscovered through ergonomic design. Archaeological findings from cesspits in London and York have revealed remains of medicinal herbs commonly used for sleep, including valerian root and passion flower, showing sophisticated pharmacological approaches to sleep management. The physical arrangements for sleep extended beyond beds. Manor houses and even modest dwellings were designed with sleeping areas positioned to maximize morning light exposure. an architectural feature that modern chronobiologists recognise for its importance in maintaining healthy circadian rhythms. East-facing bedchambers allowed sleepers to wake naturally with the sunrise, reinforcing their internal body clocks in ways that modern blackout curtains and alarm clocks disrupt. What truly distinguished medieval sleep, however, was its social nature. Unlike our privatised, individualised approach to sleep, medieval slumber was communal. This behaviour wasn't merely for practical reasons like shared warmth or protection, although these benefits were real, but reflected a fundamentally different conception of sleep as a vulnerable yet shared human experience. Even kings were rarely alone while sleeping, attended by trusted chamberlains who slept at the foot of the royal bed, creating a sleep culture where the boundaries between private and public were permeable in ways we might find uncomfortable, but that provided unique psychological benefits. People didn't expect to sleep all night in medieval Europe when darkness fell. The idea that people should sleep 8 hours is post-industrial. Medieval medical records, diaries, household histories, and literary sources show a quite distinct pattern. First sleep and second sleep separated by a nighttime wakeful quiet. This biphasic sleep pattern was common throughout social strata. After going to bed at nightfall, medieval people had a 4-hour first sleep or dead sleep. After waking up naturally for 1 to 2 hours, they went back to second sleep until daybreak. Medieval folks used this midnight awakening as a natural window of consciousness, not sleeplessness. European monastery church records provide some of the best evidence of this interval. The monastic rule of St. Benedict scheduled midnight prayers, matins, during the wakeful hour to accommodate this natural sleep divide. Instead of fighting their biology to stay awake for devotions, monks synchronized their spiritual practices with human sleep architecture. The significance of midnight awakening goes beyond religion. Medical manuscripts from Salerno and Montpellier, Europe's top medical schools, show that doctors believed midnight waking was crucial for health. The 13th century physician Aldebrandon of Siena said that this wakeful period allowed the vapours of food to be properly distributed through the body, a pre-scientific knowledge of how sleep stages affect digestion and metabolism. This nightly waking gave regular households an unusual opportunity. It was common for homeowners to check on their property, bank fires for the second sleep, and examine their security. The 14th century guide for parish priests recommends middle night marital intercourse because the body is rested but the mind clear. The recommendation implies a profound awareness of how restful sleep influences mood and physical receptivity. Interestingly, this wakeful interlude produced various types of consciousness that current neuroscience has only recently learned to detect. Neurologists call the state between first and second sleep hypnopompic consciousness, which boosts creativity, imagery, and emotional processing. Medieval folks innately understood and practiced this distinct mental condition. Court records and diaries show how midnight wakers considered legal issues. A 15th century Ghent judge said he made his toughest decisions after consulting his thoughts in the watch between sleeps, believing it provided deeper moral insight than daylight deliberation. Craftspeople conceived new designs, farmers planned seasonal rotations, and merchants planned business initiatives during this contemplative period. Wakefulness had emotional and social benefits. Larger medieval households described night talking, intimate chats during midnight waking. These nighttime conversations allowed for exceptional emotional honesty, unlike daytime contacts confined by societal hierarchy and public presentation. A 14th century English noblewoman's diary says she learned her husband's innermost worries only in the watch between sleeps, when souls speak more truly. This split sleep pattern boosted creativity. Chaucer writes poetry during his watching times, and illuminated manuscripts often state they were written in the midnight thinking time. Medieval dream interpretation guides distinguished between dreams during first sleep, processing daily events, and those during second sleep, prophetic or insight-bearing, due to the quality of thoughts during this period. Archaeology confirms this practice's prevalence. Medieval home excavations sometimes reveal little oil lamps for nighttime activities. In household inventories across social classes, night tables with writing tools, miniature prayer books, and meditation tools are common. When modern researchers removed artificial light from test subject settings for several weeks, they automatically reverted to biphasic sleep. Strong proof that segmented sleep is our biological rhythm. Medieval people honoured this cycle rather than pushing continuous sleep, aligning with their evolved sleep architecture in ways modern civilization rarely allows. Psychological benefits make segmented sleep valuable. The midnight wake-up allowed memory consolidation and emotional processing. Modern sleep science shows that disrupted sleep can improve memory formation. A 15th century French physician advised pupils to reread difficult material before bed and allow the mind to work upon it in the midnight watching. Medieval folks knew the value of this processing time. Medieval sleep environments were more complex and deliberate than popular belief. Medieval sleeping arrangements were frequently utilitarian marvels that represented considerable household investments and years of comfort technology, unlike the crude, unpleasant platforms depicted in modern media. Archaeology from intact medieval households shows that sleep quality was important. Excavated 13th century merchant homes in London showed specialised floor designs with insulating materials packed beneath sleeping areas, including wool, straw, and even feathers in wealthier homes, to block the cold from stone or packed earth floors. This intelligent underfloor insulation shows heat transmission concepts that affect sleep quality. Medieval sleep revolved around the bed, which evolved quickly. Bed technology improved by the 13th century from simple raised platforms. Estate inventories from around Europe reveal more sophisticated bed designs with specialised comfort components. The bed's hardwood frame, termed the bedstock, has mortise and tenon joints allowing minor flexibility without squeaking, which 14th century Florence carpenter guild laws required for undisturbed rest. Medieval mattress technology improved constantly. Peasant homes still used straw-filled beds, although they were more advanced. Traditional European farming groups using medieval methods used straw beds, not loose straw piled into sacks. Specially selected straw, oat straw, was recommended for its softness. Completely dried to prevent mould and broken to provide a springier texture was used. Most homes emptied and refilled these beds seasonally. For the wealthy, mattress technology evolved. By the 14th century, merchants and artists used wool-filled mattresses, while feather beds were the height of medieval sleep luxury. These were constructed sleep surfaces, not feather sacks. Guild regulations from 14th century Paris required feather beds to be built with particular weights of different feather varieties piled for compression and rebound. The most sumptuous examples had goose down on top and stiffer feathers underneath for stability. Similar to modern high-end mattresses, medieval pillows are often forgotten sleep technologies. Modern pillows are uniform, whereas medieval pillows were individualized. Archaeological evidence and household inventories show at least 4 pillow types: neck bolsters for spinal alignment, softer head pillows for comfort, wedge pillows for medical conditions, particularly respiratory issues, and smaller support pillows for positioning. Salerno medical writings advise lifting the head for digestion disorders and supporting the legs for back pain. Bed sheets were also designed for sleep comfort. Linen sheets were valued for their breathability and moisture-wicking capacity. Even small houses had many sets of linens and regular laundry records. In winter, woolen blankets provided insulation, while silk or light wool coverlets gave summer warmth. Seasonal bedding rotation shows a profound awareness of how ambient temperature influences sleep quality. Equally inventive was sleeping room climate control. Bed curtains were attractive and microclimatic. Fully enclosed bed curtains conserved body heat in winter. Large medieval houses recorded various curtain weights for different seasons, with summer curtains blocking insects allowing airflow. This seasonal sleep environment adaptation shows a comprehensive awareness of how ambient variables affect rest quality. Medieval dwellings also showed excellent sleep management. Sound-dampening interior shutters were common in metropolitan bedrooms. In intact York and Bruges homes, archaeologists found woven rush mats put on walls near public streets as early sound insulation. Medieval folks recognized noise pollution as a sleep disruptor and addressed it with intentional design. Medieval sleep was influenced by aromatherapy. Domestic and archaeological records show aromatic herbs in bedding. These were lavender and chamomile for relaxation, mint and rosemary for insect repellent, and dried rose petals for fragrance. For decades, home manuals have recommended inserting little herb-filled sachets into pillowcases to improve sleep. Researchers even reviewed illumination for its impact on sleep quality. Medieval dwellings used candles or rushlights in bedrooms for specific purposes. When affordable, beeswax candles were recommended near beds because they smoke less than tallow. Rush lights, manufactured by immersing river rushes in fat, burned longer and dimmed to help people fall asleep. These thoughtful evening light selections follow recent advice to avoid bright light before bed. Medieval sleep environments were sophisticated enough to regulate nighttime temperature. Bed warming technologies improved in Northern Europe. Early medieval hot stones evolved into warming pans equipped with adjustable handles and ventilated lids, which diffused heat evenly without causing burns. These gadgets were used in houses of all social strata, demonstrating the importance of ideal sleeping temperatures. Medieval Europe saw a number of systematic sleep hygiene activities when the sun set. These were centuries-old practices that prepared body and mind for repose. The intricacy of these pre-sleep practices undermines the idea that scientific sleep optimization is new. The transition to night began with day-shutting rituals that separated waking and sleeping. Closing shutters or drawing curtains were symbolic thresholds. Even humble 14th century French households had practices for closing the day, typically with brief spoken phrases or prayers to signal that labour was over and rest could begin. Medieval Europeans intuitively knew the necessity of light reduction before sleep, according to archaeology. Medieval dwelling excavations reveal clever shutter designs that blocked light more completely. Rich urban homes had exterior shutters for security and inside fabric hangings to exclude remaining light by the 15th century. These dark generation investments showed how much society valued sleep. Staged light reduction was notable in medieval times. As darkness approached, homes switched from brilliant central fireplaces to dim lights. Church and monastic records show that different candle types were used for different evening activities, leading to rush dips at bedtime. Our modern abrupt shifts from brightness to darkness impede melatonin production, but this progressive dimming naturally signaled sleep. Evening meals were part of sleep preparation. Despite expectations about primitive medieval diets, household records and medical writings show sophisticated sleep nutrition. Evening meals were eaten at least 2 hours before bed to allow for partial digestion. In the evening, Salerno medical books advise lighter diets like lettuce, almonds, and warm dairy liquids mixed with mildly sedative spices to promote sleep. Physical sleep preparation was also deliberate. Cleaning before bed highlighted psychological shifts as well as cleanliness. Even in simple families without bathing facilities, people washed their hands, face, and feet before bed and for its relaxing benefits, according to housekeeping manuals. Some 15th century manor buildings had evening bathing chambers next to bedrooms for more extensive pre-sleep bathing procedures. Medieval sleep habits for stress reduction and brain clearing were unique. Monastic and household texts suggested evening reflection and concern control that mirrors modern mindfulness. 14th century merchant advice advocated examining the day's transactions and resolving mental issues before bed, since unresolved matters will otherwise disturb rest. The early observation that cognitive stimulation reduces sleep quality is extraordinary psychological insight. Bedtime prayer sequences were both spiritual practice and sleep induction. These were systematic mental activities that diverted attention from daily worries, not just religious observances. Popular nighttime prayers alternated between simple, repetitive elements, relaxing, and brief narrative segments, focusing the attention. This advanced structure naturally induced tiredness from active thought. Even bed-making was ritualized, according to household sources. Medieval folks of all classes made beds each night. It was common to shake and turn mattresses to rejuvenate their loft, arrange bedding for best warmth distribution, and sweep the area around the bed to remove dirt and symbolically clear the space for rest. Social interactions were manipulated to aid sleep transitions. Manorial records required quiet time in the evening. Sleep preparation began with specific phrases or little customs in some households. For quieter, more introspective conversation, a 15th century housekeeping manual encouraged the head of the home to say, "The day is now put away." Most notably, medieval sleep rituals addressed sleep onset insomnia. Medical manuscripts provide advanced sleep treatments. They comprised mental tracing of patterns, rhythmic breathing, and progressive muscle relaxation expressed in language that resembles modern approaches. A 14th century Montpellier medical treatise discusses body scan meditation, similar to that taught in sleep clinics. Medieval sleep literature emphasized posture. Medical texts outlined ideal sleep postures for different body types and health issues. Modern understanding of how body position influences digestive processes during sleep suggests commencing sleep on the right side to help digestion before turning to the left. This was not common wisdom, but scientific observation of sleep quality. Auditory practices helped wakefulness transition. Night watch calls the hours in villages and cities, providing temporal grounding. These repetitive sound patterns may have helped maintain sleep rather than disrupt it. People say the familiar calls comforted and oriented them during brief overnight awakenings without disturbing sleep architecture. The social structure of sleep may be the biggest distinction between medieval and modern sleep. Medieval sleep was a shared, vulnerable state entrenched in well-arranged social ties that offered distinct psychological benefits not found in modern, isolated sleep. European household archaeology shows sleep arrangements that challenge privacy notions. From humble farmhouses to royal palaces, medieval sleeping places were shared. This sharing wasn't just for economic reasons, it represented attitudes about sleep vulnerability and communal protection. It started in childhood. Medieval children slept with family, unlike modern Westerners. Household inventories and architectural evidence demonstrate that wealthy people rarely had separate nurseries until the late medieval period. Young children usually slept on communal beds near parents or caregivers. This arrangement provided physical warmth and safety as well as auditory and olfactory cues from trusted people to promote sleep. Children continued to sleep together as they grew. Household and guild records show service children, apprentices, and biological children sleeping together by age. Young people slept 2 or 3 to a bed, clustered by gender and age, establishing sleep communities, groups that share sleep vulnerability and build sleep standards. The psychological benefits of these arrangements were significant. Medieval medical literature says youngsters who sleep together have fewer night terrors and sleep disturbance. Medieval folks intuitively knew that trusted persons' sensory awareness triggers parasympathetic nerve system reactions that deepen sleep. Modern sleep science has just lately recognized this. Adults slept together beyond family. Medieval residences had a central hall where servants, apprentices, and extended family slept. This setup gave psychological security rather than disrupting sleep. Household accounts provide methods for grouping sleepers to accommodate individual needs and relationships. Even the rich, who could afford separate sleeping chambers by the later medieval period, rarely slept alone. Noble household chamber accounts show that servants lay on pallets at the foot of the bed with their masters. Medieval nobility preferred reliable companions during vulnerable sleep phases over loneliness. This communal sleep design had several psychological benefits that modern sleep experts are now recognizing. Shared sleep rooms corrected sleep patterns, reducing anxiety over perceived sleep anomalies. When brief nightly awakenings occurred, the noises and presence of other sleepers reassured and reduced anxiety-induced sleeplessness. Medieval travel tales show how rooted these communal sleep obligations were. One 15th century merchant called private sleeping unnatural and disquieting to the mind. Inn regulations across Europe required tourists to share beds with strangers of the same gender until the early modern period, demonstrating how common shared sleep vulnerability was deemed. The intimacy of communal sleep areas encouraged unusual social bonds. Medieval stories emphasize pre-sleep discussions for resolving conflicts and improving relationships. Before bed, a 14th century family manual encourages settling disputes because harmony before rest brings better health to all. This incorporation of dispute resolution into sleep habits provided regular relationship healing that standalone sleep arrangements rarely do. Medieval sleep's communality improved safety. Before modern locks and security measures, numerous sleepers were protected by collective vigilance. Medieval households generally placed younger, lighter sleepers, usually apprentices or younger servants, near doorways, establishing a natural surveillance system. Household accounts recommend having different grades of sleepers with different awakening thresholds across the sleeping area. Social leveling was also achieved through sleep vulnerability. Daytime activities were hierarchical, but sleep momentarily lowered status. Snoring, shifting postures, and the universal weakness of unconsciousness made even high-status people seem more real to their subordinates, according to historical reports. This periodic reminder of shared humanity softened medieval social hierarchies. The communal sleep environment helped vulnerable populations more than our private sleep arrangements. Shared sleeping arrangements helped new mothers care for their babies at night. Village records and household narratives show that nursing mothers was slept near other women who could help with evening feedings and child calming. Instead of being separated, older people were included in home sleeping arrangements, allowing the collective to adapt their natural sleep habits. Community sleep normalized nightly distress, which was important for psychological wellness. Nightmares and anxiousness were immediately relieved. Medical writings from the time prescribe a trusted sleeping companion's voice to comfort people awakening from terrible dreams, which is easier in shared sleep places than in our secluded bedrooms. Sleep historians now recognize the shift from communal to privatized sleeping, which began among the wealthy in the late medieval period, but didn't reach most communities until much later. This shift had mixed effects on human psychology. While privatizing sleep increased individual control, it eliminated many of the security and social benefits of communal sleep. Medieval understanding of dreams and nighttime consciousness was highly developed, predicting modern findings concerning dreams' effects on emotion, creativity, and problem-solving. Medieval civilization developed intricate frameworks for identifying dream varieties and promoting positive dream experiences. Medieval dream theory classified dreams by psychological cause and meaning. Medical books from Salerno and Montpellier distinguished digestive dreams, those influenced by nutrition and physical conditions, from spirit dreams, those originating from deeper psychic processes. This distinction acknowledges dreams' psychological purposes and modern awareness of how physical variables affect dream content. Medieval understanding of how sleep absorbed everyday events was sophisticated. The 13th century encyclopedist Bartholomeus Anglicus observed that the mind sorts through the day's events while the body rests, foreshadowing REM sleep memory consolidation research. Household instructions advise quickly revisiting important daily events before bed to aid this processing function, which sleep researchers now know improves memory integration. Medieval dream notebooks show that people actively engaged with their dreams. Several preserved monastic and noble household dream diaries document dream content with attention to repeating themes and emotional patterns. A 14th century Florentine merchant kept a thorough book about how he tracked dream symbols, linking them to his waking concerns and using dreams to make commercial decisions. Medieval dream practice used complex dream incubation techniques to actively influence dream material to answer specific inquiries or difficulties. The monastic records describe focusing on certain questions before sleep and utilizing visualization to bring them into dream consciousness. This goal was practical cognitive training, not just spiritual. Multiple craft guild records mention masters telling trainees to consult their dreams when designing. Archaeology supports medieval dream practice. Excavations found dream-related objects near beds. These include modest religious artifacts, symbolic emblems, and written queries or issues under pillows, physical expressions of medieval belief that sleep consciousness might address waking difficulties. Medieval nightmare treatment was centuries ahead of modern methods. Medieval dream guides advised dealing with nightmares rather than suppressing them. One 14th century physician guide advocates helping patients achieve dream re-entry, returning to terrifying dream scenes while waking and imagining altering them. This method is similar to nightmare disorder treatments that rewrite distressing content. Medieval understanding of dreams and nighttime consciousness was highly developed, predicting modern findings concerning dreams' effects on emotion, creativity, and problem-solving. Medieval civilization developed intricate frameworks for identifying dream varieties and promoting positive dream experiences. Medieval dream theory classified dreams by psychological cause and meaning. Medical books from Salerno and Montpellier distinguished digestive dreams, those influenced by nutrition and physical conditions, from spirit dreams, those originating from deeper psychic processes. This distinction acknowledges dreams' psychological purposes and modern awareness of how physical variables affect dream content. Medieval understanding of how sleep absorbed everyday events was sophisticated. The 13th century encyclopedist Bartholomeus Anglicus observed that the mind sorts through the day's events while the body rests, foreshadowing REM sleep memory consolidation research. Household instructions advise quickly revisiting important daily events before bed to aid this processing function, which sleep researchers now know improves memory integration. Medieval dream notebooks show that people actively engaged with their dreams. Several preserved monastic and noble household dream diaries document dream content with attention to repeating themes and emotional patterns. A 14th century Florentine merchant kept a thorough book about how he tracked dream symbols, linking them to his waking concerns and using dreams to make commercial decisions. Medieval dream practice used complex dream incubation techniques to actively influence dream material to answer specific inquiries or difficulties. The monastic records describe focusing on certain questions before sleep and utilizing visualization to bring them into dream consciousness. This goal was practical cognitive training, not just spiritual. Multiple craft guild records mention masters telling trainees to consult their dreams when designing. Archaeology supports medieval dream practice. Excavations found dream-related objects near beds. These include modest religious artifacts, symbolic emblems, and written queries or issues under pillows, physical expressions of medieval belief that sleep consciousness might address waking difficulties. Medieval nightmare treatment was centuries ahead of modern methods. Medieval dream guides advised dealing with nightmares rather than suppressing them. One 14th century physician guide advocates helping patients achieve dream re-entry, returning to terrifying dream scenes while waking and imagining altering them. This method is similar to nightmare disorder treatments that rewrite distressing content. Due to historical changes in sleep interactions, medieval Europeans' excellent sleep quality slowly declined. Understanding this decline helps us apply medieval sleep advice today. Late medieval European towns installed public mechanical clocks, changing sleep patterns. Early watches didn't affect sleep, but they did change the attention from environmental cues to time. Town records from the 15th century show the gradual adoption of clock time instead of sunrise and sunset as daily reference points, the first step toward divorcing human timetables from natural light cycles. Archaeology shows this window design change. Later medieval homes prioritized privacy and heat retention over natural light, although early medieval bedrooms contained windows that let in morning light. This architectural change devalues sleep-natural light alignment, which is increasingly critical for circadian rhythms. Industrialization and artificial lighting most affected medieval sleep. Although early 19th century gas illumination extended productive hours into the evening, industry schedules demanded standardized waking times unaffected by seasonal light. Early industrial society documents reveal plant owners fighting inefficient sleep patterns. In 1883, a factory manual warned against workers' persistent habit of night waking between sleep phases due to industrial schedules eliminating biphasic sleep. Sleep conditions changed. The 18th and 19th centuries saw single-family residences and individual beds replace medieval communal slumber. The architectural change increased solitude but removed shared sleep's social security and closeness. Medical records from this transitional era show rising claims of sleep difficulties due to unusual solitude at night from the new sleeping arrangements. Changes in labour habits eroded medieval notions of sleep as a transition. Natural cycles and moderate activity shifts characterised pre-industrial work. Industrial time discipline destroyed the natural wind-down time of medieval sleep patterns. Industrial and office timetables created guillotine waking, sharp, alarm-driven transitions. Many found sleep uncomfortable during this change. Early mass production homogenized sleeping surfaces without regard for comfort. Yet medieval people of all classes had devised sophisticated bedding systems that met bodily demands. Historical records indicate that workshop dwellings had crude beds, unlike medieval peasants. Over centuries, sleep comfort technologies would improve. These changes lead to consolidated sleep culture, the idea that normal sleep is a single, unbroken period rather than the centuries-old biphasic pattern. Medical texts of the late 19th century pathologized nocturnal waking as a disorder. This medical reinterpretation replaced medieval sleep wisdom with modern norms. This historical transformation goes beyond discomfort. Medieval sleep practice was physically and psychologically advantageous, according to modern studies. With unprecedented rates of insomnia, sleep-disordered breathing, and circadian rhythm issues, sleep professionals call the global sleep crisis caused by suppression of natural sleep patterns. The loss of medieval sleep's midnight waking period is notable. A normal sleep break was essential biologically and psychologically. Neurological research found this interval had brainwave patterns that supported creativity and emotional processing. Industrial and post-industrial sleep practices eliminated this cognitive state by requiring continuous sleep. Medieval slumber societies offered psychological stability that modern ones lack. Modern sleep experts have established that trusted people reduce sleep delay and stress hormones. Modern sleep arrangements eliminate these benefits, creating anxiety-related sleep disruptions. Even in medieval times, seasonal sleep duration fluctuations were biologically good. Pre-industrial civilizations and historical sources show that medieval people slept longer in winter due to natural melatonin synthesis. Modern sleep schedules ignore seasonal changes, creating winter circadian misalignment. Medieval and pre-industrial sleep traditions are being rediscovered despite these losses. Sleep medicine now admits that medieval sleep practice was sophisticated and biologically sound, so we should revisit it. New sleep transition. Understanding is the best rehabilitation. After centuries of alarm clocks disrupting sleep, sleep professionals emphasize pre-sleep wind-down, reclaiming the medieval idea of sleep as a transitional activity. Modern sleep hygiene follows medieval practices of gradually reducing light exposure, quieter evening activities, and systematic pre-sleep routines. Modern technology harms and helps sleep. Screen usage influences melatonin production, yet apps and devices measure sleep and support circadian cycles. There are programs that regulate lighting throughout the day to approximate natural light progression, and alarm systems that pinpoint optimal awakening points throughout sleep cycles to recreate medieval sleep patterns. Architecture honors sleep wisdom. After decades of decreasing natural light in bedrooms, modern sleep-focused architecture prioritizes eastern exposure for morning wake-ups, reverting to medieval design. Some creative neighborhoods are investigating communal sleep solutions for uneasy sleepers. Researchers and sleep experts studied medieval segmented sleep. Biphasic sleep patterns like first and second sleep improve sleep, mood, and cognition in long-term studies. Sleep clinics increasingly recommend this routine for insomniacs who believe their sleep disorder is their body re-establishing its natural cycle. Medieval sleep surroundings were rediscovered. Modern designers emphasize natural materials, temperature regulation, and personalized support similar to those used in medieval bedding systems, following years dominated by artificial sleep environments. Adjustable firmness mattresses and weighted blankets are inadvertent homages to medieval sleepers' custom bedding. Medieval sleep still affects psychology and spirituality. Sleep experts recommend medieval home evening contemplation style mindfulness. Increasing interest in dream work and creative dream engagement rediscovers medieval ideas of dreams as valuable sources of knowledge and creativity. The rising recognition that sleep is a cultural habit motivated by societal values and goals is positive. Medieval people valued sleep quality and built social norms to protect it, unlike modern production cultures. The slow sleep movement promotes workplace and societal practices that respect natural sleep patterns. A key paradigm change is realizing that societal institutions mismatch human nature and create numerous sleep disorders. Modern companies are experimenting with flexible timetables that match natural chronotypes and seasonal changes, like medieval civilizations did. Workers were organized around seasonal light shifts and human energy cycles. These strategies apply medieval wisdom to modern conditions. Medieval sleep reminds current sleepers that many human sleep features are neither infinitely adaptable nor flawless to copy. Human nature operates best when aligned with rhythms our medieval ancestors intuitively recognized and honored. Despite great pressure to conform to industrial and post-industrial sleep demands, medieval sleep teaches us to examine whose pre-industrial sleep expertise remains physically and psychologically helpful, not to reject comfort or technical progress. Current knowledge and rediscovered old customs may help us create sleep patterns that match evolutionary and current needs. Researchers say medieval people didn't understand the neurochemistry of sleep, but they recognized its patterns and respected its requirements in ways we're only now beginning to appreciate. That appreciation can solve our sleep crisis without drugs or technology by restoring decades of pre-industrial sleep practice. Medieval sleep advice is more than just history. It offers ways to sleep better and honor our natural heritage. As research validates medieval sleep patterns and practices, we may find that rediscovering our ancestors' centuries-old knowledge of natural sleep is the best sleep advancement. Thomas Whitmore's lungs had forgotten what clean air tasted like. Each morning brought the same ritual, a violent coughing fit that painted crimson droplets across his wash basin, followed by the bitter knowledge that another day of breathing fire awaited him. The year was 1852. and Manchester's sky wore a permanent shroud of industrial smoke that transformed dawn into a sickly amber twilight. He dressed by candlelight in the cramped quarters above Morrison's Fire Brigade station, pulling on wool stockings that never quite dried, and boots whose leather had been scorched so many times they resembled charcoal more than hide. The primitive fire station housed 12 men in conditions that would shame a prison warden, but Thomas had learned not to complain. Complaints were about luxury items, and luxury belonged to the mill owners whose factories they risked their lives to protect. The bell's harsh clang shattered the pre-dawn silence, sending ice through Thomas's veins despite the cold-warmed air. Another mill fire erupted. There was always another mill fire. The textile factories of industrial England burned with the regularity of sunrise, their wooden frames and cotton-stuffed interiors creating funeral pyres that could be seen from neighbouring counties. Thomas grabbed his leather helmet, cracked along the crown from falling timber, and joined the thunderous stampede down the station's narrow stairs. Outside, the grimy glory of Manchester was revealed. The streets gleamed with a perpetual slick of industrial waste, horse manure, and human filth that made every step treacherous. Gas lamps flickered weakly through the perpetual haze, casting ghostly circles of yellow light that barely penetrated the smoke-thick air. The city had grown too fast, its medieval street plan completely inadequate for the massive horse-drawn fire engines that now careened through its narrow arteries. Thomas hauled himself onto the side of the engine as it lurched into motion, the horse's hooves striking sparks from cobblestones worn smooth by endless industrial traffic. The leather fire hose coiled beside him like a sleeping serpent, its canvas skin stiff with accumulated soot and chemical residue. These hoses leaked profusely, often burst under pressure, and delivered water with all the force of a garden sprinkler, but they represented the cutting edge of firefighting technology in an age when most blazes were fought with bucket brigades and prayer. The mill district loomed ahead, a landscape from Dante's imagination, where towering brick chimneys pierced the sky like accusatory fingers. Steam engines coughed and wheezed behind the rhythmic pounding vibrated through the grimy windows, creating a constant industrial heartbeat. Between the factories, ramshackle tenements housed the workers in conditions that would make medieval peasants weep. Entire families crowded into single rooms, sharing their space with rats, disease, and the ever-present threat of fire. As they rounded the corner onto Bridgewater Street, Thomas saw their destination. Pemberton's cotton mill, its upper floors already crowned with flames that danced against the smoke-dark sky like a demonic ballet. The fire had started in the picking room. They always started in the picking room, where cotton fibres floated through the air like combustible snow, waiting for a single spark from the gas lighting, or an overheated steam pipe to transform the workspace into an inferno. Workers streamed from the building in panic, their faces blackened with soot, many clutching burned hands or nursing singed hair. Among them stumbled children, some barely 10 years old, who had been operating the spinning machinery when the fire erupted. The sight of these young faces, aged beyond their years by industrial labour, and now marked by terror, reminded Thomas why he had chosen this profession, despite its countless horrors. The mill owner, Mr. Pemberton himself, stood across the street in his fine wool coat and polished boots, calculating his losses with the same dispassionate precision he used to calculate his profits. Insurance would cover the building, but not the disruption to production. Tomorrow, he would simply relocate his operations to another mill and resume grinding human lives into cotton thread and shareholder dividends. Thomas checked his equipment one final time: a crude leather speaking trumpet for coordinating with his fellow firefighters, a hand axe for breaking down doors and clearing debris, and a length of rope that served as both lifeline and last resort. No breathing apparatus existed. Firefighters simply held their breath or breathed through wet cloth when the smoke became unbearable. The firefighters wore no protective clothing apart from their thick wool coats and leather helmets. They lacked radio communication, hydraulic ladders, and foam suppressants. There were only 12 men equipped with hand-pumped engines who were determined to stop the fire from engulfing the entire district. The heat hit Thomas like a physical blow as they approached the burning mill, the flames creating their own weather system of updrafts and downdrafts that sent burning debris spiralling through the air like deadly confetti. The temperature difference between the fire and the frigid Manchester air created sudden wind shears that could knock a man off his feet or redirect flames in unexpected directions. The Pemberton Mill fire revealed its true character as Thomas and his crew established their position. What appeared from a distance to be a manageable blaze transformed into a multi-headed monster that defied every principle of 19th century firefighting. The flames had found the mill's ventilation system, utilising the carefully designed airflow that prevented workers from suffocating on cotton dust and allowed the fire to spread throughout the building with terrifying efficiency. Thomas's crew chief, Captain Morrison, shouted orders through the chaos, his voice barely audible above the roar of flames and the screaming of steam engines. With 20 years of firefighting experience under his belt, the captain's face was marked with scars from flying sparks, and his left hand was missing 2 fingers due to a rope burn that had gone septic. In an era before workers' compensation or medical benefits, Morrison's wound served as both a badge of honour and a painful reminder of the profession's costs. The hand-pumped engines positioned themselves along the street, their crews settling into a brutal rhythm that would persist until the fire was extinguished or the men succumbed to exhaustion. 2 men operated each pump handle, working in shifts of 30 seconds before switching off, while a third man aimed the leather hose and prayed it wouldn't burst from the modest pressure that they could generate. The pumps delivered perhaps 50 gallons per minute at their peak, a pathetic trickle compared to modern standards, but revolutionary technology in 1852. Thomas found himself assigned to search and rescue, the deadliest job in a profession where death was a frequent visitor. Mill fires were particularly treacherous because the building's wooden floors and supports could collapse without warning, transformed by heat into elaborate death traps. The textile machinery itself became another hazard. Massive spinning wheels and looms turned into twisted metal sculptures that could impale or crush anyone unfortunate enough to encounter them in the smoke-filled darkness. He wrapped a wet cloth around his face and plunged into the mill's ground floor where the air hung thick enough to cut with a knife. The temperature climbed steadily as he ascended the building's rickety stairs, each step taking him deeper into an environment hostile to human life. Gas lamps had exploded throughout the building, their broken fixtures creating additional fire sources while leaving the interior in near-total darkness. The mill's layout followed the industrial efficiency principles that maximise production while minimising worker comfort or safety. Narrow aisles between massive machines left little room for evacuation, while the building's few exits concentrated workers into bottlenecks during emergencies. Windows were small and high, designed to prevent workers from being distracted by the outside world rather than to facilitate escape. Thomas navigated by feel and instinct, calling out for survivors while trying to maintain his sense of direction in the maze-like interior. On the second floor, he found her, Mary O'Brien, a spinner whose skirts had caught fire from a fallen gas fixture. She lay unconscious beneath an overturned loom, her breathing shallow and laboured. The flames had spread to her hair before she managed to smother them, leaving patches of scalp visible through the burned strands. Thomas lifted her carefully, knowing that burns covered much of her body beneath the charred fabric of her work dress. The journey back to the stairs became a nightmare of disorientation and mounting heat. The fire had spread across the ceiling above them, creating a canopy of flame that dropped burning debris like rain. Thomas's wool coat began to solder, the heavy fabric protecting his skin while slowly cooking him from the outside in. His leather helmet grew hot enough to brand flesh, but removing it would expose his head to the falling embers that filled the air. Halfway down the stairs, the building shuddered. Thomas felt the floor beneath his feet sag ominously as the fire consumed the structural supports. Somewhere above them, a steam engine's boiler exploded, creating a tremor throughout the building that cracked walls and shattered the few remaining windows. The mill was dying, its industrial skeleton collapsing under the assault of flames and superheated air. Thomas emerged from the building just as the roof began its final collapse. Mary O'Brien's unconscious form draped across his shoulders. His fellow firefighters rushed to help, but their faces told him what he already knew: she would likely die from her injuries. Burns covering more than 30% of the body were almost invariably fatal in an era before antibiotics, IV fluids, or skin grafts. The best they could offer was laudanum for the pain and perhaps a priest for the end. Behind them, the Pemberton Mill continued its spectacular destruction. The fire had found the building's main steam engine, a massive beast that powered the entire facility's machinery. As the flames heated its boiler beyond safe limits, the engine began to scream, literally scream, as steam escaped through safety valves that had never been designed for such extreme conditions. The sound pierced the air like the death cry of some industrial dragon, audible for miles across Manchester's smoke-shrouded landscape. Thomas set Mary O'Brien gently on a stretcher improvised from mill workers' coats, then turned back toward the building. Captain Morrison grabbed his arm, shaking his head grimly. "She's gone, lad! The whole upper floor's coming down." But Thomas had heard something else. A child's cry from the building's far end, where the mill's newest workers operated the smallest spinning machines. 10-year-old fingers were perfect for threading the delicate machinery, and mill owners had learned to exploit this anatomical advantage with ruthless efficiency. Now those same small hands were trapped somewhere in the collapsing structure, and every second of delay meant another young life would be consumed by industrial progress. The mill's east wing housed what the workers grimly called the children's floor, a cramped, poorly ventilated space where boys and girls as young as 8 operated the piecing machines that connected broken cotton threads. Their small stature allowed them to crawl beneath the spinning machinery to collect waste cotton, while their nimble fingers could perform repairs that would take adult workers twice as long. Mill owners justified this exploitation as industrial training, preparing the next generation for lives of productive labour, while conveniently ignoring the stunted growth, respiratory diseases, and frequent accidents that marked these young workers like brands. Thomas could hear them before he saw them, high-pitched cries of terror echoing from the building's southeast corner, where the children's workstation occupied a space barely larger than a residential parlour. The fire had not yet reached this section, but smoke was pouring through the floorboards from the conflagration below, creating a toxic fog that would kill as efficiently as flames. These children had nowhere to run. The mill's design trapped them behind rows of machinery, accessible only through narrow passages that adult rescuers could barely navigate. He dropped to his hands and knees, crawling beneath the spinning frames toward the sound of crying. The air near the floor was slightly cleaner, but it was still thick enough to burn his throat with every breath. His leather helmet scraped against the machinery above him, dislodging years of accumulated cotton dust that fell like industrial snow. This dust, he knew, would ignite at the slightest spark, transforming the confined space into a powder keg. The first child he found was Billy Henderson, 11 years old and barely 4 feet tall, his growth stunted by years of malnutrition and industrial labour. Billy operated a scavenging machine that collected waste cotton from beneath the spinning frames, a job that required him to spend 10 hours daily in a space designed for someone half his size. Now he crouched, frozen with terror, his work clothes soaked with the machine oil that could ignite at any moment. "Come on, lad," Thomas whispered, extending his hand through the maze of mechanical components. "We're going out together, you and me." Billy's eyes were wide with shock, but he managed to grasp Thomas's outstretched fingers. The boy weighed perhaps 60 pounds, his body wasted by the combination of factory work and poverty that characterised a working-class childhood in industrial England. Behind Billy, Thomas could see other small forms huddled in the smoke, perhaps half a dozen children trapped by the collapsing mill's deadly geometry. The machinery that had employed them now imprisoned them, its iron arms and wooden frames creating a lattice of obstacles between the children and any possible escape route. Moving them one by one would take too long. The floor beneath them was already beginning to sag as the fire consumed the building's structural supports. Thomas made a decision that violated every principle of safe rescue work. Instead of retreating with Billy, he pushed deeper into the machinery maze, gathering children like a shepherd collecting his flock. Sarah Mitchell, 9 years old, her hands permanently stained with machine dyes. Peter Shaw, 10, who had lost the tip of his index finger to a spinning wheel the previous month. Jenny Coleman, barely 8, who earned 6pence a day threading bobbins for her family's survival. The heat was becoming unbearable, the smoke so thick that Thomas could barely see his hands. His wool coat had begun to smoulder in earnest, filling the air with the acrid smell of burning wool. The children clung to him with desperate strength, their small faces blackened with soot and streaked with tears. He could feel their terror through their trembling bodies, these young victims of industrial progress who had never known childhood as anything but labour. "Hold on to each other," he commanded, his voice hoarse from smoke inhalation. "We're going out together, all of us." He formed them into a human chain, the oldest children supporting the youngest, while he led them through the maze of machinery toward what he hoped was still a navigable exit. The building groaned around them, its death throes accompanied by the sound of splintering wood and collapsing masonry. The stairs had become a furnace. Thomas could see flames licking up through the gaps between steps, while the banister glowed red-hot from the heat below. The children behind him began to whimper as the temperature climbed beyond endurance, but retreat was no longer possible. The mill's upper floors were collapsing section by section, creating a domino effect that would soon reach their position. Thomas wrapped his coat around as many children as possible, using his body as a shield against the radiant heat that filled the stairwell. His exposed skin began to blister, the leather of his helmet so hot it burned his scalp through his hair. Step by step, they descended through an environment that seemed more like biblical hell than an English textile mill. Jenny Coleman stumbled, her small legs finally giving way to exhaustion and terror. Thomas swept her up without breaking stride, her tiny body weighing almost nothing against his smoke-filled chest. Behind them, the children's workroom erupted in flames as the fire finally found the accumulated cotton dust and machine oil. The explosion sent a pillar of flame shooting up through the building's core, illuminating their escape route with hellish brilliance. They emerged from the building just as the mill's main chimney began to crack. The massive brick structure, weakened by the intense heat and thermal expansion, developed a visible fissure that ran from its base to its crown. Thomas hurried the children away from the building as chunks of masonry began to rain down around them, each impact sending tremors through the already unstable street. Captain Morrison met them with a mixture of relief and amazement. 6 of them, he said, counting the soot-covered children who clustered around Thomas like chicks around a hen. How in God's name did you get 6 of them out? Thomas didn't answer immediately. He was too busy checking each child for injuries, his trained eye cataloguing burns, cuts, and the signs of smoke inhalation that could prove fatal in the hours to come. As they watched from across the street, the mill began to collapse in earnest. 5 stories of industrial architecture pancaked into rubble, sending up a cloud of dust and debris that obscured the surrounding buildings. The sound was indescribable, not just the crash of falling masonry, but the death scream of an entire industrial ecosystem. Steam engines, textile machinery, raw cotton, and human dreams were all compressed into a smoking pile of debris that would continue to burn for 3 more days. Manchester's atmosphere had been transformed by industrial progress into something barely recognisable as air. The city's hundreds of mill chimneys released a constant stream of coal smoke, chemical vapours, and cotton dust that created a permanent atmospheric soup thick enough to taste. For firefighters, this toxic environment posed a daily challenge to their respiratory systems, threatening their lives decades before the onset of old age. Thomas stood outside the collapsed Pemberton Mill, drawing what power passed for fresh air into lungs that felt lined with sandpaper. Each breath brought a cocktail of sulfur dioxide from coal combustion, chlorine gas from textile bleaching operations, and microscopic particles of cotton, wool, and coal dust that would embed themselves permanently in his lung tissue. The children he had rescued coughed beside him, their small lungs struggling to process air that contained more industrial waste than oxygen. The fire brigade's primitive medical knowledge offered no protection against these airborne toxins. Firefighters occasionally held wet cloths over their faces during particularly smoky fires, but their methods provided minimal filtration against the complex chemical mixture that constituted Manchester's atmosphere. No one understood the long-term health consequences of chronic exposure to industrial pollutants, though the city's mortality statistics told a grim story that civic leaders preferred to ignore. Dr. Henry Ashworth, one of Manchester's few physicians willing to treat working-class patients, arrived at the fire scene to examine the rescued mill workers. His presence was unusual. Most doctors refused to venture into the industrial districts, claiming their practices required them to focus on patients who could afford their fees. Ashworth was different, a Quaker whose religious beliefs compelled him to treat all patients regardless of their ability to pay. "Bring the children here," Ashworth called to Thomas, setting up a makeshift examination area using crates from a nearby warehouse. His medical bag contained the era's limited arsenal against burns and smoke inhalation, laudanum for pain, sal volatile for fainting, and clean bandages that would be as precious as gold in the days to come. He began with Jenny Coleman, the youngest victim, whose small body showed the telltale signs of severe smoke inhalation. "Her breathing is compromised," the doctor told Thomas quietly, using medical terminology to spare the child additional fear. "The superheated air has damaged her throat and lungs, without proper treatment." He left the sentence unfinished, but Thomas understood. Jenny would likely die within days, her small body unable to recover from injuries that would challenge a healthy adult. The other children fared slightly better, but all exhibited signs of respiratory damage that would affect them for the rest of their lives. Peter Shaw's hands were severely burned from grabbing hot machinery during his escape, while Sarah Mitchell had inhaled enough toxic smoke to leave her with a chronic cough that would never fully heal. These children, if they survived, would join Manchester's growing population of industrial invalids, workers whose bodies had been broken by the machinery of progress. Dr. Ashworth moved among the adult mill workers with growing alarm. The fire had released chemicals from the textile manufacturing process that created a toxic atmosphere even more dangerous than usual. Bleaching agents had mixed with cotton dust and coal smoke to produce compounds that attacked the respiratory system with particular viciousness. Several workers showed signs of chemical pneumonia, their lungs filling with fluid as their bodies tried to protect themselves from the poisonous air. "This is worse than anything I've seen," Ashworth confided to Thomas as they watched the mill's ruins continue to smoulder. "The fire has created chemical compounds that don't exist in nature. We're watching the birth of an industrial disease, and we have no idea how to treat it." His words proved prophetic. Within a generation, Manchester would become synonymous with respiratory illness, its residents suffering from conditions that doctors struggle to understand, much less cure. Thomas felt the toxins working on his body as he helped organise the rescue efforts. His throat burned with each breath while his eyes streamed continuously from the chemical irritation. His chest felt tight, as though invisible bands were constricting his lungs, making each inhalation a conscious effort. Around him, his fellow firefighters showed similar symptoms, their faces flushed and their breathing laboured, despite their years of experience with smoke-filled environments. The city's response to the toxic air crisis revealed the industrial age's priorities with brutal clarity. Mill owners demanded that their workers return to the neighbouring factories immediately, claiming that production delays would harm Manchester's economic competitiveness. Local authorities focused on clearing the rubble to restore traffic flow, showing little concern for the health consequences of disturbing the contaminated debris. Only Dr. Ashworth and a handful of religious leaders seemed to recognise the human catastrophe unfolding in the smoke-filled streets. Captain Morrison gathered his men for the journey back to the fire station, his face grim with the knowledge that their work was far from over. The industrial district of Manchester housed dozens of mills similar to Pemberton's, each posing a potential hazard due to their combustible materials and insufficient safety precautions. The fire they had just fought would be followed by others, an endless cycle of destruction and rescue that consumed firefighters' lives as efficiently as it consumed buildings. As they loaded their equipment onto the horse-drawn engines, Thomas noticed that several of his colleagues were coughing up blood, a sure sign that the toxic smoke had damaged their lungs beyond the body's ability to repair. These men would continue working because they had no choice. Firefighters who couldn't perform their duties simply starved, as no disability benefits or medical pensions existed for public servants injured in the line of duty. The journey back through Manchester's streets revealed the industrial apocalypse in its full horror. The permanent haze that hung over the city had thickened from the mill fire, reducing visibility to a few yards and turning the afternoon into perpetual twilight. Gas lamps burned continuously, their flames struggling to penetrate the toxic fog that enveloped the city like a burial shroud. The Morrison Fire Brigade station stood as a monument to society's half-hearted commitment to public safety, its cramped quarters and primitive equipment reflecting the industrial era's priorities with depressing accuracy. Built in 1845 as Manchester's textile wealth reached its peak, the station housed state-of-the-art firefighting technology that would have been considered inadequate 50 years earlier. The building's designer had clearly never witnessed an actual fire, creating a facility that prioritised architectural appearance over practical function. Thomas climbed wearily from the fire engine, his body aching from the physical demands of rescue work and the toxic assault of Manchester's poisoned air. The station's equipment bay revealed the pathetic arsenal available to firefighters in the industrial age. Leather hoses that leaked more water than they delivered, hand-pumped engines that required 8 men to operate effectively, and wooden ladders whose rungs had been charred and weakened by repeated exposure to flames. The fire engine itself represented the pinnacle of 1852 technology, a steam-powered pump mounted on a horse-drawn chassis that could, under ideal conditions, deliver water at pressures approaching those of a modern garden hose. The boiler required 20 minutes to build steam from a cold start, assuming someone had remembered to keep it supplied with coal and water. During fires, this delay often meant the difference between saving a building and watching it collapse into rubble. Captain Morrison initiated the post-fire equipment inspection with a weary resignation reminiscent of a man who had carried out this ritual countless times. The leather hoses showed new splits and tears from the superheated environment, their canvas reinforcement charred beyond reliable use. The brass nozzles had warped from exposure to extreme temperatures, creating irregular spray patterns that reduced their effectiveness even further. Most of the hand tools, axes, pry bars and rope, showed signs of heat damage that would make them unreliable in future emergencies. Henderson, Morrison called to the station's senior firefighter, a grizzled veteran whose left arm hung useless from an injury sustained during the Great Warehouse Fire of 1849. Take inventory of the hose sections. Please identify the sections that require patching and those that need complete replacement. Henderson nodded grimly, knowing that replacing entirely meant submitting requests to the City Council that would be debated for months, while fires continued to consume Manchester's industrial districts. The station's primitive communication system consisted of a single bell that could be heard perhaps 6 blocks away on a quiet day, but was often lost in the industrial cacophony that filled Manchester's streets. Fire reporting relied on runners or mounted messengers who often arrived at the station long after flames had established themselves beyond any hope of control. Thomas had responded to fires that had been burning for hours before anyone thought to summon professional firefighters, arriving to find only smouldering ruins and charred corpses. A corner of the equipment bay held medical supplies, a testament to society's high expectations for firefighter survival. A few rolls of bandages, a bottle of laudanum, and some sal volatile represented the brigade's entire medical arsenal. No provisions existed for treating burns, smoke inhalation, or the countless injuries that firefighters sustained during rescue operations. Fires simply claimed the lives of men seriously injured, adding their bodies to the growing casualty list of the Industrial Revolution. The sleeping quarters above the equipment bay housed 12 men in conditions that would shame a medieval monastery. Narrow cots arranged in military formation left barely enough room to walk between them, while a single window provided the only ventilation for the entire space. During summer months, the combination of body heat and smoke-saturated clothing created an atmosphere that rivaled the fires they fought for sheer unpleasantness. Thomas meticulously inspected his personal equipment as if his life relied on its dependability. His leather helmet bore new scorch marks from the mill fire, the protective coating blistered and peeling from exposure to extreme heat. The speaking trumpet he used to coordinate rescue efforts had developed a crack along its length that would reduce its effectiveness in noisy environments. His rope showed signs of heat damage that could cause it to fail under stress, leaving him stranded in a burning building. The brigade's horses occupied stalls adjacent to the main building, their care consuming a significant portion of the department's modest budget. These animals were essential to firefighting operations, but they required constant maintenance and were vulnerable to the same toxic atmosphere that plagued human residents. Several horses had died from respiratory ailments caused by chronic exposure to industrial smoke, their replacement representing a financial burden that stretched the brigade's resources beyond their limits. Water supply presented another insurmountable challenge in Manchester's industrial environment. The city's water mains, designed for domestic use rather than firefighting, could not provide adequate pressure or volume for serious blazes. Firefighters often found themselves competing with industrial users for access to water, while mill owners who controlled private water sources frequently refused to make them available during emergencies. The economic realities of firefighting in industrial England created a system where property owners' ability to pay determined the level of protection they received. Wealthy mill owners could purchase private fire insurance that included dedicated firefighting services, while working-class neighbourhoods relied on municipal brigades that were chronically underfunded and understaffed. Thomas had witnessed the destruction of buildings as firefighters, lacking the necessary equipment or authority to intervene in fires affecting uninsured properties, stood helplessly nearby. Captain Morrison called the brigade together for their daily briefing, his weathered face showing the cumulative effects of decades spent breathing smoke and toxic fumes. The Pemberton Mill fire consumed 6 lives, he announced, his voice heavy with the weight of repeated tragedy. 3 children and 3 adults died from smoke inhalation, while 14 others remain in the hospital with injuries that may prove fatal. The mill itself is a total loss, representing £40,000 in damage to the building and machinery. The human cost of the fire would extend far beyond the immediate casualties. Families who had lost their primary wage earners would face destitution in an era before social safety nets or workers' compensation. Children orphaned by industrial accidents became burdens on an overwhelmed charity system that could provide only the most basic subsistence. The mill workers who survived would face unemployment until new facilities could be constructed, assuming they could find employers willing to hire workers with visible burn scars or respiratory damage. Manchester's industrial districts never truly slept, their machinery clattering through the night hours while skeleton crews maintained production schedules that recognised no distinction between day and darkness. For firefighters, this meant that emergencies could strike at any hour, pulling exhausted men from their meagre rest to face blazes that seemed even more terrifying when illuminated only by their flames and the feeble glow of gas street lamps. Thomas had been asleep for perhaps 2 hours when the alarm bell shattered the station's relative quiet, its urgent clanging echoing off the brick walls of the sleeping quarters. Around him, 11 other men rolled from their cots with the practiced efficiency of soldiers responding to battle stations, pulling on boots and coats that never had time to fully dry between calls. The station's single oil lamp cast dancing shadows that transformed familiar equipment into menacing shapes, while outside the building, Manchester's perpetual industrial fog muffled all sound except the insistent demand of the alarm. Captain Morrison appeared in the doorway, his face grim in the lamplight. "Whitworth Mill on Deansgate," he announced tersely. "Multiple floors are involved, and there are reports of workers trapped inside." The men needed no further explanation. Whitworth Mill represented one of Manchester's largest textile operations, a 6-storey monument to industrial efficiency that employed nearly 300 workers across its various departments. A fire in such a facility could easily become a catastrophe that would dwarf the previous day's Pemberton Mill disaster. The night journey through Manchester's streets revealed the industrial city's nocturnal character, a landscape of glowing furnaces and smoking chimneys that painted the fog with hellish colours. Gas lamps flickered weakly through the permanent haze, their light barely penetrating the toxic atmosphere that filled the narrow streets. The horse-drawn fire engine clattered over cobblestones slick with industrial waste and condensed chemical vapours, its iron wheels striking sparks that briefly illuminated the grim faces of night shift workers heading home from 12-hour shifts in the mills. Whitworth Mill announced itself from several blocks away, its upper floors crowned with flames that rose higher than the surrounding buildings and cast an orange glow that penetrated even Manchester's industrial fog. Before anyone thought to summon the brigade, the fire had been burning for some time, spreading throughout the building's upper levels, while workers on the lower floors continued their tasks, blissfully unaware of the disaster unfolding above them. Thomas immediately realised that this fire would challenge the limits of their outdated equipment and methods. The building's height made it impossible to reach the upper floors with their ladders, while the intensity of the flames suggested that the fire had found the mill's stored cotton and was feeding on thousands of pounds of combustible material. Workers streamed from the building's ground floor exits, many carrying their few possessions, while others supported injured colleagues whose burns would likely prove fatal. The mill's night supervisor, a thin man whose permanently stained clothes testified to years spent among the textile machinery, approached Captain Morrison with visible panic. "There are a dozen workers on the 5th floor," he reported, his voice cracking with stress. "The main staircase collapsed 20 minutes ago, and we can't reach them through the smoke." Morrison nodded grimly, knowing that a dozen workers trapped on the 5th floor of a burning building represented a death sentence that 1852 technology could not commute. Thomas found himself assigned to interior reconnaissance, a polite term for entering a burning building to determine how many people would die before the night ended. He wrapped a wet cloth around his face and plunged into the mill's ground floor, where the air hung thick with smoke and the temperature climbed steadily as he moved deeper into the building. The textile machinery created a maze of obstacles that seemed designed to trap anyone attempting to navigate in near-zero visibility. The layout of the building, designed to maximise productive space while minimising everything else, resulted in narrow aisles, low ceilings and bottleneck exits that became deadly traps during emergencies. Gas lighting fixtures had exploded throughout the facility, their shattered remains creating additional fire sources while leaving the interior in dangerous darkness. Thomas navigated the smoke-filled maze by feeling and instinct, calling out for survivors. On the 2nd floor he encountered the mill's steam engine, a massive mechanical heart that continued to pound rhythmically, even as flames consumed the building around it. The engine's automatic stoking system fed coal into its firebox without regard for the surrounding emergency, maintaining steam pressure that powered machinery on floors where no workers remained to operate it. The combination of superheated steam and surrounding flames created an environment so hostile to human life that Thomas could barely approach within 20 feet of the engine room. The staircase to the upper floors had indeed collapsed, its wooden construction no match for the intense heat generated by tons of burning cotton. Through the gap where the stairs once stood, Thomas could hear the voices of the trapped workers on the 5th floor, their cries becoming weaker due to the effects of smoke inhalation. He attempted to throw them a rope, but the distance was too great and the angle too steep for any practical rescue attempt. Outside the building, the fire's spectacular growth had attracted a crowd of spectators who gathered at what they considered a safe distance to watch the industrial catastrophe unfold. Mill fires provided free entertainment for Manchester's working class, a dramatic break from the monotonous routine of factory labour. These observers showed little concern for the human tragedy playing out inside the burning building, their attention focused instead on the impressive display of flames and the building's eventual collapse. Here, Dr. Ashworth arrived at the scene despite the late hour, his medical bag and portable surgical kit marking him as one of the few professionals willing to treat industrial accident victims. He began triaging the workers who had escaped the building, quickly identifying those whose injuries required immediate attention and those who were beyond medical help. The night air filled with the moans of burn victims and the sobbing of workers who had watched colleagues disappear into the flames. Thomas emerged from the building as its internal structure began to fail, the massive timbers that supported its 6 floors finally succumbing to the intense heat and the weight of collapsing masonry. The trapped workers on the 5th floor fell silent, their voices lost in the thunderous crash of falling machinery and structural beams. He had failed to save them, another dozen names to add to the growing list of industrial casualties that haunted his dreams. Dawn broke over Manchester like a revelation of hell. The rising sun filtered through layers of industrial smoke and chemical fog until it resembled a sickly orange eye surveying the destruction below. The Whitworth Mill had burned through the night, its 6 stories collapsing section by section until nothing remained but a smoking pile of rubble that would continue to smoulder for days. Thomas stood among the debris, his face blackened with soot and his lungs raw from breathing the toxic air that passed for atmosphere in England's industrial heartland. 12 workers had died in the Whitworth fire, their bodies crushed beneath falling machinery or consumed by flames that reached temperatures exceeding anything natural. Their names would be recorded in the city's death registers as industrial accidents, statistical abstractions that failed to capture the human cost of Manchester's textile prosperity. Behind each name stood a family thrust into destitution, children left orphaned, in a society that viewed their survival as a private matter rather than a public responsibility. The mill owner, Mr. Whitworth himself, surveyed the ruins from his carriage, calculating insurance settlements and replacement costs with the same methodical precision he applied to production quotas. The building had been insured for its full value, while the machinery could be replaced within months if orders were placed immediately with the foundries of Sheffield and Birmingham. The human losses barely registered in his accounting. Workers were abundant and easily replaced, their families suffering invisible to men who measured success in pounds sterling and production efficiency. Thomas walked among the survivors, offering what comfort he could to people whose worlds had been destroyed in a single night. Mrs. Hartwell clutched the burned remains of her husband's work clothes, the fabric still warm from the flames that had claimed his life. Her 3 children huddled around her skirts, their faces already showing the hollow expression of poverty that would mark them for the remainder of their shortened lives. Industrial England provided no compensation for workplace deaths, no pensions for widows, and no support for orphaned children whose crime was being born into the working class. Dr. Ashworth moved among the injured, with growing despair, his medical knowledge inadequate against the scale of suffering that surrounded him. Burns covering more than 20% of the body were invariably fatal in an era before fluid replacement therapy or antibiotic treatment. He could offer laudanum for pain and perhaps preserve life for a few additional days, but the fundamental reality remained unchanged. Industrial progress consumed human lives as fuel for its advancement, and society accepted this sacrifice as the natural order of things. The city's response to the fire revealed the true priorities of industrial civilization with brutal clarity. Within hours of the building's collapse, municipal authorities had dispatched crews to clear the rubble and restore traffic flow through the district. The dead would be buried quickly and quietly, their families' grief subordinated to the economic imperative of maintaining industrial production. New workers would be recruited from the countryside, drawn by promises of steady wages that failed to mention the probability of industrial accident or early death from respiratory disease. Captain Morrison gathered his exhausted firefighters for the journey back to their station, his weathered face showing the cumulative toll of decades spent fighting fires with inadequate equipment and insufficient support. 3 of his men showed signs of serious injury from the night's work. Henderson had suffered severe burns on his hands and arms, while Collins coughed blood that indicated potentially fatal lung damage. These men would continue working because they had no alternative. Firefighters who could not perform their duties simply disappeared into Manchester's growing population of industrial invalids. The economic mathematics of firefighting in 1852 Manchester demonstrated society's perverted priorities with mathematical precision. The city allocated more money to street cleaning than to fire prevention, and more resources to maintaining public gardens than to protecting working-class neighbourhoods from industrial blazes. Fire insurance companies employed private brigades to protect wealthy districts while public firefighters struggled with primitive equipment and skeleton crews. The message was clear: property mattered more than people, profit more than human life. Thomas reflected on his chosen profession as the fire engine clattered through Manchester's smoke-filled streets. He had become a firefighter, believing he could save lives and protect his community from the ravages of industrial progress. Instead, he found himself serving as witness to a systematic destruction of human life that masqueraded as economic advancement. Every fire revealed the same pattern: preventable accidents caused by cost-cutting measures, inadequate safety equipment, and building designs that prioritized production efficiency over worker survival. The Industrial Revolution had transformed firefighting from a community responsibility into a professional necessity, but society had failed to provide the resources necessary for success. Firefighters operated with equipment that belonged in the previous century, received training that consisted mainly of learning from the mistakes of dead colleagues, and worked for wages that barely sustained life in the expensive industrial cities. Men who viewed worker safety as an unnecessary expense that reduced shareholder profits expected firefighters to risk their lives to protect their investments. As they approached the fire station, Thomas could see the next generation of Manchester's industrial workforce streaming toward the mills for the morning shift. Children as young as 8 walked alongside their parents, heading for jobs that would consume their childhoods and probably end their lives before they reached 40. These young faces reminded him why he continued fighting fires despite the profession's countless horrors. Someone had to stand between Manchester's working population and the industrial forces that treated human beings as disposable components in a vast economic machine. Before they had finished unloading their equipment, the station bell rang again, its urgent clanging announcing another fire, in another mill, another group of workers whose lives were in the balance. Thomas checked his scorched equipment one more time, pulled on his battered leather helmet, and prepared to enter hell once again. This was the reality of being an Industrial Revolution firefighter, an endless cycle of tragedy and loss, fought with primitive weapons against an enemy that grew stronger with each passing day. Manchester's smoke-stained sky offered no promise of better days ahead, only the certainty that more fires would follow, more lives would be lost, and more families would be thrust into poverty by the inexorable demands of industrial progress. Thomas climbed aboard the fire engine as it lurched into motion, carrying him toward another confrontation with the forces that were reshaping England into something barely recognisable as human civilization. The towering chimneys of the mill districts, stretching endlessly in all directions, released clouds of toxic smoke, turning the very air into poison. This was the world that Industrial Revolution firefighters inhabited. A landscape where human life was measured in production units, where worker safety was subordinated to profit margins, and where the brave men who risked everything to save others were themselves considered expendable components in the great industrial machine. As the fire engine vanished into the ever-present haze of Manchester, Thomas grasped the profound frustration of being an Industrial Revolution firefighter. They were fighting a war they could never win, using weapons that guaranteed their destruction, in service of a society that viewed their sacrifice as both necessary and invisible. The flames they battled were merely symptoms of a larger conflagration that was consuming the soul of industrial England, leaving behind a wasteland where human dignity had been traded for economic efficiency, and where the price of progress was measured in unmarked graves. Imagine Baltimore in 1895, when the city's waterfront hummed with the sounds of industry, and immigrant voices mixed with the calls of street vendors selling everything from fresh oysters to yesterday's newspapers. The air carried the smell of coal smoke, horse manure, and the briny tang of the Chesapeake Bay. Into this world on February 6th, George Herman Ruth Jr. was born above his father's saloon on Frederick Street, in a neighbourhood that polite society preferred to pretend didn't exist, The Baltimore waterfront district wasn't the kind of place where childhood dreams were supposed to flourish. It was rough, loud, and unforgiving. A place where kids grew up fast or didn't grow up at all. Young George's parents, Kate and George Sr., ran a combination saloon and boarding house, which meant their home was always filled with the sounds of adult conversations, the clink of glasses, and the occasional argument that spilled out onto the cobblestone streets. For a small boy in this environment, normal supervision was nearly impossible. Kate Ruth was often ill, weakened by the demands of running a business and bearing 8 children, only 2 of whom would survive infancy. George Sr. worked from dawn until late into the night, managing a business that catered to dock workers, sailors, and the sort of customers who didn't ask too many questions about the quality of the whiskey. Young George found himself largely raising himself on those Baltimore streets. By the time he was 7, he was spending more time in the alleys and corners of the waterfront than in school. He'd skip classes to hang around the docks, watching longshoremen unload cargo from ships that had travelled from places he could barely imagine. Sometimes he'd steal fruit from vendor carts, not always because he was hungry, but because the thrill of not getting caught was more exciting than anything happening in a classroom. The trouble started small: truancy, petty theft, the kind of mischief that city police generally ignored when it came from waterfront kids. But it escalated. George had energy that seemed to vibrate through his small frame, an inability to sit still that drove his teachers to distraction on the rare occasions he showed up to school. He needed to be moving, doing, and challenging himself in ways that the rigid structure of turn-of-the-century education couldn't accommodate. His parents watched their son's trajectory with the kind of helpless concern that comes from being too overwhelmed to intervene effectively. Kate's illness worsened. The saloon demanded constant attention. Their other surviving child, George's younger sister Mary, required care. Something had to give, and that something turned out to be young George's presence in their daily lives. In 1902, when George was just 7 years old, his parents made a decision that would alter the course of American sports history, though they certainly didn't know it at the time. They signed papers declaring him incorrigible and committed him to St. Mary's Industrial School for Boys, a reformatory and orphanage run by the Catholic Severian brothers on the outskirts of Baltimore. You might picture this moment as traumatic: a young boy torn from his family and sent away to an institution. But the truth was more complicated. George would later describe his arrival at St. Mary's not as a punishment, but as the first real stability he'd ever known. The reformatory had rules, yes, but it also had structure, regular meals, and adults who actually paid attention to what the boys were doing. St. Mary's was enormous, housing over 800 boys on a campus that sprawled across industrial Baltimore's western edge. The buildings were imposing, red brick structures that looked like they'd been designed to remind young boys of their insignificance. But within those walls, George discovered something that had been missing from his chaotic life on Frederick Street: predictability. Every day at St. Mary's followed the same rhythm: wake at 6, morning prayers, breakfast, classes in reading, writing and arithmetic, afternoon sessions learning trades, shoemaking, tailoring and printing, more prayers, dinner, evening recreation, lights out. For a boy whose previous life had been defined by chaos and uncertainty, this routine was surprisingly comforting, like finally hearing a melody after years of nothing but noise. The Severian brothers who ran the school were stern but not cruel. They believed in discipline, hard work, and the redemptive power of the Catholic faith. They also believed in baseball. Behind the main buildings, St. Mary's maintained several baseball diamonds where boys could play nearly every day, weather permitting. This was where George Herman Ruth would discover the game that would define his existence. Picture those baseball fields at St. Mary's on a late spring afternoon, with the sun beginning its slow descent behind Baltimore's skyline. The grass, kept reasonably well by boys assigned to groundskeeping duties, stretched out in a shade of green that looked almost luminous in the golden light. The base paths were hard-packed dirt worn smooth by hundreds of running feet. The smell of leather gloves worn soft with use, mixed with the earthy scent of infield dust kicked up by sliding runners. This was where young George found his calling, though he didn't recognise it as such at first. Baseball at St. Mary's wasn't a formal sport with scholarships and professional scouts. It was recreation, a way to burn off the restless energy of hundreds of boys who needed something to do besides contemplating their various failures that had led them to a reformatory. At first, George was just another kid trying to figure out where he fit in the rotating cast of games that seemed to run continuously, from spring through fall. St. Mary's had multiple teams, organised by age and ability, and boys cycled through different positions based on who showed up and who was serving detention for some infraction of the school's numerous rules. George tried catching first, squatting behind a home plate with a rudimentary mask and chest protector that offered minimal protection against foul tips and wild pitches. He discovered he liked being in the middle of every play, calling pitches, though the pitchers often ignored him, and occasionally throwing out runners who were foolish enough to test his arm, but it was pitching that truly captured his imagination. One afternoon, when the regular pitcher for his team was sick in the infirmary, George volunteered. He'd watched pitchers enough to understand the basic mechanics, the wind-up, the stride, and the follow-through. What he discovered when he towed the rubber for the first time was that throwing a baseball hard was one of the most satisfying physical experiences he'd ever encountered. The ball left his left hand. He was naturally left-handed, which was still considered vaguely suspicious in turn-of-the-century America, and sailed toward home plate with surprising velocity. The batter swung and missed. George felt something click into place, like a puzzle piece he hadn't known was missing suddenly completing a picture. Over the following months and years, George threw and threw and threw. He developed calluses on his fingers from gripping the ball's raised seams. His left shoulder ached most evenings, a dull throb that felt like achievement rather than injury. He studied the older pitchers at St. Mary's, watching how they varied their speeds, how they used the batter's expectations against him, and how they worked both sides of the plate to keep hitters off balance. Brother Matthias Boutelier, the school's prefect of discipline and unofficial athletics director, noticed the skinny kid who seemed to live on the baseball diamond. Matthias was an imposing figure, over 6 feet tall, and built like the longshoreman George remembered from the waterfront. But unlike the rough men of Baltimore's docks, Matthias combined physical presence with genuine interest in the boys under his supervision. Matthias took George under his wing in a way that the boy's actual father never had. He taught him not just baseball mechanics, but also the mental aspects of the game. How to read a batter's stance, how to recognise when someone was guessing fastball, and how to use the umpire's strike zone to his advantage. More importantly, Matthias gave George something he'd rarely experienced: consistent attention from an adult who believed he might actually amount to something. As George moved through his teenage years at St. Mary's, cycling in and out of the institution as his father periodically tried to bring him home before inevitably sending him back, baseball became his constant. The game didn't care about his rough background or his trouble with authority or his inability to sit still in a classroom. Baseball rewarded his natural athleticism, his surprising coordination, and his competitive fire that burned hot enough to make him practice long after other boys had gone inside. By his mid-teens, George had developed a reputation that extended beyond St. Mary's walls. Local amateur teams would sometimes recruit St. Mary's players for weekend games, and George's name started appearing in the sports pages of Baltimore newspapers, usually just a line or two noting that the St. Mary's pitcher had struck out a dozen batters in some industrial league matchup. He was still raw, still learning, still prone to the kind of wildness both on and off the field that made him simultaneously exciting and unpredictable. But something was emerging in the lanky teenager with the round face and surprisingly quick reflexes, a talent that would soon catch the attention of people who recognised potential when they saw it. On a crisp February morning in 1914, 19-year-old George Herman Ruth signed his first professional baseball contract with the Baltimore Orioles of the International League. The contract paid him $600 for the season, which was more money than George had ever imagined having. To put that in perspective, the average American worker at the time earned less than $400 annually. George was suddenly, improbably, well paid. The Orioles owner and manager, Jack Dunn, had watched George pitch for St. Mary's and saw something that went beyond mere skill. He He saw a young man with a left arm that could make baseballs do things that defied easy explanation, combined with an enthusiasm for the game that bordered on childlike joy. Dunn became George's legal guardian, a formality required because George was still technically under St. Mary's jurisdiction, and the other players started calling the newest addition to the team Dunn's new babe. The nickname stuck, though it would be shortened and transformed in the years ahead. But for now, George was just trying to figure out how to be a professional baseball player, which turned out to involve a lot more than just throwing strikes. Professional baseball in 1914 bore little resemblance to the modern game you might watch on a lazy summer evening. Teams travelled by train, staying in modest hotels where players doubled up in rooms that were stuffy in summer and frigid in winter. Uniforms were heavy wool that absorbed sweat and never quite dried out during long road trips. Gloves were thin leather affairs that offered minimal protection, and players who didn't learn to catch the ball properly ended up with broken fingers that never quite healed right. George threw himself into this life with the same enthusiasm he brought to everything else. He loved the trains, the hotels, and the constant motion from city to city. After years of institutional confinement at St. Mary's, the freedom of professional baseball felt intoxicating. He could stay up late, eat what he wanted, and spend his money on whatever caught his fancy. Usually food, as George had developed an appetite that his teammates found simultaneously impressive and slightly alarming. His pitching developed rapidly under professional coaching. George learned to add a curveball to his fastball, giving him two pitches that worked off each other beautifully. The curve would start at a batter's shoulder and break down across the plate, while his fastball came in straight and hard. Batters had to choose what they were looking for, and George was getting good enough at reading swings that he usually guessed right about what they'd chosen. But George's time with the Orioles was brief. The team was struggling financially, a common problem for minor league clubs, and by July, Jack Dunn had sold his best young pitcher to the Boston Red Sox for a sum that seemed enormous at the time, but would later look like one of history's great bargains. George Herman Ruth, just 5 months into his professional career, was heading to the major leagues. Boston in 1914 was a baseball city in a way that's hard to imagine today. The Red Sox played their home games at Fenway Park, which had opened just 2 years earlier and still smelled of fresh paint and optimism. The park was intimate, with fans sitting close enough to the field that you could hear them commenting on your pitching mechanics between deliveries. George spent most of his first season shuttling between Boston and their minor league affiliate in Providence, Rhode Island. The Red Sox weren't sure what they had in this rough-edged kid from Baltimore. He could clearly pitch. His statistics left no doubt about that. But he was also undisciplined, prone to breaking curfew, and possessed of an appetite for nightlife that worried his more conservative managers. The 1915 season marked George's emergence as one of baseball's premier left-handed pitchers. He won 18 games, posted an earned run average that placed him among the league's best, and helped pitch the Red Sox into the World Series. In the Fall Classic against the Philadelphia Phillies, George appeared in one game, pitching well enough that his manager trusted him with important innings. Boston won the championship, and 19-year-old George Herman Ruth received his first World Series ring. He celebrated with the enthusiasm you'd expect from a teenager who'd gone from a Baltimore reformatory to the pinnacle of professional sports in just over a year. The parties lasted for days, and George's capacity for both celebration and recovery became legendary among his teammates. The next few seasons established a pattern. George would pitch brilliantly, winning 23 games in 1916 and 24 in 1917, while simultaneously testing every rule and boundary his managers tried to impose. He'd disappear after games, showing up the next day with mysterious bruises and implausible explanations. He'd miss team trains, forcing managers to fine him from his paycheck. He'd argue with umpires, fight with opposing players, and generally behave like someone who had never quite internalized society's expectations for professional behavior, yet he kept winning. In the 1916 World Series against the Brooklyn Robins, George pitched 14 innings of shutout baseball in Game 2, setting a World Series record that would stand for decades. The Red Sox won again, giving George his second championship ring before his 22nd birthday. But something else was happening during these seasons, something that would ultimately prove more significant than his pitching achievements. When George wasn't on the mound, he'd occasionally play outfield or fill in at first base, and when he played these positions, he got to bat more than the once every 4-day schedule that pitchers followed. When George batted, remarkable things happened. The ball would leave his bat with a sound that was different from normal contact, a sharp crack that seemed to carry its own echo. The ball would rise on trajectories that looked almost leisurely until you realised how far they were travelling. Home runs in the dead ball era were rare, but George was hitting them with alarming regularity whenever his managers let him swing the bat. By 1918, Red Sox management faced an unusual problem. Their best pitcher was also potentially their best hitter. George appeared in 95 games that season, pitching in only 20 of them. He won 13 games on the mound while simultaneously leading the American League with 11 home runs, a total that would have been unremarkable in later eras but was extraordinary for the time. The baseball world was beginning to recognise that George Herman Ruth might be something unprecedented. Not just a great player, but someone who was redefining what great could mean. Picture Boston's Fenway Park in late 1919, as autumn settled over New England and the baseball season wound toward its conclusion. George Herman Ruth, now 24 years old, had just completed his most remarkable season yet. 29 home runs, shattering every previous record for a single season. He'd effectively stopped pitching, playing almost exclusively as an outfielder, where he could bat every day rather than once every 4 games. The Red Sox owner, Harry Frazee, watched this transformation with mixed feelings. On one hand, Ruth's hitting had made him arguably the most exciting player in baseball. On the other hand, Frazee was primarily a theatrical producer who'd bought the Red Sox almost on a whim, and the team was losing money faster than Frazee could generate it from his Broadway investments. Meanwhile, in New York, the Yankees were baseball's also-ran franchise. They shared the Polo Grounds with the Giants, playing second fiddle in their own city, and consistently finishing somewhere in the middle of the American League standings. Yankees ownership wanted to change this dynamic, and they had the financial resources that Frazee desperately needed. The negotiations happened quietly, over dinner meetings in Manhattan restaurants where the wealthy discussed business deals over steaks and bourbon. Frazee needed cash to finance his theatrical productions and pay off debts that were threatening to sink both his baseball and Broadway enterprises. Yankees owners wanted the player who was transforming baseball from a game of singles and stolen bases into something far more dramatic. On December 26, 1919, the day after Christmas, when most Americans were still digesting holiday meals and exchanging gifts, the news broke. The Boston Red Sox had sold George Herman Babe Ruth to the New York Yankees for $100,000 in cash, plus a loan of $300,000 secured by a mortgage on Fenway Park. The reaction in Boston ranged from disbelief to fury. Newspaper editorials condemned Frazee for sacrificing baseball success to finance his theatrical ambitions. Fans gathered outside Fenway Park in the December cold, some crying, others threatening to never attend another Red Sox game. The term curse hadn't yet entered the vocabulary, but the sense that something fundamentally wrong had occurred was palpable. George himself learned about the trade from reporters who called his apartment, waking him from an afternoon nap. His initial reaction was less emotional than practical. He immediately called the Yankees owner to renegotiate his contract, recognizing that his new team clearly valued him more than his old one had. The Yankees agreed to double his salary, making George Herman Ruth baseball's highest-paid player at $20,000 per year. New York in January 1920 felt like a different planet from Boston. The city was louder, brasher, and more chaotic, more like the Baltimore waterfront of George's childhood than the relatively restrained environment of New England. Broadway blazed with electric lights, jazz music poured from basement clubs, and Prohibition had just taken effect, which meant speakeasies were opening faster than authorities could shut them down. George took to New York the way a duck takes to water. He discovered that the city's nightlife suited his temperament perfectly. After games, he'd hit the clubs, order enormous meals, charm showgirls, and generally behaved like someone who'd been let out of a cage he hadn't realised he'd been living in. His appetites for food, drink, female company and general revelry became as legendary as his home runs. But what really mattered happened at the polo grounds between the chalk lines. George's first season in New York redefined what was possible in baseball. He hit 54 home runs, nearly doubling his previous record. To put this in perspective, no other player in the American League hit more than 19. George alone hit more home runs than entire teams combined. The style of these home runs captivated audiences in ways that the technical excellence of pitching or the strategic complexity of manufacturing runs never could. When George connected with a pitch, the ball didn't just clear the fence, it soared into territories that seemed to violate the normal physics of baseball. Balls landed in distant bleachers, bounced onto the streets outside stadiums, and occasionally vanished entirely, presumably captured by fans as souvenirs worth more than the price of admission. Newspapers struggled to describe what Ruth was doing. Sports writers exhausted their vocabularies trying to convey the arc of his home runs, the power in his swing, and the childlike joy he displayed while rounding the bases. They started calling him the Bambino, the Sultan of Swat, and simply the Babe, names that captured both his dominance and the affection that fans felt for this oversized personality. The Yankees recognized that they had something unprecedented, and they began planning to build their own stadium. The Polo Grounds belonged to the Giants, and Yankees ownership wanted a venue they controlled, one designed to showcase their most valuable asset. The planning and construction would take time, but the vision was clear. A cathedral to baseball, and specifically to the particular brand of baseball that Babe Ruth represented. Imagine standing outside Yankee Stadium on opening day, April 18th, 1923. The structure rising before you represents the largest baseball stadium ever built. Over 58,000 seats, arrayed in 3 decks that seem to reach toward the clouds. The facade along the roof features ornamental copperwork that catches the spring sunlight. The grass looks impossibly green, maintained by groundskeepers who treat the field like a golf course. This is the house that Ruth built, though technically it was built for Ruth. The stadium's design reflected its primary purpose, showcasing Babe Ruth's home runs. The right field fence stood just 295 feet from home plate, a distance that seemed designed specifically for Ruth's left-handed swing. The dimensions were asymmetrical, reflecting the irregular plot of land in the Bronx where the Yankees had chosen to build, but those asymmetries worked in Ruth's favour. Ruth christened the new stadium in the most appropriate way possible, with a home run in the first game, a 3-run shot that gave the Yankees a lead they never relinquished. The newspapers the next day declared that Ruth had consecrated the new venue, and the nickname "the house that Ruth built" appeared in print for the first time. The 1923 season marked the Yankees' first World Series championship, with Ruth batting .368 in the Fall Classic against the New York Giants. After nearly a decade of championships with the Red Sox, Ruth had finally delivered a title to his new team, validating the enormous investment the Yankees had made in acquiring him. The next several years established a pattern that would define the Yankees for generations. Ruth would put up statistics that seemed to belong in fantasy rather than reality. In 1927, he hit 60 home runs, a total so absurd that it would stand as the single-season record for 34 years. His teammates, particularly Lou Gehrig batting behind him in the lineup, benefited from the attention pitches paid to Ruth, forming what sports writers called Murderer's Row. But Ruth's impact extended beyond statistics. He transformed baseball from a regional interest into a national obsession. Radio broadcasts carried Yankees games across the country, with Ruth's at-bats creating a sense of anticipation that built with each pitch. Movie newsreels featured Ruth's home runs, showing audiences in small-town theatres what this larger-than-life figure was doing in New York. Children across America started imitating Ruth's distinctive swing, the big leg kick, the powerful hip rotation, and the follow-through that lifted his back foot off the ground. Youth baseball teams shifted their emphasis from bunting and base running to swinging for the fences, fundamentally changing how the game was taught. Ruth was creating a new generation of baseball fans who viewed home runs not as occasional flukes, but as the ultimate expression of the sport. The money followed the success. Ruth's salary increased to $80,000 by 1930, making him better paid than President Herbert Hoover. When someone pointed out this disparity, Ruth reportedly replied that he'd had a better year than Hoover, a quip that captured both his ego and the genuine affection Americans felt for him even during the Depression's early years. Off the field, Ruth's lifestyle became as legendary as his hitting. He'd order room service meals designed for 4 people and eat them alone. He'd stay out until dawn, charming reporters and fellow revelers with stories told in his distinctive gravelly voice. He'd show up to the stadium looking like he'd slept in his clothes, which he sometimes had, and then proceed to hit home runs that left fans wondering if dissipation somehow improved his performance. His managers despaired of controlling him. Ruth would violate curfews, skip team meetings, and generally behave like someone for whom normal rules didn't apply. In 1925, his lifestyle caught up with him. He collapsed during spring training with what newspapers politely called the bellyache heard around the world, though the reality involved a combination of overeating, drinking, and general excess that landed him in the hospital for weeks. That season, Ruth's worst in the majors, served as a warning. He hit just 25 home runs and the Yankees finished in 7th place. Ruth recognized that even his prodigious talent had limits, and he moderated his behavior enough to bounce back in 1926 with 47 home runs and a return to the World Series. The late 1920s and early 1930s marked the peak of Ruth's dominance. He won home run titles, led the league in runs batted in, and posted batting averages that would have been impressive even without the power numbers. The Yankees won championships in 1927, 1928 and 1932, with Ruth as their undisputed centerpiece. The 1932 World Series against the Chicago Cubs produced what would become Ruth's most famous moment, the called shot in Game 3. With the score tied and Cubs players and fans heckling him mercilessly, Ruth stepped to the plate. He pointed toward the center field bleachers, or at the Cubs pitcher, or maybe was just gesturing generally depending on which account you believe, and then hit the next pitch exactly where he'd indicated, a majestic home run that silenced Wrigley Field. Whether Ruth actually called his shot remains debated by historians. What's undeniable is that the moment perfectly captured who Ruth was, confident to the point of arrogance, theatrical, and capable of backing up even his most outrageous gestures with actual performance. The legend mattered more than the literal truth, and the legend was that Ruth had promised a home run and then delivered it exactly as advertised. As evening settles around you and your tea grows cooler, let's pause to consider what Babe Ruth was actually like as a person, separate from the legend that grew up around his accomplishments. Ruth stood 6'2", which was tall for his era, with a barrel chest, spindly legs, and a face that photographers described as lived in. He wasn't conventionally handsome, but his features conveyed warmth and openness that made people instinctively like him. His nose had been broken multiple times, testimony to his rough upbringing and occasional propensity for bar fights in his younger days. His voice was surprisingly high and gravelly, the result of years of cigars and whiskey. When he laughed, which was often, it was a full-body experience that started in his belly and emerged as a sound that friends described as infectious. People who met Ruth invariably commented on his energy. He couldn't sit still, constantly fidgeting, moving, and looking for the next thing to engage his attention. Ruth's relationship with children revealed a side of his personality that the public especially loved. He'd spend hours signing autographs for kids who waited outside stadiums, never seeming to tire of the attention. When he visited children's hospitals, which he did regularly, usually without inviting press coverage, he'd sit with sick kids telling them stories and making them laugh. These visits weren't publicity stunts. Ruth genuinely enjoyed making children happy in ways that suggested he was trying to give them experiences he'd never had in his own difficult childhood. His generosity was legendary and somewhat indiscriminate. Ruth would tip waiters $50 for bringing him a sandwich, hand $100 bills to doormen, and loan money to teammates who he knew would never pay him back. This largesse wasn't entirely altruistic. Ruth enjoyed the feeling of power that came from being able to help others, but it also reflected a genuine disinterest in accumulating wealth for its own sake. His first marriage, to a woman named Helen Woodford whom he had met while playing in Boston, had ended tragically when Helen died in a house fire in 1929. Ruth remarried almost immediately to a former actress and model named Claire Hodgson, who brought a stabilising influence that Ruth's life had previously lacked. Claire managed Ruth's finances, organised his schedule, and generally tried to impose order on the chaos that naturally surrounded him. Claire also brought her daughter Julia into Ruth's life, and Ruth embraced fatherhood with the same enthusiasm he brought to everything else. He'd play catch with Julia in the backyard of their apartment building, teach her to hit off a batting tee, and tell her stories about his games that always made him seem just slightly more heroic than he actually had been. Ruth's relationship with Lou Gehrig, his longtime teammate, was complicated. The two men were opposites in almost every way. Ruth loud and undisciplined, Gehrig quiet and methodical. They produced one of baseball's most productive lineup combinations, but personally they maintained a distance that occasionally erupted into outright hostility. A falling out in the early 1930s, reportedly over a comment Claire Ruth made about Gehrig's mother, resulted in years where the two barely spoke despite playing on the same team. As Ruth aged, his body began showing the accumulated effects of decades of excess. His once powerful legs thinned, making him slower in the outfield and on the base paths. His reflexes, while still exceptional, no longer allowed him to catch up to the fastest pitches. By the mid-1930s, it was becoming clear that even Babe Ruth couldn't hit forever. The Yankees, with typical corporate efficiency, began planning for a future without their greatest star. They acquired younger outfielders, gave Ruth fewer plate appearances, and generally treated him like a depreciating asset rather than the man who'd built their dynasty. Ruth wanted to manage, believing his baseball knowledge and personality would make him an effective leader. Yankees management disagreed, seeing Ruth's lack of discipline as disqualifying him from a position that required organisation and restraint. In 1935, the Yankees sold Ruth to the Boston Braves, where he was promised a player-manager role that never quite materialised. Instead, Ruth found himself playing for a terrible team, struggling to connect with pitches that would have been routine outs just a few years earlier. His body, after years of abuse, was finally giving out. Ruth's final games as a player were simultaneously sad and somehow fitting. In Pittsburgh on May 25, 1935, he hit 3 home runs in a single game, the last of which cleared the right field stands at Forbes Field and landed outside the stadium, the first fair ball ever hit completely out of that park. It was a reminder of what Ruth had been, a final flash of the power that had defined his career. 6 days later, Ruth played his last game. He went hitless, looked slow and old, and left the field knowing his playing career was over. He officially retired on June 2, 1935, ending a 22-year career that had transformed American sports. The years after retirement were difficult for Ruth in ways that his playing career never had been. He'd defined himself through baseball for so long that existence without the daily rhythm of games left him feeling unmoored. The Yankees never offered him the managerial position he coveted, and other teams were similarly uninterested in hiring someone they viewed as too undisciplined to lead. Ruth tried various ventures. He coached briefly for the Brooklyn Dodgers, appeared in exhibition games, and took roles in Hollywood films that required him to essentially play himself. But none of these activities filled the void that baseball's absence had created. He was like a shark that needed to keep moving to breathe, except now the water had been drained from his tank. He remained popular with the public, his name still capable of drawing crowds wherever he appeared. He'd attend charity events, sign autographs, and tell stories about his playing days that grew more embellished with each retelling. The real Babe Ruth was gradually being replaced by the legend, a process that Ruth himself seemed to encourage. World War II gave Ruth a renewed sense of purpose. He participated in war bond drives, visited military hospitals, and played in exhibition games designed to boost morale. Soldiers who'd grown up idolising Ruth got to meet their hero, and Ruth seemed genuinely moved by their appreciation. These interactions suggested that Ruth's importance transcended baseball. He'd become a symbol of American vitality and confidence that resonated during wartime. On April 27, 1947, the Yankees retired Ruth's number 3, making it the first number ever retired in baseball. Over 50,000 fans packed Yankee Stadium for Babe Ruth Day, celebrating the man who had made the venue famous. Ruth, already ill with throat cancer, though the public didn't know it yet, spoke briefly to the crowd in a voice ravaged by disease. A famous photograph from that day shows Ruth leaning on a bat for support, his body wasted by illness, but his presence still commanding. The cancer progressed rapidly. Ruth spent much of 1948 in and out of hospitals, undergoing treatments that were primitive by modern standards and largely ineffective. He lost weight dramatically, his once powerful frame reduced to something that friends described as heartbreaking to witness. But even in decline, Ruth maintained the essential qualities that had defined him: optimism, humour, and a refusal to complain about his circumstances. On August 16, 1948, Babe Ruth died at age 53. His body lay in state at Yankee Stadium, where over 100,000 people filed past to pay their respects. The line stretched for blocks, filled with people of all ages who wanted one final moment with the man who had given them so many memories. The funeral itself was held at St. Patrick's Cathedral in Manhattan, with over 6,000 people inside and thousands more on the streets outside. Ruth was buried at Gate of Heaven Cemetery in Hawthorne, New York. His grave became and remains one of the most visited sites in American sports, a pilgrimage destination for fans who want to connect with baseball's past. Now, as you settle deeper into your blankets and perhaps close your eyes, consider what Ruth left behind. His lifetime statistics: 714 home runs, a .342 batting average, and 2,013 runs batted in, were records that would stand for decades. But numbers alone don't capture his impact. Ruth transformed baseball from a sport played primarily in small markets to a truly national phenomenon. Before Ruth, baseball struggled to compete with boxing and horse racing for public attention. After Ruth, baseball was unquestionably America's game, a status it would maintain for the better part of a century. He changed how the game was played, shifting emphasis from small ball tactics to power hitting. Managers who had spent careers teaching bunts and hit-and-run plays suddenly found themselves encouraging batters to swing for the fences. The entire architecture of offense was rebuilt around the home run, a change that Ruth essentially accomplished single-handedly. Ruth proved that athletes could be celebrities in ways previously reserved for actors and politicians. His salary negotiations set precedents for athlete compensation. His endorsement deals created a template for how sports stars could leverage fame into wealth. His lifestyle, while excessive, demonstrated that public figures could survive scandal through sheer charisma and performance. The cultural impact extended beyond sports. Ruth became a symbol of American possibility, the idea that someone from the worst circumstances could rise to the absolute pinnacle of success. His story resonated especially during the Depression years, when Americans needed heroes who proved that the system could still work, that talent and determination could still overcome poverty and limited opportunity. Ruth's relationship with children created a template for how sports stars interact with young fans. The image of Ruth visiting sick children, signing endless autographs, and treating kids with genuine affection established expectations for athlete behaviour that persist today. Every modern athlete who visits a children's hospital is, in some way, following the path Ruth created. His flaws were as legendary as his achievements, and paradoxically, those flaws made him more beloved rather than less. Americans appreciated that Ruth enjoyed his success, that he indulged appetites rather than pretending they didn't exist. There was something honest about Ruth's excesses that stood in stark contrast to the carefully managed public images that other celebrities cultivated. The Yankees dynasty that Ruth created continued for decades after his retirement. The team won championships through the 1950s and beyond, but all of those successes built on the foundation Ruth had established. The financial resources that allowed the Yankees to acquire the best players came from the revenue streams Ruth had created. The winning tradition that attracted top talent originated in Ruth's championship teams. Baseball itself evolved in Ruth's image. Stadiums built after Yankee Stadium incorporated features designed to showcase home run hitters. Rule changes that increased offense and home run production reflected Ruth's influence on what fans wanted to see. The entire aesthetic of baseball, the emphasis on power, the celebration of individual achievement within a team context, and the tolerance for colourful personalities, all traced back to Ruth's example. Modern athletes earning enormous salaries, negotiating endorsement deals and living public lives that blur the line between sports and entertainment are following paths that Ruth pioneered. He proved that athletic excellence could generate wealth and fame that transcended the sport itself. Every athlete who becomes a brand, who leverages sporting success into broader cultural influence, owes something to the template Ruth created. As your eyelids grow heavier and the day's concerns fade into the comfortable darkness of evening, let's trace how Ruth's influence continues to ripple through American culture, even now, decades after his death. Walk into any youth baseball game on a Saturday morning and you'll see Ruth's legacy in action. Kids step to the plate and take mighty swings, trying to hit home runs rather than simply making contact. Parents in the stands cheer loudest for the ball that clears the fence, even though a well-placed single might be tactically superior. This emphasis on power over precision, on the dramatic over the practical, flows directly from Ruth's transformation of baseball's aesthetics. The number 3, retired by the Yankees and sacred in baseball history, appears on replica jerseys worn by fans who weren't born until decades after Ruth died. These fans may not know Ruth's actual statistics, might not be able to name a single team he played against, but they know the name and understand that wearing it connects them to something important in baseball's story. Baseball cards featuring Ruth's image remain among the most valuable collectibles in sports, with pristine examples selling for millions of dollars. The T206 Honus Wagner card is famous for its rarity, but Ruth cards are valuable because of who he was and what he represented. Collectors aren't just buying cardboard and ink. They're acquiring pieces of the moment when sports became central to American culture. The stories about Ruth, some true, some embellished, some entirely fabricated, form a mythology that serves baseball the way ancient myths served earlier civilizations. The called shot, the 60 home runs in 1927, the promise to hit a home run for a sick child and then delivering on that promise. These stories teach lessons about confidence, performance under pressure, and the rewards that come from daring greatly. Yankee Stadium, rebuilt in 2009 but incorporating design elements that deliberately echo the original, remains a shrine to Ruth even though he never played in the new version. Fans visiting the stadium for the first time make pilgrimages to Monument Park, where a plaque commemorates Ruth's achievements in language that borders on religious reverence. The stadium's dimensions still favour left-handed power hitters, a design choice that acknowledges Ruth's continuing influence on how the Yankees think about constructing their roster. The phrase Ruthian has entered the English language as an adjective meaning exceptionally large or powerful. When a slugger hits a particularly long home run, announcers describe it as Ruthian. When a player achieves something that seems to transcend normal boundaries, sports writers invoke Ruth's name. This linguistic immortality, the transformation of a person into an adjective, is reserved for the very few whose impact genuinely changes how we understand their field. Modern players who hit 40 or 50 home runs in a season are praised by comparison to Ruth, even though the game they're playing is dramatically different from the one Ruth dominated. Pitchers throw harder now, fielders are more athletic, stadiums are larger, and the scientific understanding of hitting mechanics has advanced enormously. Yet Ruth's shadow stretches across all these changes, his achievements serving as the standard against which power is measured. The curse of the Bambino, the superstitious belief that Boston's sale of Ruth to New York cursed the Red Sox franchise for 86 years, demonstrates Ruth's cultural penetration beyond pure sports. The fact that rational adults could believe that a player transaction in 1920 affected game outcomes in 2004 shows how deeply Ruth embedded himself in baseball's narrative structure. When the Red Sox finally won the World Series in 2004, breaking the alleged curse became as important to the story as the actual athletic achievement. Hollywood has repeatedly tried to capture Ruth on film with varying degrees of success. The challenge has always been that Ruth's life was almost too eventful, too packed with incident and achievement to fit into conventional narrative structures. How do you dramatise someone who actually lived larger than most fictional characters? The attempts continue, each generation trying to explain Ruth to audiences who live in increasingly different worlds from the one he inhabited. Children who will play baseball in 2050 will still learn Ruth's name and still hear stories about the Bambino who hit balls over buildings and ate hot dogs by the dozen. The details may blur and the context may fade, but the essential story, poor boy makes good through natural talent and irrepressible personality, remains as compelling as ever. Baseball historians continue to debate Ruth's place in the sport's pantheon. Was he the greatest player ever, or does that honour belong to Willie Mays or Barry Bonds or Mike Trout? These debates miss the point. Ruth's importance isn't about being the best in some objective sense. It's about being the most transformative, the player who changed not just how baseball was played, but what baseball meant to American culture. Now, as you drift towards sleep, let's consider perhaps Ruth's most important legacy, one that statistics can't capture and that has nothing to do with championships or records. Ruth gave people joy, and he did it with an enthusiasm that was itself joyful to witness. Watch footage of Ruth hitting home runs, grainy, silent film that nevertheless conveys his obvious pleasure in the act. After connecting with a pitch, he doesn't admire his work or pose for cameras. He simply runs, a surprisingly graceful trot given his bulk, with a smile that suggests he's as delighted as the fans in the stands. Baseball was, for Ruth, genuinely fun, and his enjoyment was contagious. This might seem trivial, but think about what Ruth offered to Americans during his peak years. The 1920s brought prosperity for some, but anxiety for many, as traditional social structures gave way to modernity's uncertainties. The 1930s brought economic catastrophe, with unemployment, foreclosures, and the genuine fear that American democracy might not survive. Through all of this, Ruth played baseball with the unself-conscious joy of a child, reminding people that pleasure and delight remained possible even in difficult times. His home runs weren't just athletic achievements, they were permission slips for celebration. When Ruth connected with a pitch and the ball soared into impossibly distant seats, fans could forget their troubles for the seconds it took the ball to travel. They could rise from their seats, cheer without inhibition, and share a moment of uncomplicated happiness with thousands of strangers. Ruth never pretended to be a role model in the modern sense. He drank, he ate to excess, he caroused, and he made no particular effort to hide any of it. Yet somehow this honesty about his appetites made him more rather than less appealing. Americans understood that Ruth was flawed, but they also recognized that his flaws were human scale, the kind that anyone might have if they suddenly found themselves wealthy and famous. The relationship between Ruth and baseball fans was genuinely reciprocal. He loved their attention, fed off their energy, and performed better when stadiums were packed and roaring. Fans, in turn, loved him not just for what he did, but for how obviously he loved doing it. This mutual affection created a bond that transcended the usual relationship between athlete and spectator. Ruth's generosity with his time, particularly toward children, reflected his understanding that his fame created opportunities to bring happiness to others. When he visited a sick child in a hospital, signing a baseball and telling stories, he was giving that child something more valuable than memorabilia. He was giving them a story they could tell for the rest of their lives, a moment when they mattered to someone important. His teammates, even those who found his behaviour exasperating, generally loved him because Ruth treated baseball as play rather than work. In an era when most professional athletes approached their sport with grim seriousness, Ruth maintained the perspective that baseball was fundamentally a game. This attitude didn't make him less competitive. Ruth hated losing, but it kept him from the bitterness that consumed players who couldn't separate their self-worth from their performance. The joy Ruth embodied extended to his appreciation for his own success. He didn't pretend to be humble or act like his achievements were merely the product of hard work. Ruth understood that he had extraordinary talent, and he celebrated that talent openly. This self-awareness and lack of false modesty was in its own way refreshing. Ruth knew he was special, and he saw no reason to pretend otherwise. As sleep approaches and the story winds toward its close, consider what Ruth teaches us about living fully. His life wasn't long. 53 years is less than many of us will have, but it was completely lived. He experienced more pleasure, more success, more acclaim, and yes, more excess than most people could fit into twice that time. He never seemed to wonder if he deserved his success. He simply enjoyed it while it lasted. In your last moments of wakefulness, picture Yankee Stadium on a late summer afternoon, the sun casting long shadows across the infield as another generation of players takes batting practice. The crack of the bat echoes off the stands, that distinctive sound that has remained unchanged for over a century. Somewhere in those stands sits a grandfather taking his grandson to his first baseball game. The boy's attention wanders. It's the 7th inning, and the game has been slow. Then the home team slugger steps to the plate, and the grandfather leans close to his grandson's ear. He tells him about another slugger, the first and maybe the greatest, a man who hit balls so far they seem to leave the atmosphere. The boy listens, not entirely sure if Grandpa is telling a story or recounting history. The slugger connects with a pitch, and the ball rises on a trajectory that every fan in the stadium recognizes instantly. It clears the fence by 50 feet, landing somewhere in the distant bleachers. The grandfather leaps to his feet. His knees hurt, but he doesn't care. And the grandson jumps up beside him, caught up in the moment even though he doesn't fully understand what he's witnessing. This is Ruth's final gift, the one that keeps giving decades after his death. The shared experience of baseball's most dramatic moment. The home run that makes strangers into a community, that transforms an afternoon into a memory, and that connects generations through the simple act of watching someone hit a ball with a stick. Every home run hit in every stadium in America carries an echo of the ones Ruth hit in stadiums that no longer exist, watched by fans who have long since passed away. The game evolves, rules change, and players get stronger and faster, but the fundamental thrill, the ball rising against the sky, arcing toward the fence, and landing in a distant section while fans roar, remains exactly what it was when Ruth did it for the first time. Ruth's story reminds us that sports matter not because they're important in some objective sense, but because they give us ways to connect with each other, with our past, and with the parts of ourselves that remember how to play. The boy from Baltimore who learned to pitch on reformatory fields never forgot that baseball was supposed to be fun, and he spent his entire career trying to share that fun with anyone who would watch. He succeeded beyond anything his younger self could have imagined. The orphan who felt unwanted became the most beloved figure in American sports. The undisciplined kid who couldn't follow rules became the man who rewrote them. The player who was sold by one team for money became the catalyst for a dynasty that redefined sports excellence. But perhaps most importantly, the child who grew up without much joy became the man who created it for millions. Every time someone's face lights up watching a home run, every time a kid imitates a power swing in a backyard, every time baseball brings people together in shared celebration, Babe Ruth is there, still playing the game he loved, still inviting everyone to join him in the simple pleasure of hitting a ball as far as possible and then running around some bases while people cheer. As you drift into sleep, you might dream of summer afternoons and the crack of a wooden bat, of balls rising against blue skies, of a round-faced man with a huge smile circling the bases while a stadium full of strangers becomes, for a moment, a community united in joy. These dreams connect you to millions of others who have found comfort and excitement in the same images, the same stories, and the same fundamental human desire to witness excellence and share in celebration. Babe Ruth lived more than 90 years ago, but his gift remains, the reminder that life is meant to be fully lived, that talent should be celebrated rather than hidden, and that joy shared multiplies while joy hoarded disappears. Sleep well, knowing that somewhere right now someone is hitting a home run, and for that moment they are Babe Ruth, and Babe Ruth lives again. The boy from Baltimore found his way home, and in doing so he helped millions of us find ours. On baseball diamonds, in stadium seats, in the stories we tell about the ones who came before, and in the simple shared pleasure of watching someone do something extraordinary.